in bowls, and that's James Rue, I fancy, opening the innings, and that's gone down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Van der Hoogten on his way in again. And he's bowled him straight through the defensive prod of James Rue. And the experiment does not come off at first attempt, and Somerset are 5 for 1. Van der Hoogten to Lammonby, who drives through the offside. Will get runs here with a very pleasant shot up to wide mid-off. And Callaway gives chase but can't get to it.
To Thomas, who pulls this away over the top of mid-on. It's running down to the boundary for...
As Van der Hoogten runs in from the taff end, and Thomas gets everything behind that, and it's cut away through the offside for 4 runs. Good shot by Josh Thomas, that.
Approach, he's in bowls, and Lammonby pulls that away through the onside. Down to deep square leg for 4 runs. It's Norton in bowls, and this is pulled away fiercely for 4 runs. He really nailed that, did Josh Thomas. He's very good with the pull shot.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten in again, wicket under his belt, but that's clipped away nicely through the onside.
And go for 4.
Van der Hoogten in again, and that flew past the diving ace of tribe at 3rd slip.
Hadley running away from us and bowling over pitch, driven through the offside square of the wicket. That'll race away for 4 to Tom Lammonby in Somerset. Lammonby in this gentle sunshine, that's a little bit shorter, and it's pulled away nicely, dispatched through the leg side for 4 runs up to the pavilion boundary.
He's in again, and this time Thomas cuts that, and there's no stopping now. That's 4 runs out to the offside boundary. Crane, he does. Josh Thomas waits, and that's cut away, same place, another 4 runs. And having been troubled by Zain al-Hassan.
In to Thomas, who goes for a big shot over long on, and he's nailed that one all the way for 6 to wide long on. First 6 of the match, beautifully struck.
And it's his 50.
And it's brought up the 100. Commentary will resume at 1:40. Callaway bowls. Lammonby ignores it, leaves it go through outside off stump. Bat raised high. Somerset session, therefore, it has been Josh Thomas on 53.
Trying to do the same here to the left-hander, but he gets his first runs of the afternoon, and it's a comfortable boundary, clipped off his legs through deep square.
Here's Norton in and bowls, and this is swung away for 4 runs down to deep backward square leg. It was short.
Hadley in. Thomas the left-hander. Nice nudge out towards the mid-wicket boundary, actually. Really good shot as Ryan Hadley motors in from the far end. Thomas has bowled him straight through. Thomas looked back, and the bails had come off, and Glamorgan finally break this pair.
Norton is in round the wicket, bowls to Lammonby, plays no shot, and he's given out. First county wicket for Tom Norton, and the team embrace the young man.
As Norton runs away from us. Lovely punch drive by Vaughan, and that will be 4 runs to him. His dad would have been proud of that. Hold on, we're going to discuss Tom Norton bowling first. That's pulled away to cow corner, really, and Vaughan is getting in the mood now.
Hadley towards us from the River Taff end, and that's a stylish drive that's got through mid-off, and the scramble of Norton, and it's run away for 4. Gentle sunshine, that's on leg stump, flicked away through square leg, 4 runs. So a profitable over for Tom Abel, who took 10 off it.
So Norton bowls again. This time he's touched down to 3rd man. A chase for ace at try, but it's going to beat him. To think he'll be of value. Norton bowls now. And he's caught behind. Tom Norton gets his 2nd wicket. Archie Vaughan makes his way to the dressing room, caught by Cook.
As that is a nice drive down the ground from Smeads, gets his first boundary away up to long on. Van der Hoogten to Smeads. Ooh, a misfield by Dixon at cover somehow. Must have hit a bobble on a rough wicket or something. Van der Hoogten bowls, driven through the offside nicely by Smeads, and it will run away for 4 runs.
Van der Hoogten into Smead again, and did he take an edge that time? He's
Yes.
not moving it, but he is now.
Yeah, didn't
Caught
wait for
behind.
the decision. Yeah. Respond to this. Ul Hassan is in and bowls, and he gets an edge wide of third slip.
Wicket 138 for 3 as Van der Hoogten comes in. Lovely drive by Overton. Textbook that one. And that goes for 4 runs. No need for Callaway to sprint towards that. I think there's 4 overs left after this one, I think.
Ul Hassan in and bowls, and Overton swings and gets an edge, and it flashes away down to the wide third man boundary. All is set. Ul Hassan in bowls. Overton drives handsomely. Lovely shot. Over pitch from Ul Hassan. And he just eased his weight into that, Craig Overton. His deep mid-wicket fielder 15 or so yards inside the boundary rope. This is driven by Abel, and that is being pursued by Ul Hassan, but the ball is going to win. He flings himself.
As Crane, the leg spinner, bowls.
Shot.
Lovely drive past mid-on. And through extra for 4 runs.
So last ball before tea is Callaway to Overton. Overton right forward, killing the spin.
As that one is steered away down towards backward point, stroke third man. A spectacular attempt.
At 10:30 this morning, as Overton hammers that over to Cow corner. 4 runs, and they get their batting bonus point.
Bowls to Abel on 49 not out, and that's an opportunity for him to reach his half century with a flick down leg side. It's just about stopped inside the fine leg boundary, but it's an easy 2 runs that takes him through to 51 not out off 90 deliveries.
Norton in bowls, and he's caught a second slip. And joy and delight as Asa Tribe takes the catch. Overton driving hard at that ball, pitched up outside the off stump.
Crane in, bowls, down leg, worked away off something or other, to a howl of disappointment from Crane.
Runs. Norton bowls short, pulled away by Gregory for 4 runs. Not a good delivery that from
Crane to finish his over, and Abel comes down the wicket and deposits him towards the taff.
Here's Norton in and bowls. This is driven down the ground for 4 runs. Over pitch from Norton. And Gregory says thank you very much. 200 and...
Van der Hoogten bowls. Abel plays this down to third man and
4 runs.
gets 4 runs for it.
Here's Ul Hassan in and bowls. This is driven handsomely away through the covers by Tom Abel. Just over pitch there, Ul Hassan.
Ul Hassan in and caught behind. Abel goes for 86. Zain Ul Hassan, a terrific celebration there. Ul Hassan bowls. And he's caught at second slip by Tribe. Gregory goes for 37. Ul Hassan celebrates with the catcher Tribe again. And Glamorgan have struck once more. So 335 for 8 now.
Hadley in bowls, and Pretorius is out, caught behind. So there.
for Somerset, Jake Ball.
Very good morning, Borada, from the BBC Sport commentary box as well here at Sapphire Gardens for day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Glamorgan and Somerset. I still enjoy saying Division 1, though my colleague Anthony Gibson is well used to it. Morning, Anthony.
Good morning, Nick. Yep, Somerset have been in the First Division since 2008. The last time they played Glamorgan in the First Division of the County Championship was in 2007 when they won the Second Division handsomely. And Edward Bevan, who'll be joining us around about 11:30, reminded me that in that game here at Sapphire Gardens, Justin Langer scored 100.
Wonder what happened to him. 3:37 for 9 is the Somerset total, so a little mini drama in that Somerset need 13 more runs for a third batting bonus point. Jack Leach is on strike on 1 not out. Jake Ball, the new batter, is at the other end, and Tim van der Hoogten is to bowl the first ball of day 2, which Leach defends back down the pitch, and there is no run. Weather conditions: high cloud, not much blue sky to be seen, but it's quite hazy cloud, so sun might well break through, and it's almost, well, it is casting shadows, even though there's no apparent direct sunlight as far as we can see at the moment. They've moved the sun, obviously. Van der Hoogten in, bowls to Leach, who drives back to him, and there's no run. In the 97th over of the innings, Morgan claimed 3 wickets in the final 4 overs last night to put a little bit of a different
Complexion.
Perplexion. I'm usually perplexed on affairs. Thank you, Anthony. Words. More coffee needed. Van der Hoogten bowls. Leach works it away on the leg side, but slightly unlucky just to punch it straight to mid-wicket, where Dixon does the fielding, the former Somerset man.
Somerset missed out on a third batting point by 3 runs in the first game against Notts and by 2 runs in the second game against Essex. Jake Ball being the guilty party on both occasions, and it's of some relief, I think, to Somerset followers that Jack Leach is on strike first thing this morning rather than Jake Ball.
In comes Van der Hoogten, round the wicket, bowls to Leach, who drives nicely through the offside. That could well get him 4 runs. Ul Hassan is off in pursuit. He'll put the dive in and taps it back just inside the boundary. Keeps them down to 2. Somerset to 339 for 9.
Should have run 3.
2 balls left in the Van der Hoogten over. He has 2 for 59. 3 wickets for Tom Norton yesterday on first-class debut. As Van der Hoogten in bowls to Leach, who leaves that one go outside off stump. Will he try and pinch a single here, Jack Leach?
Well, he's not. That's this. They are just changing the field a little bit, Glamorgan, bringing in deep square leg to save a single at mid-wicket.
Yeah, so cover trots across. Deep square comes in to fill in at mid-wicket, and Van der Hoogten to finish the first over of the day, bowling to Leach, who's forced onto the defensive. 2 runs garnered by the visitors in the first over of the morning.
Yeah, I talked to Jason Kerr last evening, Somerset head coach, from which 2 points emerged. The first is that I asked him whether it was Somerset's decision to bat James Rew as an opener rather than in the middle order, or the ECB's, and he said it was Somerset's. That he was, aware of the ECB's interest in the matter, and that they decided to move Rew up the order to take Archie Vaughan out of the firing line, as he put it, because Archie Vaughan's found it very tough opening the innings. So that was the logic behind that. Although I've no doubt at all that the ECB pressure played a part as well. And I asked him a lot about the pitch, and he said, yeah, it did do a lot yesterday, right up until the final session. But he thought that the heavy roller might take the sting out of it. We shall see. Here's Hadley in and bowls to Jake Ball, who for once doesn't move towards the square leg umpire as he plays that defensive shot. But it was a fairly gentle first delivery from Hadley.
2 wickets for him yesterday, 2 for Al Hassan, 2 for Van der Hoogten, 3 to Norton, none to the spinners.
Ryan Hadley this is, and it's not spelt like the New Zealand Hadleys. He's Hadley. Comes from New South Wales. And he's a big lad, 6'6" or thereabouts. He's bowling to another tall man, Jake Ball, who goes for a big swish at a ball wide outside the off stump. Gets nowhere near it, and it goes through to Chris Cook.
That was more like the build-up you've been giving him.
All he needs to do, I mean, Jack Leach is a more than competent tail-ender with a Test match 90 to his name against Ireland admittedly against Ireland at Lord's, but even so, Leach is perfectly competent, and what Ball needs to do is just drop the ball and give Leach the strike. Here's Hadley in and bowls, and this time jumps nervously into line and plays that defensively into the onside. Gives no impression of permanence whatsoever, Jake Ball.
Yes, Ryan Hadley came over with a similar reputation and a first-class batting average of 3.5, but has somehow contrived not to be out so far on the grounds that his colleagues always swing the bat as soon as he's in the middle.
He's improved his average then, because it's now 5.77, which is impressive indeed. Here's Hadley in a bowls, and Ball this time just shifts back towards square leg, but manages to get his bat down on a ball of full length on the off stump. Jake Ball averages in first class cricket 12.48. 12.48, but which isn't too bad, but he hasn't looked like a 12.48 since he's been playing for Somerset. Hadley bowls to him short, and he ducks underneath it, and that's well played by Jake Ball. Hadley just testing him out, seeing if he will go after the short ball. But there's no deep square leg. Well, there is no.
Duncan emails from Sevenoaks bringing up the subject of bespectacled cricketers, because Norton appears to wear them at least on occasion. Of course, we've got Tribe and Jack Leach playing in this match, and Eddie Byram wore them in at least one first-team match earlier in the season, so several involved between Glamorgan and Somerset.
Here's Hadley, last ball of the over. He's in and bowls. And Jake Ball will take a single and keep the strike. 340 for 9. Somerset 10 runs short of that elusive third batting point. They haven't taken 3 batting points in any of their games so far this season, missing out narrowly on 2 occasions.
Well, it'll be a good achievement if they do so here, because this is, I assume, not the tamest pitch that Somerset have played on this season. Quite a bit of life in it on day one. Whether a little bit of sunshine and the application of a heavy roller will crush that life out of it when Glamorgan bat, well, we'll find out over the next few hours.
Yeah, there's plenty of grass on it. That's really the distinguishing feature of this pitch.
Yeah, more than the first 2 home games, certainly. Van der Hoogten in bowls, and Ball plays this through the offside with not much foot movement, but a firm enough jab to send the ball racing over the turf and away for 4 runs. 344 for 9.
The closer Somerset get to it, the less likely it seems that they'll actually reach 350.
Anthony speaking from bitter recent experience.
Absolutely.
3-4-4 for 9. Only potentially one blow. Top edge 6 maybe to get there. Van der Hoogten in. Bowls and beats ball just outside off.
Yeah,
Through to Cook.
Ball makes that sign with his hand, his gloved hand, to show that that took off, bounced, left him.
Well, he'll be hoping to do similar in the not too distant future.
That might very well have got the wicket of a much better batsman than Jake Paul, that delivery from Tim van der Hoogten.
In he comes, the experienced Dutch Aussie. Bowls to Ball, who squeezes another one into the offside, and Dixon makes a good tumbling parry and knocks the ball to Crane to complete the fielding. Oil Oracle on X is at Norton, only 18. Great first game. I hope his towering body is okay. Been really impressed with Ul Hassan recently too. Well, Ul Hassan seems to have picked things up with bat and ball in the last couple of weeks.
Bowled well yesterday, in the morning and in the evening.
And lucky not to get more than 2 maybe. Van der Hoogten bowls, ball jabs it into the offside. Dixon fields, no run. Only medium pace, but there is quite often room for medium pacers in Cardiff. Gorvin has done well here, though he was not selected for this game. They thought it was time to give Norton a go. I'd imagine Norton will be batting down at 10, but he does tend to bat about 6 or 7 for the second team. So I think he can put bat to ball. Haven't seen him in person yet, batting. As that's nicely driven into the offside and half stopped, again parried from one fielder to another, this time Crane to Callaway.
Very good stop.
Saving 4 runs. Morgan working hard to deny Somerset that bonus point. It could be vital at the end of the season, who knows, in differentiating places. Now, though, Glamorgan have put cover out on the boundary to allow Ball the single, if he chooses. 3:44 for 9. Van der Hoogten into Ball and beats him outside off stump, and Ball knocks his bat inwards as if to say either I didn't really play at it or I shouldn't really have played at it. But Van der Hoogten sending a couple round the outside edge. He didn't need to play at it. He was just reminding himself of that with that little gesture, I think. Yeah, he did get his bat inside, to be fair to him.
It's a very pleasant morning here in Cardiff. It's warm, clouds are high, milky sunshine. Not quite such a good crowd as yesterday, but a very strong Somerset contingent sitting in the seats below our commentary position at the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Lots of maroon caps and sun hats in evidence down below.
Yes, they're in early, some of them as well.
It's Ryan Hadley to bowl to Jack Leach. Somerset still needing another 6 runs for a third batting point. That's outside the off stump and through to Chris Cook.
Yes, maybe the Bringlass tunnels weren't as problematic as usual. The bottleneck in the Newport
Saturday
area.
morning shouldn't be too bad, should it?
Well, you say that, Anthony, but I've known queues at all times of day and night in the Bringlass tunnels.
And they've given up the idea of bypassing them, haven't they?
Well,
Too expensive.
The current political regime has.
Yeah. Well, yes, of course, new political regime in Wales. Here's Hadley in and bowls to Leach, and that's just floated up outside off stump, inviting the drive. Leach plays a drive, but it's more of a push drive than a full-blooded shot, and it doesn't bring him a run.
It was mooted by a couple of the parties in the Welsh election, but not parties which have gained power. And it was mooted by Boris Johnson, but it was one of many things said by Boris Johnson. He was at one point going to build it despite the Welsh government's opposition to it, which would be interesting. Shovels at dawn around the Newport area.
That would have been fun. Here's Hadley in and bowls to Leach short. Leach just sways out of the way. Plays that well, does Jack Leach. Well, talking of motorways, this is anything but, this pitch, anything but as flat as the M4. There's plenty of life in it yesterday, which is good to see. Sounds like a tractor driver somewhere. I haven't actually spotted him. Mike Sallis, Somerset's best known supporter, goes to all of their county championship matches every day thereof. Hadley in bowls and Leach again gets one outside the off stump, which he allows through to Chris Cook.
Peter Simmons messaged on X, fabulous for Tom Norton. I've been waiting so long for us to have a young pace bowler, and he did himself proud on his first day in first-class cricket. I'm sure Steve Watkin, who still works as a consultant part-time with the second 11, will be pleased to see Norton's arrival in first-class cricket.
This Hadley's quite extended approach of his. He's in, bowls to Leach, who goes for an unwise push at a ball outside his off stump. Unfortunately for Jack Leach, and Somerset fails to make contact with it. Still 3:44 for 9.
Yes, there's no great air of permanence among the Somerset batters at the moment, but on the other hand they only need 6 runs to get to their immediate objective.
The temptation for both Leach and Ball will be to go for glory with one big hit for either 4 or possibly even 6. As Hadley in bowls, and this is played square of the wicket on the offside. It's a maiden over from Ryan Hadley, who has figures of 21 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 68. And Somerset remain on 344 for 9.
So we've had 7 runs in 4 overs this morning, and Glamorgan have failed to wrap things up so far.
But the Somerset tail hasn't given it away.
No?
Not yet, anyway. They're trying their hardest.
As in comes Van der Hoogten, bowls, and Ball plays it late, but prods it back down the pitch. Zach Crawley's travails continue. He's out for 1. The probably departing England opener
I can't see them picking him now
in the Kent-Gloucestershire game.
if he can't score runs in the second division.
Indeed.
It's unlikely to score them for England.
As Van der Hoogten bowls and Ball defends out into the offside, Dixon fields no run.
He's got great economy of movement at the crease, Jake Ball, hasn't he?
Yes.
Doesn't really move at all.
Well, you can reach the ball. Why does he need to put his feet anywhere?
Just sort of pokes his bat in the general direction.
He's a tall bloke, long arms. He can reach the ball. Yeah, speaking of England cricket, England women are playing here next Saturday against New Zealand, so best wishes to them. Coverage on BBC Sport website. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's driven through the covers again by Ball, and that'll be 4 more to Somerset's tail ender, and they move within 2 runs of a batting bonus point.
Half volley, but nicely played.
Yes.
A bit of a gift, really.
Wasn't much foot movement needed on that occasion. And he found the gap. Mason Crane is warming up already, which is interesting.
Well, I would have thought that's a pretty good move. Tailenders don't usually cope very well with leg spin.
2 to get for Somerset. Van der Hoogten in. Bowls. Ball defends on the leg side. All Hassan fields. No run.
one nipped back into Jake Ball. He actually played it quite well.
He's having the innings of his innings of the season, maybe.
I suspect it is probably his highest score of the season. It is his previous best, 4 not out.
Oh, sweeping away into high single figures. Van der Hoogten into Ball, who gets runs down the leg side.
Hooray!
There are runs for the team anyway. Whether he got bat on it, I'm not sure. He did not, but it doesn't matter because it is 4 leg byes, and Somerset, the delight of their travelling faithful, post 352 on the board.
I reckon there are almost more people from Somerset here than there are from Glamorgan, judging by the applause.
Maybe right on a Saturday, to be honest. Crowds here on the Saturday are a bit skimpy. And everyone's off either with other commitments or doing club cricket in some form. Van der Hoogten bowls and that hits him on the thigh as Ball tried to jab it away on the leg side. 352 for 9. Only 48 runs in 9 overs for the next bonus point.
We're not getting our hopes too high on that score, I think.
Glamorgan, of course, have the 3 bowling points. So.
Yeah. And that one bounced from Tim van der Hoogten. Wasn't that short? But, as Nick Webb said, taking Jack Leach on the thigh pad. 2 batsmen obviously enjoying life out there, having a bit of a laugh together. No doubt about having got that 3rd batting point the first time this season at Somerset, have secured 3 batting points. Here comes Hadley into Leach, who goes for, I think he feels he's got licence to drive now, Jack Leach. The 3rd batting point having been secured. Somerset will want every run they can get. It's a decent score, 352. Not as many as it looked as likely that they were going to get until the last half hour yesterday, when 3 wickets went down, bang, bang, bang.
Yes, a couple of correspondents on the website report disputed my suggestion that Somerset were somewhat on top.
Well, we will see. Hadley in bowls, driven by Leach, and they won't get a single. They might, in fact, have got a single, as Norton had to go some way to his right to do the fielding.
I wouldn't normally have written that 337 for 9 put you on top, but these are specific circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, Jason Kerr felt that Somerset were on top, and that 337 for 9 was a good return after being put in on a lively pitch. Hadley in and bowls, and Leach again goes for that sort of push drive to a ball well outside his off stump. It's not a full-blooded shot, but
no, it's not quite fish nor fowl, is it?
No.
And therefore maximises the risk of nicking off to keeper or slips, rather than flinging the bat on it at it or ignoring it.
We will see who's ahead when Glamorgan bat and see how the pitch behaves. If it does flatten out, then it could very well be that Glamorgan are ahead. Hadley in bowls to Leach, we'll get a run here, or if not ahead, then it's an even game. And that wouldn't surprise me altogether, judging by the way the pitch is played this morning. There hasn't been much in the way of lateral movement. Last delivery of the previous Van der Hoogten over bounced more than somewhat. But Ryan Hadley hasn't got much out of the pitch so far this morning, despite his considerable height. Here he comes again, a slightly flat-footed approach. He's in bowls, and Leach digs that out down to wide 3rd man and settles for the single, moves on to 4. He's been outscored by Jake Ball this morning, 353 for 9. A helmet is coming on, which suggests that
Crane and a short leg.
yeah, Jake Ball doesn't actually cope with the bouncer very well.
Tribe is going under the lid straight away for
Yeah.
Hadley's. Simone.
They do their homework, don't they? The counties these days, in terms of batsmen's strengths and weaknesses. So it's Hadley to Ball with a short leg in. No, it's not a bouncer, it's the bluff. It's full length outside the off stump. Ball goes for the drive, misses, and Hadley looks to the heavens. Must have been quite close to the outside edge, but failed to find it. It's 353 for 9. We've had 6 overs so far this morning, and Somerset have added 16.
Returning to bowl at the river end, Mason Crane.
Yeah, good move this, I think.
So Crane on for Van der Hoogten after just 3 overs from the opening bowler today. Leach, is he liable to try and stick one into the taff, do you think?
He might want to make a point.
Against a fellow England outside contender.
I think they're both outside contenders, probably. Not sure that Jack Leach is really in contention anymore.
Crane played 1 test match into bowl, and he's beaten Leach there.
It's presumably the
Googly, I think.
yeah.
Yeah. Bowl's pretty much a googly and over as he fires that one in, and Leach defends it on the offside, and there's no run.
It's another googly.
In comes Crane. Quite a purposeful approach for a spinner, and then a whirl of arms, and Leach pushes forward, watchfully defends out on the offside.
Yes, you're quite right. There is a real sense of purpose about his action. There's energy in it, which again is something that we all look for in spin bowlers.
In comes Crane again. Leach drives on the leg side and will pick up a single. Even that is greeted with applause from the Somerset faithful. 354 for 9, starting to get slightly annoying for Glamorgan. But on the other hand, it's all overs into the pitch, which might be baking slightly. I mean, the temperatures aren't that high, but it might ease up somewhat. Crane bowls to Ball and gets him first ball. And that is the end of the Somerset innings. 354 all out. Ball is bowled by Crane for 9. Leach is not out 5. 354 all out.
Bowled by Mason Crane for 9. Somerset finish on.
I think yes, another googly.
Very limp-looking defensive shot from Jake Ball.
So he's bowled, come on and bowled at least 3 googlies in a row, I think.
I don't know, he just,
Well, it's
it's almost as
three
if he
over.
was making room for the ball to go between bat and pad and onto the off stump.
I've had enough of this batting nonsense, so on to get bowling.
Well, there we are. Somerset bowled out for 354. I think they'd have settled for that. Certainly they would have settled for that when James Rue was out very early yesterday morning for only 5 runs. And it was a good recovery to get to 354, and the big consolation of the morning is that 3rd batting point. But the real meat of the day will start in around about 9 minutes' time when Glamorgan go out to reply to Somerset's 354 all out.
Indeed, we shall return. Edward Bevan is the other member of our commentary team. He may well be with us in 9 minutes' time or so, but Andrew Hignell will no doubt elucidate you of the bowling figures. 354 all out.
Like to keep your score sheets up to date, I'll give you the Glamorgan bowling figures in just a moment. So Somerset 354 all out. In that total there were 32 extras comprising 5 byes, 16 leg byes, 1 wide and 10 no balls. Here are the Glamorgan bowling figures. Tim van de Voeten 24 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 67. Tom Norton, 19 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 75. Ryan Hadley, 22 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 69. Zainul Hassan, 19 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 61. Ben Callaway, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 29. And Mason Crane, 10.5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. There are 87 overs remaining in the day's play.
Well, welcome back to BBC Sport Online with Glamorgan about to resume their innings, commence their innings, resume the match through Asa Tribe and Zain Ul Hassan.
The batting for Glamorgan, Zain Ul Hassan and Asa Tribe.
And this the liveliest pitch we've seen in Cardiff this season. Glamorgan will do well to match the Somerset score, Edward Bevan.
I 100% agree with you, Nick, because 354 I think is a very, very good score on this pitch, which continues to help the bowlers, the seam bowlers that is, and plenty of movement there, and you've got three good seamers here for Somerset. And Glamorgan will have to knuckle down, and their immediate target of course will be 205. That's the total, of course, to avoid the follow on. And a very attacking field here for the opening bowler. He's yet to go on the board, and there are 4 slips. Or yes, there are 4 slips. As Lewis Gregory prepares to bowl from the river end.
Yes, here comes the skipper, starting things off himself. Gregory is in to bowl. There's an appeal first ball as Al Hassan pushes forward. They're warming up their throats. Al Hassan off the back of a career best score of 143 at Southampton. But that one just about got far enough forward to get outside off stump. Gregory, Overton, Pretorius and Ball. Quite a formidable foursome, you would expect, with the spin of Jack Leach in particular to back up. Gregory bowls and Al Hassan pushes forward. It is a no. Is that a no ball signal?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. From umpire Pollard. It looked like a no ball signal.
It was, wasn't it?
It hasn't gone up on the board immediately.
Yeah.
Maybe they haven't noticed it.
Yeah, but if they hadn't noticed it, the umpire would have been thrusting his arm out again and again and again, which he hasn't done.
Strange. Gregory is into bowl. Al Hassan plays no shots. Outside off stump. They're getting excited again. But
Outside off stump, yeah.
it was outside off stump, but he was playing no shot. So put himself in danger through that. It may well have missed off stump still, I think. Gregory getting excited. So Al Hassan not the most confident of starters. Can bat doggedly once he gets through the opening assault, and he drives on the onside, fields it at mid-on, and there is no run. So 4 balls registered on the board. The mystery of the no ball that we thought had been signalled. It did appear to turn towards the scorers, who are up towards the side of the balcony and the pavilion. Gregory in bowls. Al Hassan drives nicely down the ground. It just misses the stumps, and Al Hassan is up and running with a very nice straight driven 4.
That's a healthy applause, Nick. I don't normally see that. Very good crowd here today. Don't know if there's as many as yesterday, but thickly populated just in front of us.
Yeah, a fair few from over the bridge.
And I think it was applause also, bless them, from the Somerset supporters, because that is...
Sporting lot, obviously.
yes, just like the Essex crowd.
We mentioned them yesterday. The delights of a Friday night at Chelmsford. Gregory is in, bowls to Al Hassan, who drives again, this time through the offside, and it should run away for 4. It is being pursued up to the boundary, but Lammonby can't quite catch up the ball. And Al Hassan has 2 boundaries, and I think they've now picked up the no ball on the scoring system.
Unlike Dr. Hignell and Co. It's 2 for no wicket at the moment on the board, but I can assure you
2,
it's
6, 10. It'll get there
another 4
eventually.
now.
It'll get there.
There'll be applause for that.
Oh, hold on. Another no ball has gone on the board, which I didn't spot. The first of the
going on
boundaries was apparently a no ball. So it's now up to 12. As Gregory is into bowl to Al Hassan, appeal, half appeal for LBW as it strikes him on the pad. And so there is another ball to be bowled in this eventful first over.
Very eventful.
And Glamorgan at least have a mini start. Ace a Tribe watching on. Not required to contribute to the first over. He has 254 runs at 42, does Tribe. As Gregory is in to bowl and beats the outside edge with considerable bounce there. Well, the hard new ball is still lifting a little bit, and it is going to be a problem for Glamorgan's openers to negotiate these early stages with the ball still hard. That one has really got up from maybe very fractionally short of a length, but
Healthy
healthy bounce,
the Cathedral Road end.
which we don't always hear at Sapphire Gardens, and I'm sure the curators, if not the opening batters, will be pleased.
Jake Ball, former Nottingham seamer, to open up with this, the Cathedral Road end, a very attacking field, as you would expect on this pitch. 4 slips, and there's a cover and a mid-off, and 3 men. It's a conventional field, perhaps a really conventional field would have a gully instead of a 4th slip, but then there's a fine leg, mid-wicket, and a mid-on. 12 without loss, and it's Ball coming in for his first ball, short. Oof, and he cut that, did Tribe. I think the man at second slip got a hand to it, Craig Overton, and it went away to third man, the vacant third man boundary for 4 more. 16 without loss. Yes, it was
Up and over.
up and over, as you say. Goalkeeper diving up to the right hand corner of the net, if you can picture that. But playing their shots, this is a good pitch, because it's plenty in it for the bowlers and the batsmen. If they get anything that's coming onto it, they have the power to score. Next ball is nudged away and caught in the gully, or 4th slip. So a jab there by his Tribe. He couldn't control it, and that's the first wicket gone, with Glamorgan now 16 for 1. Tribe has gone for 4.
16 for 1 after 8 legitimate deliveries. We welcome 5 Sports Extra listeners with that news that we've had an action-packed start for you to the Glamorgan innings, but one of their main contributors has gone as Tribe jabbed that one low to 4th slip. Vaughan held on chin high to the catch. That after Somerset were dismissed for 354 this morning. It took Glamorgan 6.5 overs to claim the last wicket. They resumed overnight at 337 for 9, and with a couple of cover-driven 4s from last man Jake Ball, plus 4 leg byes, they brought up 350 for the first time this season, before Ball was bowled by a googly from Mason Crane for 9. Leach was out 5.
The captain, Kieran Carlson.
So this a lively pitch here at Sapphire Gardens, with plenty of bounce and pace in it, and a bit of movement for the Glamorgan bowlers yesterday, and so it seems, despite the application of the heavy roller for the Somerset bowlers in turn. And Kieran Carlson at 3 in this match is in rather earlier than he would have wanted.
Yes, Carlson's last innings, of course, the small matter of 209 down at Southampton, and he'll have a lot to do here to combat this new ball. And Jake Ball striking with his second ball. 4 slips in attendance, cover and a mid-off. As Carlson does a little bit of gardening, as he's about to face Ball. It's a good start for Somerset, as Ball turns at the end of his run, comes in past the umpire, bowls the first ball to Carlson, who pushes it away through the offside. It's half stopped, but they think of a single but decide against it, so Carlson off the mark with a single, and the score moves on to 17 for 1. Healthy crowd here this morning at Sapphire Gardens. Lots of Somerset supporters have come over the bridge, and they've been greeted with a pleasant May Day here. Well, not actually May Day, that's May the 1st, of course, but it's very pleasant. No wind, nice temperature, and a good day's cricket in front of us. The left-handed Hassan, who hit 2 boundaries in his first over, he's on 8 to face Ball, who's going round the wicket to the left-hander and bowls, and he leaves outside the off stump, and the ball goes through to Ryu.
Yes, well, these two, Glamorgan will be hoping they haven't used up their runs with that 300 plus partnership they put together at Southampton. Al Hassan having been caught off a no ball early in proceedings.
Yes, it's rather a different opening attack at the moment than they face down in Southampton. As in comes bowls, and Al Hassan gets right behind that and ball pitch on the line of off stump and pushes it back down the pitch.
I was somewhat shocked to see what a mess Hampshire appeared to be in, albeit they were missing two of their leading players in Lehman and Dawson for that game last week.
If you look at the scorecard yesterday up at Chelmsford, you'll see that there was only one or two contributions, Lehman being one of them, and the rest, the middle and late order just collapsed again. In comes ball, and bowls Al Hassan, plays it away, and it ends up down towards the third man. They'll come back for a second, but he was looking to push that to mid-on, and he got an outside edge, turned him round completely, but that's the end of the second over. Very good over bowled by Jake Ball, and Glamorgan in reply to Somerset's first innings total of 354 and 19 for 1. The man out Tribe out for 4. Al Hassan is not out 10, and Carlson is not out 1, and it'll be Lewis Gregory to continue at the far end. That's the river end. Those of you who know Sapphire Gardens here in the middle of Cardiff.
Well, Hampshire managed 235 at Chelmsford, but have reduced Essex to 84 for 5 in reply, with James Fuller brought into the team this week. He's claimed 3 for 20.
It was clamour for him to play down there, but he didn't against Glamorgan.
As Gregory bowls to Carlson, who defends on the offside, thinks of a single to cover. There isn't one available.
Now this will be a good battle, Nick, because as you well know, Carlson is one who likes to attack from the word go. He's not one for defending. It often brings his downfall, but also, as we saw down at the Utility Bowl, it brings him runs. But you'll have to concentrate quite hard with this new ball.
He faces up to Lewis Gregory. The slip's lurking behind him. Carlson defends it back to the bowler. And there is no run in the battle of two potential championship contenders. Nottinghamshire are now 340 for 8 against Surrey at Trent Bridge. Joe Clark made 129.
Oh, he's in some runs.
Jack Haynes 82. 5 wickets for Dan Worrell and 3 for Sean Abbott account for all Surrey's successes there. In comes Gregory, bowls. Carlson leaves, shouldering arms outside off stump. Through it goes to Rue.
I must ask our learned friend from Somerset, would you not perhaps expect Pretorius and Overton to have opened the bowling, or no? He shakes his head and says no, they are first and second change.
Not always the fastest that open, as
two good bowlers to come in after these.
Glamorgan showed with Hadley not opening in the last couple of matches. Gregory bowls, Carlson pushes into the offside and calls immediately for the run and gets there safely. Sussex against Leicestershire. Sussex are 54 for 2 in reply to Leicestershire's 328 all out. Warwickshire against Yorkshire. That's a low scoring affair. Warwickshire 147 all out. Yorkshire 144 for 7. Wharton and Brooke made 40 apiece. Harry Brooke returning to the side, but no Joe Root this week.
Glamorgan's next opponents, of course, Warwickshire.
Yeah. Alan Dolby.
He's back, is he? From
4 for 37. Yep. Tallest man in county cricket. As Al Hassan flicks the next ball off his hip down to backwards square, takes the single, and it is 22 for 1. 21 for 1. 22 for 1. 21 for 1. The run was up instantaneously on the board. Last ball of the over, the crossover was just for the right and left-handers. In Division 2, Derbyshire 369 for 5 against Northants. Gregory is into bowl 2. Carlson, who drives and misses outside off stump, feet not quite there. And I think Kieran Carlson isn't going to die wondering in this particular innings. Derbyshire's main scorers, Caleb Jewell batting at 4, made 94. Harry Kane 73, half centuries 2 for Montgomery. And Madsen 3 wickets for Conway for Northants.
You rarely get a poor wicket at Derby, do you? Always lots of runs scored there.
Yes, Glamorgan have had a few high-scoring games in recent years when the rain stays away. They've had quite a lot of rain last year.
21 for 1 then, as Jake Ball, having taken the wicket that's fallen, is to continue, and he will be bowling from this end, as we have now got 3 slips. Well, it's musical chairs up there. Mid-wicket is coming over now to extra cover. Short leg has gone in to Al Hussain, and the gully has gone to 4 slips. There are 4 slips, a cover and an extra cover. As Jake Ball starts his run, comes in, bowls to the left-handed Hussain, who is beaten outside the off stump. We saw a lot of playing and missing in the Somerset innings, and I'm sure we'll see it in the Glamorgan innings on this pitch. In my mind, a very good cricket pitch. For example, Somerset scored 354 on it, and Glamorgan will have to knuckle down and get past that follow-on figure if they can of 205. Ball in again and bowls good length, and it's clipped away on the onside. It might have just hit a pad. They amble through for a single, yes, a leg by signal. They go on to 22 for 2, and we're in the 4th over.
Yeah, 22 for 1. It's
1.
Don't get previous, Edward.
Yes.
Is it a pitch for knuckling down though, or is it a pitch for
we saw with Carlson who
trying to put away the bad ball and score your runs while you can?
Well, Kieran Carlson trying to put away a very good ball in the last over, and he is facing now as a ball goes over the wicket and bowls, and he waits for that to come onto the bat and just nudges it away on the offside.
So obviously looking for the quick single there if he can find the little gap in the field.
Yes, you have to be on your toes if you're a non-striker, as we found here when Marvis Labuschagne,
yes.
Well, he sometimes called for the impossible run.
Yes, you had to be either quick off the mark or very firm with your no with Labuschagne.
Ball comes bouncing in, bowls, cut away, and that'll be 4 runs. Short, outside the off stump and over the head of cover. Is it me or what, Nick? There seems to be applause for every boundary and for every shot.
Good,
today.
isn't it?
Yes, and we had it with the Somerset supporters, so good atmosphere.
Yes, it's quite sunny on this stand down beneath us. You might find moving around the ground later on.
Ball in again, and bowls to Carlson. Carlson is beaten with a lovely delivery, which he played and then thought, shall I play it, and eventually beat him and went through to the keeper.
It's like watching cricket in fast forward this innings, isn't it? There's something happening virtually every
Playing
ball.
the highlights.
Yeah. Kent are in early trouble at Gloucestershire. Former Glamorgan captain Sam North East has gone for 2, leaving them 39 for 3. Crawley made just a single.
As Ball again comes in, bowls to Carlson, and he just leaves that, withdraws his bat, and goes through to the wicket-keeper. We've had 4 overs, and Glamorgan are 26 for 1. Tribe out for 4. Song is on 11. Carlson's on 6.
New look Gloucestershire attack after most of their bowlers moved, of course, last season. Will Williams and Gabe Bell are the 2 wicket takers.
Yeah, and well done Gloucester for beating Derby last week, because sympathise with them. They're very much like Worcester, Nick, losing all their players.
Up at Old Trafford, Middlesex 88 for 4 in reply to Lancashire's 201. Gregory is in and bowls deflected off the pad by Al Hassan. Well stopped and taken by James Rue going down the leg side. If you didn't see the scorecards yesterday, James Rue promoted to open the batting, both to give him more chance of impressing the England selectors, and also, according to coach Jason Kerr, talking to Anthony last night, to get Archie Vaughan a little bit out of the firing line. Gregory does not deliver on that occasion, lost his run up somewhere. 3 wickets for Sir James Anderson for Lancashire.
I've lost count. Is he 44 or 45 now?
Just looks it. All those overs under the belt. Worcestershire 2-5-1 for 9 against Durham. As Ul Hassan drives firmly but well stopped by Gregory in his follow through, and there's no run. That's a match in which they had some rain interruption yesterday, so slightly less advanced at New Road than anyone else. Up to date with the county scoreboard here on BBC Sport Online and on 5 Sports Extra. Anthony Gibson will be back with us after this over from Gregory. Somerset adding 17 this morning for their last wicket to achieve their batting bonus point. Gregory bowls, Ul Hassan defends to short leg, no run.
It's rather confusing. The Somerset fielders, who, if they're only wearing their shirts and flannels, of course, have got their numbers, but their sweaters haven't. But we do know. Well,
we've got Anthony who knows them all.
Yeah, we know where Overton is.
By build.
I think that's Jack Leach at short leg, isn't it?
No.
Same build.
In comes Gregory and bowls outside off
lead.
stump. Ul Hassan plays no shot, getting his bat high out of the way. Reminder, if you want to email us, it's Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk. On X, Web 2017, Ant Gibb for Anthony, and Ed Bevan cricket on Edward's new phone.
Not well, yes.
Gregory pulls out again as he lost his run halfway up that time. Bowled a couple of no balls in his first over, so he's checking his mark and tossing it a couple of metres further forward, and then he retreats further. I can't quite understand why bowlers don't bowl from a mark. As Gregory bowls and Ul Hassan defends.
I heard you talking about these hideous markings. They paint their marks. Where in the old days you just used to put a marker down and that was it. I remember a former county player coming to play against the club I played for, and he came with the paint, and immediately our groundsman ran after him, said, "What do you think you're doing? You're not going to paint my outfield or my runner. Just go and get the outers." And he threw him that.
So to be a top.
Yeah, get on with it.
As in comes Gregory, bowls. Ul Hassan forward defending, thinks about a single, thinks twice. We'll have to inquire about that next time we get a professional bowler in the commentary box. Why don't bowlers actually bowl from their mark, be it be a bottle top or a bit of paint on the ground? At least it is green here at Sapphire Gardens at the moment. I have seen lots of blue decorations or lots of white decorations, and it looks like Banksy or someone has been had work on the outfield overnight. 26 for 1 then, and Anthony Gibson and Edward Bevan will inform you of everything that happens in the next half hour.
Thank you, Nick. So Jake Ball going to bowl another over. It will be his third. He's taking the 1 wicket to fall, that of Asa Tribe. He's in and bowls, and this is turned down to Miggy Pretorius coming in from the long leg boundary. I'm disappointed in the dismissal of Asa Tribe on 2 grounds. First of all, I was rather looking forward to seeing him play in red ball cricket, having impressed me in white ball cricket.
I was looking forward to James.
And
Sorry.
the other thing, it would have given me an opportunity to talk about Jersey.
Yes.
Because Steve Pittard, my personal statistician from the Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi, has done a lot of work on great Jersey sportsmen, as this is turned down to long leg, and that is Will Smead down there doing the fielding.
Good to see, well, obviously good to see you back, and good to see Glamorgan back in the First Division, renewing in his games against Somerset. We used to be so very popular years ago when I started. Absolutely. When we used to play at Western Supermare and Bath, and it's great.
Local rivals. His ball in bowls and takes him on the pad, takes Carlson on the pad, probably doing a bit too much that. Really jagged back sharply from outside.
I was thinking, I spoke to Anthony before play started about the last game played here, and I think I was right in saying that Justin Langer got 100, and the opening batsman, was it Neil Edwards?
Yes, it was, yeah, Neil Edwards. Yeah.
I think he got 100.
He got 100 as well.
Yeah.
His ball in bowls to Carlson, who shouts no! There was never a remote chance, even a remote chance of a single there. And Carlson, obviously in decisive mood.
I also enjoyed listening to you talk about Harold Gimlet, and I'll tell you a little tale about him now during the end of this over.
His ball, 4 slips go down, no forward short leg, ball in and bowls. Peel for LBW.
Going down.
And
good voice.
Mike Newell, no response. Looked as if it was, from the way Carlson played it, it was going down the leg side. He was looking to turn it down to long leg.
Often, though, batsmen these days walk across, don't they?
They do.
And give the impression, yes, it's going down, but
they almost offer themselves up as LBW candidates. So last ball of the ball over. He's bowling to Carlson. Carlson's back on his stumps, playing this up to mid-on to Jack Leach. They think about a single. It's not there. It's the end of the over. 28 for 1, 12 to Ul Hassan, and 7 to Carlson.
Yes, the great Harold Gimlet. Many years ago, I was asked to go with a touring side to play down the West Country, and we were playing the staff of Millfield School, and they were 1 short, or 2 short, and they summoned Harold because he was the car park attendant at Millfield after he'd finished.
He did a bit of coaching there, yeah.
And coaching, and they summoned him. He came in about number 6 or 7. I remember it vividly, and he got 55 in no time at an age of must have been late 50s.
Yeah.
And you just admire it. And we again watched Gregory coming in, and a poor shot there from Ul Hassan, who tries to drive on the offside. Fortunately, to get a touch. And having heard so much about him, to see him play, and he retired. Not retired, hurt. He just said, "Well, that's it for now. I've had enough," and walked off. But I shall never forget that.
Yeah, wonderful player. I never saw him.
No, I didn't see him in there.
Yes,
played for Ebbw Vale. You know, he came over
to play
for Ebbw Vale. Yes. In round the wicket comes Gregory. Oh, and it squares Ul Hassan up, and it's gone down off the edge down to third man. They'll come back for a second. But another good delivery. 30 for 1. And Ul Hassan moves on to 14. And we are now in the 7th over.
Yes, we're unveiling the Harold Gimlet
I heard
doors
the story,
at Bicknoller Church on Thursday afternoon.
Gregory, from that river end, comes round the wicket and bowls to the left-handed Hassan, who's back on his stumps, and just jabs it in front of him onto
Another
the
no ball.
offside. Another new no ball.
He is the most prolific no baller
he?
in first-class cricket. Who's Gregory? He bowls a no ball roughly every 30 legal deliveries.
Yeah, that's amazing for such an
I don't
experience.
know why. I don't know why, but it's.
32
there we
for
are,
one.
yeah. Well, Dave, ex-Grumpy Gal, it's good to hear from you, Dave.
In comes the next delivery, and that's turned away on the onside, and they'll have a couple as it goes up to the boundary. It's not a huge boundary because the rope has been brought in, but they'll settle for 2 as Hassan moves on to 14. 34 for 1.
Dave from Cork wants to know why a bowler of Lewis Gregory's experience bowls so many no balls, and I wish I knew. Next time I get the chance to speak to him, I will ask him.
Now then, Lewis, let's sort this out.
And Dave also asked whether Somerset would enforce the follow-on, but I think that's a bit premature. I'm only taking 1 wicket.
Nobody
so far.
does these days. Except with a vast lead. In comes Gregory, bowls, and this is played defensively on the offside. There's no run.
I don't know what. I suppose it's. He does like to pitch the ball up, Lewis Gregory, to give it a chance to swing. So I guess he's always pushing that front line to get. He bowls a very good Yorker as well, more so in limited overs cricket than this form. But
I'm just about to say, it's quite expensive in limited overs cricket because you've got
he doesn't actually bowl so many no balls in white ball cricket,
right,
as he does in red.
And he comes again, bowls. Oh, that's our corner of the wicket. Very poor shot there by Ul Hassan. And as he's been doing for the last season and a half, he plays a lot outside the off stump, and there really wasn't any need whatsoever to play that. Caught by wicketkeeper Rowe off the bowling of Gregory, and he was out for 16.
And that's the 16th wicket in the county championship for Lewis Gregory.
The sound was caught by James Root off the bowling of Lewis Gregory.
He's taking them at below 15 runs apiece. Of the bowlers who've taken more than 10 wickets in the county championship so far, Lewis Gregory tops the averages. And that wicket of Zain ul Hassan will reinforce that position.
More or less gifted to him, wasn't it?
It wasn't his best ball, and it wasn't a very good shot.
So all in all,
he was drawn into playing it, I suppose, by a little bit of a way swing from Lewis Gregory.
And this will bring to the crease, not Colin Ingram, but the young all-rounder,
Callaway, who I'm also looking forward to seeing in this form of the game. He and Asa Try and the Rue boys all played for England Lions against Australia A during the winter, and for Australia A, Ryan Hadley featured. So
for 1 game, wasn't it?
5 players in this game played in that fixture back in November last year.
I suspect 4 of them will be in action again, unless of course James Rue plays for England, as he's very close to have a Lions game.
Probably need to get some runs in the second innings here to make his case.
What's your view on that? Putting him up to open and saying as an England opener,
I think it's up to James really. If he wants to open the batting, I think he should be given the chance. If he doesn't, and he's happier at number 4, then leave him where he is.
If he's picked for England, any cricketer will say, yes, I'll play anywhere you want me to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Callaway then is right-handed, an attacking field of 4 slips as Gregory comes in to the right-handed Callaway and bowls to him, and he's beaten outside the off stump here. And very good over. Very much as we thought with this pitch. We've got 2 good seamers and 2 other good seamers to come. They've taken a wicket apiece, and at the end of that over, it was the 7th over, Glamorgan 34 for 2.
Yep, that over very much appreciated by the Somerset faithful. Clustered down below us.
Yep, in the sun at the moment, but after lunch the sun will be disappearing and they'll be basking over there, which is the warmest part of the ground.
It's a lovely day though, I must say, for watching cricket. Very pleasant for playing cricket. Most of the Somerset fielders in their short-sleeved shirts. It's ball into Carlson outside the off-stump. No shot from Carlson. Still got the 4 slips. with Lewis Gregory at first slip, Craig Overton at second, Tom Abel at third, and Archie Vaughan at fourth. Will Smead at backward point, Tom Lammonby at mid-off, Chat Leach at mid-on, Alfie Ogborn is on at mid-wicket. This is outside the off stump and no shot from
What about
Carlson.
your new signing from South Africa?
Jordan Herman. Well, he's got a very good record. He's only 24, I think. He's hasn't played a huge amount of first-class cricket, but he averages 45 in first-class cricket. And I think his presence, or the signing, owes quite a lot to Lewis Gregory, with whom he played for Sunrisers Eastern Cape in the SA20. This is pitched up, half volley, driven away through the offside by Kieran Carlson. Just overdoing it there, Jake Ball. Looking to bowl a full length and getting the ball to swing.
Do you need a middle order batsman?
Well, it's possible. It's a very young middle order at the moment, and
They get runs though, don't they?
they do.
Blue.
But Archie Vaughan hasn't got very many runs. Tom Lammonby's been struggling a bit. He batted nicely yesterday. His ball in and bowls, and it's down the leg side, taken by James Rew. And it provides a bit of cover, because Somerset have got three of their top line batsmen injured. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's got a broken thumb. Lewis Goldsworthy, who's got a nasty hamstring tear, which is going to keep him out for a good long time, and Tom Banton, who has come back from the IPL injured. So none of those three are going to be available until probably the end of June. This is down the offside, wide of the off stump, and no shot from Carlson. So I think it's a good move for Somerset. He looks like a good player, and it'd be interesting to see where he bats. I've asked Jason Kirk whether he would open or go in the middle order. He said they haven't really decided yet. But one of the reasons for James Rew being promoted to opening was to give Archie Vaughan a better chance down in the middle order rather than opening the innings. Ball in and bowls, and Carlson plays that defensively. So it wouldn't surprise me if he opens the batting with Josh Thomas, so that you've got a slightly more experienced batsman with Josh Thomas, but he's a left-hander, Jordan Herman. So you'd have two left-handers, which maybe the left-hand right-hand combination would be preferred. But
When Archie Vaughan began, he had a very good start to county cricket, didn't he?
he did, but it was he was sort of hailed as an off spinner, and he's not. I mean, he's a more than decent off spinner, but his role in life, according to himself, is as an opening bat. That's what he wants to do. He wants to open the batting for Somerset and eventually maybe for England.
Here's Lewis Gregory, and he's bowling to Ben Callaway, yet to score. Comes in and bowls, and Callaway's back and catches the edge, perfectly safe. They'll get a couple, because I think the ball will be overtaken. Oh, it's 4 runs actually. Is it? Oh, well. The umpires are looking and say, what on earth went on here, as we did?
3 of them.
3.
Abel, Smead and
Yes,
Vaughan.
went racing after it, one to the other. It didn't go over the line, and in the end they did cross for 3 runs, which takes Callaway off the mark, and he moves on to 341 for 2. It was rather funny, that.
It was Smead flicked it back to Abel.
Yeah. Here's Gregory again, this time to Carlson. Bowls to him, and Carlson is a little bit nonplussed. There's the ball jags into him.
And he didn't flick it back far enough, so that the ball was in the air over the boundary, and Abel, in full flight, flicked it back, and both his feet were in the air at the time, so he made no contact simultaneously with ball and outside the boundary, and then Archie Vaughan completed the bit of fielding, so 3 of them had a part to play.
Yes. Gregory bowls. Carlson is big appeal there again. And quite that was four. Went eventually to
inside,
Rio.
I think they were appealing
Inside
for a
edge.
catch behind.
No,
Oh,
it's pad.
it just clipped his thigh, I think. It was a good ball. Went between
Clip
bat and pad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Bounce as well, yeah. Just clipped probably the pocket of his cricket trousers.
Everybody went up. There they do these days.
Well, there was obviously a noise.
Yeah. It's Gregory again. Bowls, and that's dabbed away. And it's fielded. Well, it's eventually fielded, and they go through for a single. Score moves on to 42 for 2. Can't imagine the fielders of yesteryear, 40 years ago, doing all that.
No. Mind you, 30, 40 years ago, there'd have been a third man.
Well, there should be
And it
third
would
man
have just,
now,
yes, it would just have been a single.
Yes, I won't bore you. Nick might bore you later with mine. And why they don't have a third man, especially when
Give away so many runs down there, don't they?
Yeah. Gregory in bowls, and this time it's left by Callaway outside the off stump and goes through to Rue.
Probably won't be too long before we see Craig Overton come into the attack.
And what
Pitch is still doing a bit.
still hitting more than a bit, I think. Anthony, plenty in it, which is good. As that game we had against Leicester shows. Oh. Last ball of the over, if there's no ball. Then he comes, Gregory and bowls, and this is edged away by Callaway. Perfectly safe. They'll get one, they'll come back with the second. Now we're going to have the same. Oh, Carlson, fleet of foot, is coming back for a third. And it's good running between these two. That is the end of the over, 45 for 2. The end of the 9th over.
Again, a posse of Somerset fielders going in pursuit of that. Same three as before. Abel and Smead and Vaughan. But Vaughan completed the fielding all by himself, put in the slide, picked up the ball, sent in the return.
You know, yesterday I was watching on the stream, and I thought I'm being projected here back to 2005, and I'll tell you why. When Archie Vaughan played a beautiful covered drive for 4, then he hit an on drive, I thought I was watching his father.
Yeah.
The off drive was exactly like his father.
He's a very stylish batsman.
Tall.
I think
Yeah.
I think he's going to do it at the highest level, Archie Vaughan.
Who coached him at midfield? Who's the batting coach there, do we know?
Garraway.
Steve
Mark Garraway.
Mark Galloway.
Yeah.
I remember him.
Here's Jake Ball to bowl his 5th over. Oh, and he goes past the outside edge of Ben Callaway's bat.
Yeah.
Jake Ball, who hasn't got a terrific record for Somerset, doesn't really compare with his record for Nottinghamshire, but he's been bowling better this season. For Notts, he took 206 wickets at 28 as he's in and bowls to Callaway. That's on leg stump, turned down to Pretorius for a single, 46 for 2. And Somerset, in his 12 games in first-class cricket, he's taken 29 wickets at 33.96, so nearly 34 runs apiece. And he hasn't looked quite the bowler that he was when he was with Notts. He's 35 years old now. But as I said, he's bowled pretty well so far this season.
Yes, bowling well here today.
He's in now and bowls. And they think about us. There's a misunderstanding, but they make up their minds quickly enough. There was always a single there as it was fielded by Josh Thomas at mid-wicket. 47 for 2, 7 to Callaway, 12 to Carlson. Ul Hassan Tribe already back in the pavilion. Ball to Callaway, who comes watchfully forward. Somerset persisting with the 4 slips, which again suggests that ball is moving around. lateral movement rather than up and down.
Yeah.
Just the odd ball bouncing slightly more than expected, particularly with the bowling from the River Taff end. Ball in bowls to Callaway, and that comes off a leading edge. Now it's into the offside. He was looking to turn that into the onside, and it flew out to...
We've seen quite a few leading edges this morning. Ul Hussain had a couple. So as you say, the ball is moving considerably.
It's the voice of Edward Bevan, who's been commentating on cricket for BBC Radio Wales since the dawn of time. This is turned down.
Seems like that time.
I think that went off the pad. Pretorius will pull it in, and they'll come back for 2. Was it runs? No, 2 leg. Just waiting for the scoreboard. Yeah, 2 leg buys. 49 for 2 at the end of that over.
Yes, I was at home yesterday and reminiscing to myself, and a name came up that you'll well remember, called Mark Lathwell.
Oh yeah.
Who I thought was one of the most gifted players. He had the 1 cap. Was it the 1 cap he had for England?
2.
And then all of a sudden, I'm packing up.
Well, it was quite a long time that he
Yes, afterwards, but he just... And I thought, oh, what a loss.
Yes, I've just been writing about Mark Lathwell.
Have you?
I'm writing the recent history of Somerset County Cricket Club, and it's very sad.
In comes Gregory, starts a new over and beats Carlson with a beauty outside the off stump, moving off the seam again.
He didn't have much self-confidence, Mark Lathwell. He had all the skill in the world.
I remember a morning down this Saturday morning, 3-day game, and Glamorgan won the toss at a very green pitch, and Steve Watkin was unplayable, and I think Somerset with 30 for 5 in no time. Lathwell went on and got 100. He was absolutely superb. As the next ball down the leg side, good take by Rue, dives and stops a certain 4 buys down that leg side. And what was his age when he packed in?
He would have been about 30-ish.
30.
Yeah. Early 30s probably. He packed it in 2000, 2001. And
how gifted was he?
he was very, very gifted, but he, as I said, he lacked self-confidence.
You wouldn't have thought so, the way he played. In comes Gregory in bowls. Oh, that's not a great shot by Carlson, who goes down on one knee and tries to force it through the covers. And as Nick was saying a few moments ago, he doesn't like to be tied down. He likes to get on with it. Very positive player, attacking player. He is on 12 out of the Glamorgan score of 49 for 2. In comes Gregory again, and this time he does get a bat on this, and it goes down past Gully, and they'll settle for a single. And applause, generous applause for the 50 coming up for Glamorgan. And many of people we can see from here in their red Somerset hats, bless them, applauding.
They're in a very generous mood today, I must say.
They are.
Somerset faithful.
In comes the next delivery, and it's that jag back again, similar to the ball Carlson had in Callaway, beaten on the inside.
It's a precarious business batting out there at the moment, isn't it?
I would say he might as well bowl till lunch. He's beaten the bat at least twice and over, and it's survival time here.
He's bowling as well as he has done in recent years, Lewis Gregory, this season. He's not as quick as he once was. Got this chronic back condition, but very effective still.
Here he is again, over the wicket, close to the stumps. Good length ball, which Callaway just pushes away to the offside. That's the end of the over, and Glamorgan are 50 for 2 in reply to Somerset's first innings total of 354.
Yeah, going back to Mark Lathwell, Jamie Cox, who was the Somerset captain at the time, did everything he possibly could to try and persuade him not to retire, but he wouldn't have it, and went back to Braunton in North Devon, which was his home village, where he still lives. But we don't see or hear from him, sadly, these days. But he and Marcus Trescothick opening the batting for Somerset in the mid-late 1990s were a sight to behold.
They were indeed. We've got a change of bowling and great applause.
It's the big Devonian,
Mr. Overton.
and
Bit of chat,
Carlson just pulls out. His mum and dad were here yesterday, Mark and Helen. I expect they're here today.
Yeah, it's not far to come.
Well, it is. It's not far as the crow flies, but
Oh, from Devon.
from North Devon it's quite a stretch. Here's Overton in and bowls down the leg side. Goal taken by James Rue.
They shouldn't have stopped the old ferry that went from Chepstow over to North Devon.
Well,
There
used to be one from Tenby to Ilfracombe.
At Swansea to Ilfracombe.
Yep.
For many years.
There was talk quite recently, 5-6 years ago.
I read it, yeah.
Of the Tenby to Ilfracombe route being revived.
You can, on a fine day, you can just wave.
Yeah. Well, you can. Yes, you can. There's Overton in and bowls on a full length and played up to mid-on.
Yeah. Much easier.
From Baggy Point in North Devon, you can see the Pembrokeshire coast on a clear day.
Oh, yes. Yeah. You can see Mumbles too from Ilfracombe.
You
Quite
can,
easily,
certainly from the top of Exmoor. I remember when I was working with you at St Helens, it was a beautiful clear day, and we could actually watch them haymaking on the top of Exmoor. This is driven up to Tom Lammonby at mid-off, and there's no run. But it takes quite a long time to get from Braunton to Cardiff. And that, of course, is where Instow is where Craig Overton's parents live.
That's in North Devon or South Devon? Instow?
North Devon. It's just the other side of the estuary.
David Shepherd lived somewhere around there, didn't
he lived at Instow, yeah. His brother kept the post office at
right.
Instow. This is defensive from Carlson.
Where Shep worked in the winter.
He did, that's right.
Great man.
He did. It's one of the most scenic cricket grounds in the country, North Devon. It's on a peninsula jutting out into the Torridge estuary.
And you never guess that David Shepherd,
Here's Overton in and bowls, and that's left outside the off stump.
during his time at St Luke's, played for the first team at what position?
You're going to fly half, I'm going to
Scrum
guess.
half.
Scrum half.
Shep wasn't exactly the size of the scrum half.
The obvious
bless him.
answer would be prop forward, but
Yeah.
did he? Vic Marks played scrum half as well for Blundell School. This is pitched right up and turned away through the onside. That, I think, will go for 4. Jack Leach in vain pursuit, but he won't overtake that. It's not been the best first over, that, from Craig Overton. He hasn't got his line right. That was overpitched. It was a half volley. And Carlson said, thank you very much.
Nick is back. He'll join Anthony. We'll take you up to luncheon.
Thank you, Edward. It's Edward Bevan. 54 for 2.
As a change of
70
bowling
get
as
away.
well at the River End, because coming on to bowl
Carlson,
for Somerset
17,
is
and Miggy
Nicola
Pretorius coming into the
Bowles.
attack for the first time. South African in his 3rd season with Somerset.
So he will take over from the River Taff end, with Glamorgan rattling along at 4.5 runs and over, but crucially with 2 wickets already down. And I think whether the question of whether Glamorgan will avoid the follow-on of 205 is going to be decided sooner rather than later at this rate, as Pretorius charges in, right arm over, bowls, and Callaway leaves outside off stump.
Hasn't made a huge impact so far. this season, Miguel Pretorius. He's taken 11
Respectable
wickets.
average, though.
Taken 11 wickets, so he's been contributing.
3 matches. This is 4th. Ben Callaway looking to get his season going. Plays no shot outside off stump. And on my perambulation around the ground, it seemed that Carlson was playing a shot a ball at times. Callaway made 52 and 28 not out against Yorkshire and just took 1 wicket. No runs and did not bowl against Hampshire. Got injured against Notts as Callaway blocks that one back to the bowler. So in a way he's having to start again really this season, having been on the England Lions tour to New Zealand and also did a spin bowling camp somewhere or other in the winter. Got 150 for England Lions, but didn't impress quite as much as Ace Tribe did. Pretorius in, bowls. Callaway plays no shot again outside.
He's much more of a batsman though than a bowler, isn't he, Callaway? Judging by the way he bowled yesterday.
Yeah, that was one of his rustier performances.
Well, he was bowling one long hop and over.
Yes. It's use of the word rusty, but last season he got a 6 for 25 wickets at an average of 32.
Not bad.
As Callaway drives to mid-on, and since his batting average last season was 54, I think if your batting average is higher than your bowling average, then
you're a more than useful all-rounder.
That's all-round status. But a slow start to this season thanks to that troublesome hip injury he picked up at Trent Bridge very early in proceedings. So Pretorius is in to bowl. Callaway wafts at a very wide delivery and makes no contact. Well, he's adopting the Carlson approach with a shot a ball in that instance, having left a couple that were closer to the stumps. Probably thought that one deserved to go. Maybe it did. He'd have looked rather foolish if he'd got out to it. 54 for 2.
He'd have kicked himself all the way back to the pavilion if he'd got a nick on that. So, see if Craig Overton can find his radar in this second over. Conceded 4 runs in his first. He's bowling to Carlson. Bowls this on middle stump, turned up to Jack Leach at mid-on.
Yeah, Carlson seems to be not only coming down the pitch a lot, but starting off on a potential run almost every delivery as well.
Yes, he's a very eager cricketer, isn't he? Overton in a bowls full length, driven away through the offside. That should be 4 runs. Tom Lammonby is in pursuit, but he won't overtake that. Another half volley from Craig Overton. Second boundary he has conceded, and another gift really for Kieran Carlson.
Freddie Jones somewhat ironically says Zach Crawley's best hope of keeping his place may be all the contenders scoring cheaply for the next couple of rounds, but Crawley hasn't got any runs either, albeit James Rue and Asa Tribe he's referring to there, both dismissed for 4 in this match.
I think Emilio Gay must be probably at the head of the queue at the moment. Is Overton in bowls, and this is taken on the body by Carlson. Thigh pad, doesn't play a shot. Again, it was going down the leg side.
Freddie's off to watch Mumble's seconds this afternoon, so hoping the weather holds. Well, it looks like it.
Forecast is pretty good.
Good luck to, well, a lot of the league games will just have begun. So.
3 steps for Craig Overton to Kieran Carlson. Again, he's got his line wrong. It's too straight. Can be turned comfortably into the onside to Josh Thomas there, mid-wicket.
I just have to turn my phone off, otherwise I'll get a constant ping with updates of club scores throughout the afternoon.
Essex are recovering against Hampshire, 125 for 5. Critchley and Mulder putting a partnership together. This is down the leg side again from Craig Overton, who just isn't quite on it this morning. Big Craig. Notts holding up Surrey, 398 for 9. Sussex 98 for 2 against Leicestershire. They're recovering. And low scoring contest at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 147, Yorkshire all out 152 outside the off stump, and 2 wide, and another undistinguished over from Craig Overton, who's not quite looking himself this morning. 58 for 2 at the end of the 14th over, 21 to Carlson, 7 to Ben Callaway.
Here with those 2 wickets going early, Somerset need the change seamers to step up. 2 wickets falling inside the first 7 overs. 34 for 2 at that point. 16 for 1 after just 8 balls, which sounds more like a T20 score than a championship one. Glammy podcast says on X, positive to see Tom Norton step up from the seconds and take wickets. Hopefully we can develop that Welsh talent and not see it disappear like other recent bowling talent. Yes, Welsh fast bowlers have not quite come through as the county would have hoped. In last 20 years really. As Pretorius is in to bowl and Callaway pushes forward, there's a
Inside edge, I think.
anguished shout from bowler and slips. There's no appeal, so I presume inside edge onto pad. Right, a couple more emails have flooded in as that is defended by Callaway onto his pad again, that trickles out on the offside. Aidan from Marseille, mention of Harold Gimlet brings to mind David Foote's superb biography entitled The Tormented Genius of Cricket.
Yeah. Yes, poor old Harold committed suicide.
And sends a picture of a scorecard in the Somerset Cricket Museum of Gimblet's 310 against Sussex in 1948. Thank you, Aidan. As Callaway defends that one back to the bowler, and there is no run.
It was his debut that was the most extraordinary thing in 1935, when he was summoned at short notice to go to Frome to play against Essex, and he missed the bus and had to hitch a lift on a cattle lorry to Bridgewater, where he was picked up and taken to Frome, and then he proceeded to score 135, which was the fastest century of that season.
Pretorius bowls, Callaway beaten outside off stump, playing at it, didn't quite get there.
A remarkable debut.
Martin Phillips emails, I agree with Anthony. Instow is indeed a wonderfully scenic ground. However, my abiding memory is playing the final match of the season there for Bradninch in the late 70s. As I recall, it was the first weekend in October, and fielding in the deep next to the estuary, I've never been as cold on a cricket ground. Thank you, Martin. Pretorius bowls, Callaway drives gently to mid-on. No run.
Played at Bradninch, which is also a nice ground, but not quite in the same class as Instow.
I think the
Its
coldest.
only real rival to Instow is the Valley of the Rocks,
Okay.
Linton, which is truly spectacular.
As Pretorius is on his way in and bowls and beats Callaway outside off stump with the ball that lifts.
Good over.
It was. Pressure remains on the batters thanks to Miguel Pretorius. It's 58 for 2 still. Coldest I've been working was one game at Derby where we were working in the old signal box type thing at square leg, which was difficult enough, and only heating the building was a rusty old radiator that looked about 50 years old.
Here's Overton. See if he can get it together in this over. That's pitched right up and skews off. Hint of a leading edge about that from Carlson, who rehearses an onside shot.
I think it was one of those games where I put on every item of clothing I had with me for the 4 days.
Coldest I'd been was at Kidderminster.
All right, haven't worked there.
At the start of, must have been 2023, I think. It was absolutely in a tent.
Ah, one of those.
It turned into the onside, and rivaling that was the Bob Willis final in the COVID year at Lord's.
It was pretty
the last
late,
day of which was October the 1st, and because it was COVID, we had to have all of the door. We were in a box in the Warner stand, not the Warner stand, the tavern stand, and it was and the wind was just coming straight into the commentary position. This is outside the off stump. Absolutely freezing cold, and of course there was no one there because it was COVID.
Quite.
And at one stage, all of the scoreboards at Lord's broke down and didn't operate for about 2 hours. And it was freezing cold. And Sir Alistair Cook, who wasn't a Sir, I don't think then, just batted and batted and batted. Oh, and this goes past the outside edge, and that's the first really good delivery that Craig Overton has produced. He had Kieran Carlson groping for that outside the off stump. That's where you need to bowl it, Craig. Marching back to his bowling mark, looking as if he means business. Captain Somerset in the first 2 games of this county championship season, as Lewis Gregory was injured. This again, well, goes past Carlson's outside edge. That's much more likely like it.
Well, Glamorgan will be really grateful if these two can get through another 10 overs or so just to see a bit of the shine off the ball, but the pitch is doing enough.
Overton, tall and strong, in bowls. Ooh, this is chipped in the air. That lands well short of Jack Leach at mid-on. Much better over from Craig Overton. It was a maiden over, and he beat Carlson twice on the outside edge in the course of it. At the end of it, Glamorgan 58 for 2.
Once again, we ask you.
Kevin Carlson, by nature an attacking batter, has tried to develop the more responsible side of his game in the last year or two, and to be able to grit it out when necessary. But I think he has come to the conclusion that you've got to go for it on this pitch as a batter, with the ball bouncing, doing a bit off the pitch. Pretorius in towards us, bowls to Callaway, who defends back to him, and there is no run. Albeit Carlson's strike rate is still 21 off 47, which is not one of his more attacking innings, but he does seem to have been playing shots.
Well, Somerset saw quite a lot of Kieran Carlson in that 20 over game.
Yes.
When he scored 137.
58 for 2, as Callaway whips away a shot on the leg side, but he's played it down to backward square. It's just a single. think it was the only Glamorgan home game I missed in the past that season. Of course, it was all the fun and frolics from a Welsh point of view, and I was on the west coast of France at the time.
Did Steve Watkin do that game? Or was that last year?
Can't remember. As edged and caught, a bounce, undoing Carlson, edge to slip, 59 for 3, Carlson gone for 21.
Yes, and it was either Tom Abel or Craig Overton who took the catch. Abel came across in front of Overton from second to third slip. We'll just watch the replay, and it was Tom Abel from third to second slip, in fact, taking it comfortably in front of his chest.
So Carlson's brief counter-attacking effort fails, and Glamorgan in difficulty at 59 for 3, and that follow-on target of 205 looks quite a long way away. And our contention that 354 was a good score on this wicket remains very much valid.
Yes, because I mean it was a brute of a delivery that took the shoulder of the bat. So was this Colin Ingram?
Yes, Ingram, a man who can bat long but can also attack some panache.
Is Colin Ingram.
Batting to come, the former Somerset player Sean Dixon, wicket-keeper batter Chris Cook, and then Tim van der Hoogten, Mason Crane, Tom Norton, the debutant, all of whom have some ability with the bat, and then Ryan Hadley bringing up the rear.
And well, he's got a terrific first-class average for Glamorgan as Colin Ingram, 49.85, 17 centuries, 21 50s. Figures courtesy of Steve Pittard.
And the one season where he managed the remarkable feat a couple of years ago of scoring either a century or a half century in every game that he played, which is quite some consistency. 59 for 3. Glamorgan needs something from him today, and Pretorius will come round the wicket to the left-hander as he charges towards us. Bowls and hits Ingram on the pad, he's out, and Pretorius is on a hat-trick, 59 for 4.
Well, it nipped back and didn't bounce too much, and it didn't surprise me at all when Paul Pollard raised the finger. Well bowled, Miguel Pretorius.
Yes, a bit of variety. It's been the bounce that's been causing Glamorgan trouble. That one did not bounce.
Trapped on the crease.
Shot back in at Colin Ingram, and at that early point in his innings, it probably shot back so far. It would have, I think, hit in front of middle and hit leg stump, that one, I would guess, if we had a ball tracking device available, but we don't, and Colin Ingram makes the long, lonely walk back up to the pavilion. So, would you like to take over for the hat-trick ball?
Against it's another former Somerset cricketer, I think. Sean Dixon, who is a bit liable to getting out for naught. He's got the worst duck ratio by anyone with batting credentials playing cricket at the moment. He gets a duck every 5 innings. Poor Sean Dixon. So today is the day when he's going to score some runs.
Well, he's had them for Glamorgan in his first 2 innings, so he's used up his quota of ducks. You're not going to get him now.
Yes, Steve says that even Hallam Mosley, used to play for Somerset, who averaged a duck every 7 championship innings, would have considered this a poor show. Duck every 5 innings. But he's a very nice man and a very good player, Sean Dixon, and we wish him every success out there. Right-hander, of course. Got 4 slips and a forward short leg for the hat-trick ball, which is going to be bowled from the River Taff end by Miguel Pretorius. 59 for 4. Pretorius on a hat-trick, bowling to Dixon. He's in and bowls, and Dixon gets a solid defensive bat on that, plays it out into the offside and survives the hat-trick ball.
Not to be then for Pretorius, but he's done a fine job in keeping the pressure on Glamorgan. 2 for 1, and about to send down his 18th delivery. Started with 2 maidens. Pretorius in to bowl to Dixon, who defends that back to the bowler, fields in his follow-through, makes as if to throw down the stumps, and the away support is delighted with Pretorius's efforts and the match situation.
And as I was saying, Sean Dixon lives at Langport, where I live in Somerset, and Steve Pittard suggests that he may have been subconsciously drawn to living in Langport owing to the town's cricketing claim to fame, which is that in 1913 a Langport side were all out for naught against Glastonbury. But he will be anxious to do well for his new county, Sean Dixon. Failed to score a century in his time at Somerset, which was a great disappointing, considering he's got a triple century to his name. It's Craig Overton then to Ben Callaway in bowls, and this is caught. Oh, it's just short of Lewis Gregory at first slip. Takes the edge and doesn't quite carry. Let's watch the replay. It was a vicious delivery again. It was angled in towards middle stump and veered away off the pitch, took the outside edge. Overton, who's definitely back in the groove, he's there and bowls, and Callaway comes watchfully forward and plays that defensively. Yes, Sean Dixon. What's the average for Somerset?
20 last season, I believe.
Yeah, 20. And he was well into the 30s for both Kent and Durham. This is outside the off stump, too wide, and Callaway can let that go through to James Rue. And the score of 59 for 4, and the way the ball has been behaving rather vindicates our judgment of this pitch yesterday. It was really quite remarkable that Somerset had managed to get through to lunch having lost only the 1 wicket. Overton in and bowls outside the off stump, and Callaway able to let that go through to James Rue. They needed quite a lot of luck, it has to be said, Josh Thomas and Tom Lamonby. There's a lot of playing and missing.
Yes, I mean, that's almost endemic to the business of being a top order batter, isn't it? Particularly on a green pitch like this.
Overton to Callaway, who plays that defensively.
Yes, one more over until the lunch interval, which can't come soon enough for Glamorgan.
Yeah, Somerset would dearly like another wicket before lunch, just to put the cherry on the top. Overton in bowls. This is nicely driven. Tom Lamonby is in pursuit and will just about pull it in inside the deep extra cover boundary, and they settle for 2 runs. Wasn't a particularly good throw, in fact, but he got it in the air quickly enough and deterred the batsman from trying for the second. 61 for 4 at the end of the 18th over. Run rate has slowed with the wickets that have fallen. It's now just under 3.4 runs an over, but still a respectable rate of progress.
I think you've already had the cherry on the top. You're now looking to put some sprinkles or a little dab of cream on top of the cherry.
I was just having a look, see what the batting is to come. Of course, Chris Cook is still to come, and Mason Crane.
Yes, Crane with a 99 this season.
Yeah.
Cook has not been in the runs. He's averaging 15.
But he's a good player.
He is. Be looking to prove that, no doubt, at some point this afternoon, as Pretorius is in to bowl and Dixon up on his toes and defending that one. Van der Hoogten averaging 27 this season. Crane averaging 50, thanks to that 99. And Tom Norton, whom I haven't seen bat in the flesh, bats 6 or 7 for the second, will probably come in at 10, I imagine.
So Glamorgan bat deep.
There is some capability, but the top order have failed so far, as Dixon ignores that one outside off stump, and no doubt the Somerset fans down beneath us in cheerful mood, so they can enjoy their luncheon.
It's a shame about Colin Ingram, because Steve Pittard produced 2 full pages of statistics about Colin Ingram.
As Pretorius bowls and Dixon on drives, and he's got that just about through mid-on, and that one will run away to the boundary for 4 runs. A diving attempt by Ball, but he dived rather over the top of it, and Dixon is up and running 65 for 4.
Yeah, nice shot. Nice controlled shot through mid-on.
Still the 4 slips, so there are a few spaces in the field. 4 slips and a short leg as Pretorius is in. Bowls to Dixon, who pushes into a little gap on the offside. They go through for a quick single. It's just about well judged as the throw comes in from Lammonby. Just about
think he would have been safe.
managed to bisect cover, and Lammonby, who is at the hybrid wide mid-off come cover position.
Lammonby should be disappointed at missing the stumps, because he wasn't very far away from them, had all 3 to aim at.
66 for 4, 12.59 on the board. 2 balls to go until the lunch interval. As Pretorius can send them down and get back to his mark very quickly, as Callaway steers one down deliberately into the gully, fielded by Vaughan. Moving across from 4th slip. It is now 1300 on the board. So this will be the last legitimate ball of the morning session. A session very much enjoyed by Somerset, who added 17 for their last wicket, before Mason Crane bowled Jake Ball for 9. 354 all out, Glamorgan collapsing in reply. As Pretorius bowls outside off stump, no shot needed or proffered by Sean Dixon, who's 5 not out at lunch. Ben Callaway is on 10, the wickets to fall. Asa Tribe for 4, Zainul Hassan 16, Kieran Carlson for 21, and Colin Ingram first ball. Pretorius has 2 for 6. Wicket apiece to Gregory and to Ball. Anthony Edwards and I will be back at 20 to 2.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games taking place elsewhere today in the Rothesay County Championship. It's lunchtime at Edgbaston, where Yorkshire have been dismissed by Warwickshire for 152. In their second innings, Warwickshire are currently 7 without loss, so they're leading by just 2 runs at present. Lunch at home sees Sussex 122 for 2, trailing Leicestershire by 206 runs. At Chelmsford, Essex are now 141 for 6, still trailing Hampshire by 94 runs. After the rain yesterday at New Road, it's been a full morning of play at Worcestershire's headquarters, where Worcestershire have moved on to 276 for 9, that's against Durham. At Bristol, Kent are currently 99 for 3, still trailing Gloucestershire by 226 runs. At Derby, Derbyshire are still batting against Northamptonshire, they're 446 for 5. At Trent Bridge, Notts have just been dismissed by Surrey for 415. And it's lunchtime as well at Old Trafford, with Middlesex 116 for 5, trailing Lancashire by 85 runs. A reminder that if you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they're available free of charge from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and that's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2026 Glamorgan yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, will be open until 4 o'clock this afternoon. It's situated opposite Gate 2 and is selling a wide range of cricket equipment and replica Glamorgan kit. Now, as far as the refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Cafe, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. And don't forget, there's a 10% discount there for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Hot and cold drinks as well as snacks can be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Casper Fowl stand at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine situated at the rear of the indoor school. Now, with warm weather forecast for the rest of the day as well as tomorrow, don't forget to use the free of charge water refill points at various locations around the stadium. And just to let you know that tomorrow during the lunch interval there will be a feedback presentation by the members advisory group in the Museum of Welsh Cricket. Mentioning the museum, it is open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. As I'm sure many of you know, it's had a major refurbishment thanks to a generous grant from the Welsh Government. And one of the brand new displays is a tribute to our late Chief Executive Hugh Morris. There's also a film looking back on Hugh's life and his immense contribution to the game. There's also a special brochure called Hugh Morris, A Life in Cricket, which has been produced. It's available for purchase either in the museum or from reception. It costs just £10 and all proceeds are going towards Velindre Cancer Hospital. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which, together with a range of other items and souvenirs, are on sale to raise funds for the running of this popular facility. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game, so if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting with strictest confidence your nearest steward.
On a Monday morning, I wake up for that instead. And I just I think the odds are that I won't be coming to the cricket afterwards. Certainly I thought the one Carlton had was a really good game. Somerset made one change to a scoreline, and also they were missing the other Root brother. Why are they missing the pair of them? They're doing the GCS. So they're really doing it to attempt to bring young players on. When you do not, the county champion they play out the no, we get it, so he's 18, he plays the day. Yeah, second. I don't know how old the other. When did Carlton first play? You can afford those teams, of course. People learn their trade. Some point if the other 11 or 15 are strong around them. So we've got consistency at the moment. We haven't got consistency. At this stage of this game. Welcome to reality. Yes.
Lots was very similar.
Yeah.
We bowled them out for 297. Well, the first day, I thought, oh, we've done well. And we're all at 113. And it's done well. They go out 4 slaps. We need 100 partnership, somebody to take us back in the game, because it's hard to see where it's going to come from. Callaway and it followed him. He sort of tried to back away, but the ball bounced and then sort of followed him, and he got the edge. It was a good ball, but this is what you get when this is why you get to a team who can win the title. You've got to play it. You've got to play. Essex will be the same, Warwick will be the same, Surrey will be the same. There's no hiding place.
No.
You've got to get used to it. Try to worry me. Second season syndrome, and it's just out, he's no good outside the off stick. I thought Tribe chased her right, and I was saying, I thought they both chased right ones.
Yeah, so who was caught low in the slip? That was Tribe, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he chased it right, didn't he?
And the Sam did. And England just got a hell of a ball. First ball,
Why are you not wearing a black tie?
I thought Reform did very well, don't you?
I think they did a little bit more than we did.
I think a good choice.
Not a good thing. It's not a good thing. Not a good thing for the outfit. I don't know how, like,
Really, I thought it was fairly obvious. I looked at the video and said they would team up with the Labour people because politicians, regardless of party, number one is power. And what the Labour people think about it, they can team up with Plaid, and anything that Plaid comes up, they can say, well, it's your fault for those, and we didn't really support it.
I'm not quite sure how it will work. Because that was what people wanted that Labour had.
Yeah.
If they team up with
Like
Labour,
not that,
and then they say it's much of the same.
I suppose it would depend, really.
Do you know, I can't say the same with this man's voice. It's the mellifluous tones of mind the handshake.
You okay?
Will you be voting for? Oh, sorry, I said the B word. I said the B word, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm with my bro, chilling out.
Oh, I didn't see that. I have, when I come at those stairs, I try to be focused.
Right, yeah. It's like you're electioneering, almost, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd be very cruel.
What they do, they hang this parrot. Expecting me to get annoyed.
But you know, I was saying to my brother just now that I came here this morning thinking, the one thing I must not do is talk politics with Phil. He's had a tough time. Let's make fun of other things other than that. And what did I do? I was rambling on.
Yeah. No, it was good. I enjoy it.
At least your teams do.
Yeah. I was saying I would say
Quite sharp.
but like I said,
It's a bit, isn't he got a, can he be a bit contagious?
his brother. His brother is the contact. Yeah.
Right. Well, see, I sit next to my brother who's music.
Yeah.
He played a bit of club cricket. It's quite interesting because he'll tell me what he thinks about a bowler's action.
Yeah.
Things like some bowlers they've got this bracelets and they collapse and things like that. There's England bowlers that he doesn't like their action. Overton, I think both of them, their actions look good to me. They look repeatable.
I was impressed. When you have to make one change to the score sheet, and also the other little brother is not playing. Both for the same reason. They're doing their GCSEs. Ada. Or Ada, is it? Yeah. It's got to be promised for the future. Yeah. Although your potential England opening bats now at 3 failures in a row, hasn't it? Yeah, he's done it twice. You must have expected to win that. When you're the end of part 3.
Yeah, but I wanted to manage. Okay.
We're getting to be a bit like Worcester versus Notts, only in the other direction. All the players you don't want, we'll have them, please.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Which is the subject completely because I couldn't find out who it was. Somebody on the forum was mentioning the Newport County Player of the Year, surprised that it was, but didn't say who it was.
What's his name? Bobby Cameron?
Is it Bobby Cameron?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't read.
That's all they said, and 2 or 3 people agreed with him, but never mentioned the name of the player. So I went on the county website, I'd rather think I won't be here on Monday. So I've got to say, if you look at it.
You know what the difference between I don't think it's but they run much than Somerset. There is more, put it this way, more urgency to get the ball.
Possible. So to me, it's certainly a different control. In the, I think, all around, their bowler seems to be that much quicker on out.
Well, I know he is a good player, but he can have some offense.
Is he so?
Yeah. He always reminds me of that. He always reminds me of God. You remember?
Through the door.
And it was, same thing. Yeah.
You just signed another set happened to that one, Somerset.
Yeah.
Herman.
That's what I said about it. Don't be going down the road.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He was the man who was the runner, the plane runner.
That's right, yeah.
I got completely balanced, non-confrontational politics. The one, our board election.
Yeah.
And I couldn't find it in the article.
It was this morning, as usual. I think.
Wasn't yesterday. So then I went on.
No, it wouldn't be yesterday.
I went on.
Taking the attendance.
They counted long before then.
No, the result was announced at on Thursday afternoon. Sorry, Friday afternoon.
When I went on the,
may have been.
I went on the Newport. I went on somewhere, and it referred you to the Newport City website, right?
Yeah.
And it announced that these results had been announced 15 hours ago, and some people said I'm confused. I thought they weren't counted the other day. But it showed that the Victorians who runs it to Legal Arms was first. And
False name. False name, so it has to be
Bainswell.
Bainswell. Yeah. He adopted that name when he was in the club in Kingston. That's true.
It is, yeah. He's a nice bloke. He came to my house twice.
Yeah.
Second time I think was by mistake. I had him come. I had the reform man come in that book chapter, and I asked him the same question. I'd asked him where do you live? You live in the ward. Sort of sheepish, just the other side of the motorway, he says. Which, and nobody else from the other party came to my door. I don't know. All I said to like no, to the ground.
Right.
Just part of the test.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nobody could be bothered to got to it.
I had from the Senate, I had I think Nick Bain was doing a bit of the Senate election as well. I certainly had the Greens, and there was a nice young couple, and it was so nice I couldn't say anything nasty to them. No, because I might have done now, having seen what you've got other things that appear in the paper about it. This is the headbangers of the Greens. It's not really bad.
Yeah. I think he was brought up from what he's told at Somerset. Anything else? I'm staying here.
I'm coming tomorrow afterwards, and the theory was my class was on the morning and I'm going to again.
You never knew it.
Oh no.
Look at the Somerset against Yorkshire.
I couldn't believe that Somerset off that. What's this about you being kicked out of your room from women? No, you should be kicked out there, I mean. No one said yes.
Yeah, I did. You know whether we
Oh yeah. That was last season.
Oh.
Right. Last season I was at the chief judge. Rothesay. There's going to be quite a stopping bit.
that was a great beer.
Yeah. And he said it shouldn't be in there. They can't do it. Yeah. So he said they can go. Oh yeah. And I said, how can I see again? And he said, what's that? And I did. Anyway, I wrote to him. Norton. Came back. No, I wrote. And then wrote and said, all on them. Yeah. No. Because I'd say I'm going to have the same trouble because I do like the women's and the coach might spend one holiday and they do have a chat with Is this a New Zealand one? Yeah. Is it New Zealand? It's one of the seven. Yeah, was a very good cricketer as well. Yeah, she was. When it was announced I knew the name of all the rest of it. So when we've had a call, occasionally, but your cricket, and I thought about so I think I can. So, but I sort of, when I came out to see you, was it the last game? When I came out to see you, the girl on the section said, oh, I'll sign it. I haven't seen
with the New Zealand women?
No.
I was thinking about it. But it was long before that. The moment not good. If you're going to be restricted to sit in the seat, you've got a ticket card. Which he answered yes, because it's an ECB game. And then he said, but use your common sense, it's only 2,000 a week. I said, well, so if you want to be a nice day when you come, they're going to be 215 of it. So we didn't know what to do. He was supposedly coming, but he hasn't turned up here yet. He got to go to the site. Like a butterfly. County issued a retain this yet? Had time to look. I doubt it.
Oh, hello then. Are you okay?
Yeah. It's a home game for a change.
Yeah. Because in effect, it might have no apparently, have you seen it, the main road is shut between Russell Drive and Rudolph School? Today. Due to an accident.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that.
Gareth found it on his phone.
Oh, I came.
No, you wouldn't come out of Russell Drive.
No.
Would you come out of Russell Drive, or would you come out of the box down by the chicken?
No, I came. Drive from Creek and open way in Legolas. Yeah. No, I didn't. As usual, if I'm going to town, I go down.
Oh, right, so you go north to Rudolph School and back round.
That's right.
You won't be able to do it, but maybe it's open now, but
I think the
some kind of road accident. Strange murder in Holloway, isn't it? It sounds like it, doesn't it? Sounds like a mother protecting her son.
Yeah, absolutely. That's it. Yeah. I got it. I said to the guy, I'm not going to. But then someone I don't think it is. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Weather permission.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I'm
Most of the time, and then you said you'll get it back around when the fishing so I guess it must I've been told what every these are the facts. So in what we were doing anyway, so that is how
To resume concluding the Glamorgan first innings after lunch, Ben Callaway and Sean Dixon.
Oh yeah.
Well, welcome back to sunny Sapphire Gardens here in Cardiff for the second day of this championship match, First Division, between Glamorgan and Somerset, and it's the visitors who are in control here as we're about to resume after lunch. In reply to Somerset's first innings total of 354, Glamorgan struggling on 66 for 4. We've seen some top-class seam bowling from the 4 Somerset seamers, namely it was Gregory, Jake Ball, Overton and Pretorius. And it looked as if Glamorgan were going to lunch with just 2 wickets down, but then Carlson got a ball that really left him, lifted on him, and he edged it at the third slip where it was taken. Pretorius the bowler, and with the very next ball, Colin Ingram got a wicked delivery that hardly rose over ankle height, and he was trapped LBW. That's the crease now. Callaway is not out 10, Dixon is not out 5, and it's Gregory now who's changed ends. Anthony Gibson and is bowling at this end. Perhaps he won't bowl so many no balls.
I wouldn't count on it. He didn't have much. I thought he bowled pretty well in his first spell. Didn't have much luck, but he's a fine bowler, Lewis Gregory. I spent the lunch interval chatting with various farmers from not just from Somerset but up from Dorset as well.
What, here?
Yep, here.
They should be working on the land.
Well, they're retired farmers.
Oh, there we are. There's Gregory running away from us, comes in and bowls, and Callaway, Dixon gets a ball that comes back into him and hits him on the top of the thigh pad. And the appeal obviously is given not out.
Yeah, a little bit of bounce there for Lewis Gregory.
It's a bit of everything in this pitch, isn't it? Certainly some seam movement off the pitch.
See almost as many familiar faces here at Cardiff as do when I'm at Taunton.
That's good. Well, they'll be enjoying this, the Somerset supporters, as Gregory with 3 slips, the cover, an extra cover, a wideish third man, a fine leg, and a mid-on and a square leg. As Gregory starts his run. He's in now and bowls, and this is driven nicely, but straight to mid-on, and there is no run. 1 for 28 of 6.5 overs for Lewis Gregory. 2 wickets by the ever steady Pretorius, and 1 to Jake Ball, and he dismissed his tribe in his first over.
Steadiness is really the key, isn't it, on this pitch?
But the ball does the work.
Yeah.
Or it should do.
Just if you can keep getting it there or thereabouts, you'll get your reward sooner or later.
Gregory passes the umpire, bowls now just short of a length, and it's played off the back foot here by the former Somerset player, very popular player, Sean Dixon. And much depends on him, Callaway and Chris Cook. Although the tail enders have really played their part. Crane has a 50 and a 40 and a 99. Not an ice cream, but he fell 1 short of 100 in the game here against Leicestershire. No runs off this over yet, as in comes Gregory. Bowls a little bit short, and Young's on the back foot, plays it gently up to mid-on. I suppose the only bowler who really hasn't hit his straps as yet, even though he's only had a couple of overs, is Craig Overton.
Yeah, he was a bit rusty with his first. Well, rusty, he shouldn't be rusty because he's bowled a lot of overs already this season, but he certainly wasn't quite on it when he started off. But
the others are made up for it.
Yeah, but he got better as his spell went on. Wouldn't surprise me if he comes on from the river end. He might do, or they might stick with Pretorius.
Last ball of the over as Gregory comes in and bowls, and this is driven firmly again up to mid-off. There is no run. A maiden over for the Somerset captain, and the score remains 66 for 4. The batsman out. Ul Hassan was caught, not a particularly good shot by wicketkeeper Rue off Gregory for 16. Tribe caught in the gully off by Vaughan. Archie Vaughan off ball for 4. Carlson was caught by Tom Abel off the bowling of Pretorius for 21. Colin Ingram LBW on the back foot.
Andrew
Pretorius.
Hicknell hasn't quite mastered the
score.
pronunciation of Miguel Pretorius. He just knows him as Miguel. He's
Reminds you of sort of Spanish waiter.
He's Miguel.
Miguel.
Known to his
You must
teammates.
tell him if you see him.
He's known to his teammates as Miggy. He's going to be bowling to Ben Callaway with 3 slips, 2 saving 1 on either side. He's in and bowls to Callaway, drives this back, and Pretorius stops it with his right hand, doesn't take it cleanly, but no possibility of a run. Most of the Somerset fielders in their cricket shirts. Overton and Gregory in the slip still got their short sleeve sweaters on.
It's beautiful. I went for a short
Yeah, it's
stroll
lovely.
the other side. It was really lovely. Much warmer than anywhere else, as always.
Pretorius in and bowls full length, which is driven, and it's not fielded by Jake Ball, who did his best, flung himself at the ball but couldn't get anything on it, and it's run away to the long on boundary for 4 runs. Handsome shot from Ben Callaway. Well, full marks for effort from Jake Ball, but he's not the best
It's a
fielder
long
in
way to
Somerset,
come down,
so,
to be
yeah.
fair enough.
He's-
Then he put it up.
He's not a natural athlete. Craig Overton would have stopped that.
Probably a good second row rugby player.
Yeah, they're a good fielding side, Somerset. It's one of their great strengths. 70 for 4 as Pretorius is in and bowls, and that's a half volley, which is handsomely driven up through mid-off for 4 runs. And Miguel Pretorius producing half volleys on either side of the wicket. First one on the leg side, that one on the offside. Beautifully driven. Bat and pad close together. Nice straight bat. Transfers his weight into the shot, so it doesn't have to hit it too hard. 74 for 4 on this warm afternoon in Cardiff. Pretorius in and bowls, and that's too wide of off stump, and Callaway has nothing whatever to do with it. Some of the Somerset contingent have migrated from this side of the ground to the other side, where
A lot of more
they're
will.
basking in the sunshine.
A lot more will. Highest score in this ground by a Somerset player, you probably know that.
Jimmy Cook, I think.
Remember it well. 3-3-1, not out. Good player he was.
It's Pretorius in and bowls, and gets a no ball from Miguel Pretorius.
Oh.
So 2 Somerset bowlers guilty of bowling no balls. I think that was in 1990, wasn't it? Which was the year when they changed the ball. It had a smaller seam on it. This was one of the TCCB, who were the
Everybody
governing body at
made
the
hay.
time. Yeah, and it produced some deeply boring cricket. Mountains of runs being scored. Pretorius in and bowls brings this one back into Callaway.
I think that's the year that sadly the late Hugh Morris got 1000. He and Alan Butcher were just shoveling out runs for fun. You're right, 1990.
Yes, it was. They were reader balls, weren't they? But,
They've got to do something every year. ECB.
yeah. Well, that was an experiment that, a bit like the Kookaburra, didn't work out. Pretorius in and bowls. This comes off the shoulder of the bat, but wide of Tom Abel at third slip. There is a third man, who's Josh Thomas, so it's just a single. 77 for 4 at the end of that over. 19 to Callaway and 5 to Sean Dixon.
Yeah, it's nice to reminisce when you play out of the sides. I just mentioned Western Supermare. I saw the great Martin Crowe get a wonderful 100 there. And Matthew Maynard got a 140, 150 in no time. And a packed bank holiday crowd.
Clarence
Wonderful.
Park.
Clarence Park, yeah.
The weather was either glorious at Clarence Park or it rained.
Yes, it was great.
August is always a dodgy month.
It is. Started over by Lewis Gregory, and he bowls, and this is played defensively up towards mid-off when there's no run. Yes, that was a draw game. It was an absolute belter of a pitch.
It could be, or it could be a bit of a minefield, Western. But sadly, neither of the Somerset festivals
It's very
survives.
sad. Very sad. Sadly for Glamorgan, no Swansea.
No.
I haven't been to Colwyn Bay for years. I used to love the festival days. Gregory over the wicket is in and bowls. It's shoulder arms from the batsman Callaway as it goes through.
Somerset haven't really got any outgrounds either.
Remember going to Bath?
Yes, oh yeah.
Yeah.
That survived well into the 21st century, the Bath Festival.
Just adjacent to the rugby field, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Do they play there now?
No, there's no cricket played.
No club cricket, no anything, nothing.
There's the club ground is not far away, but it's too small to play first-class cricket on. It's a lovely ground.
Gregory bowls again off the back foot. This is played. It's very well fielded
It's Will Smead.
by Will Smead, and the wicket-keeper run to him and say, "Well done, old boy."
It's a little bit unnecessary, isn't
It is that very
But James Rue is a very enthusiastic congratulator of his fellow fielders. They are a very close-knit group, this lot, because of course the vast majority of them, 9 out of the 11, have come up through the Somerset pathway.
In comes the next ball off the back foot. It's nudged down to the third man boundary where it will be fielded. They cross for a single. And it's 78 for 4.
The only two that aren't locally produced, as it were, Miguel Pretorius, obviously from South Africa, and Jake Ball from Nottinghamshire.
Well, Glamorgan have got 3, but
That's more than sometimes, isn't it?
yes. The trouble is, I envy Somerset because they got 3 or 4 public schools down there, which you can get well coached and wonderful facility players from that area, from those schools. As in comes the next ball, Dixon tries. Doesn't really time it and goes up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, and they're not all boys from well-off backgrounds
No.
either, because
And Devon
they
haven't got
offer-
a county-side, so they come up from
exactly.
there.
Yeah, I mean Somerset have got a big catchment area with Devon and Cornwall. The Dorset players tend to go more to Hampshire than to Somerset for some
Yeah.
reason. Yeah,
Yes, with Glamorgan, and there's a lot of people say that they should have homegrown players, but
it's easier said than done.
yeah. Here's Lewis Gregory, last ball of the over, comes in and bowls. Dixon drives and again takes his glove off the bat, or his hand, just didn't time it. End of the over, 78 for 4 Glamorgan. Callaway's moved on to 20, Dixon's on 5, and a large deficit at the moment for Glamorgan of 276.
Yes, Somerset will be anxious to bowl, well, hopeful of bowling Glamorgan out below the follow-on target.
I very much doubt whether they'd enforce it. I know we're going a bit in front of our time, but I doubt it.
Yeah, interesting
Because
to see.
2 fine days left.
I think if in the unlikely event that Glamorgan are rolled over quickly, I
Yes,
think they
exactly.
might. It's Pretorius in bowls to Callaway, who plays that defensively. But yeah, if Glamorgan are still batting tomorrow or still batting later in the final session this evening, with the weather forecast pretty good,
Yeah, it's very good.
I think that Somerset would want to bat again and hope that on the 4th day on Monday there'll be a bit of turn for Jack Leach to exploit.
Hope is the operative word.
It's Pretorius in and bowls down the leg side, and James Rue this time can't make the stop, and that's 4 byes. And it wasn't a very good ball from Miguel Pretorius. Started wide and went wider.
Wider still.
Yeah.
All the club cricketers of England and Wales will be out for their second Saturday. Well, in Wales it rained last week, and
Yes, it did in
everybody
Somerset as well.
played until about 4 o'clock, and that was it.
Okay, the rain arrived even earlier than that in Somerset. It started raining about 2 o'clock. Pretorius bowls to Callaway. Oh, and this one comes back past the inside edge, and that's 4 more. That's 4 runs.
Yeah,
so it's
inside
nearly a chance.
Difficult chance.
I'm sure, I don't think he got a glove to it.
He got it.
No, he didn't. It wasn't. Just away to the left of James Rue.
Yeah.
He plunged down to try and make the catch, but couldn't get a glove to it. So not a chance. But Pretorius will feel a little bit cheated. He got it back past Kieran Carlson's inside edge a couple of times. Extra bounce as well.
You get it in the right place, as I don't like the name areas.
The right areas. Areas, that's what the coaches say.
In the right spot.
It's Pretorius to Callaway outside the off stump, and no shot from Callaway. 86 for 4 with those 8 runs, 4 byes and 4 fortuitous runs off the inside edge of Ben Callaway's bat.
In this small total, Callaway is now the leading top scorer.
I must say the trees on the far side of the ground along the river are looking magnificent.
Still, aren't they?
Yeah. Pretorius in a bowls. This is driven, but will be cut off this time by
Not,
Jake Ball.
not timed again.
And the Somerset flag has still not been properly attached
Is
to
it
its
half-
flagpole.
Half mast.
Well, it's not supposed to be at half
Oh,
mast.
good.
It's not been properly attached. I don't know why. It's the Welsh flag and the Glamorgan flags looking very handsome as they stretch out from their flagpoles. Pretorius bowls, and it's well played by Callaway. Ball that nipped back into him is picked up by Archie Vaughan at mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. 86 for 4. Callaway to 24, and Dixon on 5.
Yes, very much depends on these two and Chris Cook, and some runs from the lower order is what Glamorgan lay, because it's only not quite halfway through the second day, so plenty of cricket left in this game. Oh, certainly.
Plenty of batting to come, though, isn't there?
Yes. I think
As is the case with most counties.
these days,
Yeah. There are very few genuine rabbits playing first-class cricket.
not when in the old days, the groundsman would rev up the roller or rev up everything. As in comes Gregory, starts in the over. And that went a long way.
It did.
Take by Rue in front of nearly second slip. Yes, if the old number 10 and 11s would come in, up would go the roller, ready. The famous Derbyshire chap came in at Swansea one year, and I think it was Cliff Gladwin or one of those anyhow,
Yeah.
and he came to the crease, or Les Jackson, and umpire said, Les, don't you want... God, no, I was here last year. In comes the next delivery, and is played gently up to mid-on by the batsman, who is Sean Dixon.
Even tail-enders tend to take their batting pretty seriously.
They
these
do,
days,
yeah, they do.
which I think is a good thing. Good thing. Jack Leach is one.
Yeah, he is. He's demonstrated that in Test matches.
It has, and he opened the innings not as a
I saw that.
not as a night watchman, but when Tom Carter-Cadmore broke his thumb, they're obviously looking for an opening
Yeah.
bat to replace him, and up went Jack Leach's hand.
In comes the next ball, and that's pulled down towards a fine leg. It doesn't have to move, and they go in for a single.
He didn't pick that up.
He did
Pretorius.
not time it, and had he timed it, I just wonder, it might just have gone to the fielder, but Dixon having a bit of a problem as he plays the shot again up at the non-striker's end. He's
He'll
moved
be
on to
so
6.
keen to do well.
As is
Sean
every
Dixon.
former player playing against his former county. Yes, he got runs. What did he get? He got 54 not out at Hampshire. This Gregory now bowls to Callaway, and it's a little bit short and played.
It's another no ball.
It is indeed another 2 runs. So 54 not out, 19 the previous game against Leicestershire. The first 2 games he didn't really get any runs. So
He was very hurt by Somerset's
was he?
decision, not to give him a new contract.
Well, I suppose it was very difficult when you had these good young players coming in to decide what you do. You've got to look. Anyhow, here's the next ball. That beat forward prod from Callaway as it held its line beautifully and went through to Rue. 89 for 4.
And it was shortly after he knew, he got the news that he played that incredible match-winning innings in the quarter-final of the Blast against Warwickshire to win the game for Somerset against all the odds.
And by the way, well played, but you're not being retained.
Yeah.
Lewis Gregory runs away from us and comes into Ben Callaway, who muted appeal by the 3 slips and the wicket-keeper because I think it was bat pad. Had it been otherwise, it had been even more of an appeal. Morgan's run rate is quite healthy, 3.73. 63 overs, and this the one last ball will be bowled today. Gregory turns, comes in and bowls at the right-handed Callaway, and there's 4 more, I'm afraid, down the leg side, rather wide, 4 byes. It's
The
the over.
extras are totting up.
They are. 93 for 4. As Glamorgan get near halfway to the follow-on if you want to work these things out.
The extras are now 22.
22 in 24
10 no
overs.
balls, 8 byes and 4 leg byes.
Nearly 2 overs and no balls.
Yeah.
Not good enough.
And in Somerset's total of 884 against Yorkshire last weekend, there were no extras at all, which reflected very well
The
on
accuracy.
Yorkshire's out cricket. Pretorius then to Sean Dixon. Oh, he bowled! A loose shot from Dixon. I don't know what was going through his mind there, going for a big off drive to a ball pitched up on off stump, missing it, and ball crashing into the off stump, and that's the 5th Glamorgan wicket down for 93, and Dixon gone, bowled by Pretorius.
Yeah, played all across it, didn't he?
Oh dear, he played that sort of shot too often for Somerset. I just don't know what goes through his mind sometimes. Out of the blue, he'd been batting perfectly sensibly.
Sean Dixon was bowled by Miguel Pretorius for 6.
And if things go on like this, you might have a day off on Monday.
Well, we shall see.
Yeah.
Pretorius now has 3 for 21, and it was a decent ball.
Yeah, but it just needed defending.
Yeah, full marks for pitching it up and inviting the drive, but it's batsman error really rather than quality.
Team coming back to for Glamorgan is Chris Cook.
Yes, Chris Cook is shorter runs this year, which is very unlike him. And he will come to join Callaway. So the recognised batsman, Cook is the last. Pretorius now 3 for 21, 6 overs and that 1 ball. But Glamorgan, they can't blame the pitch for a couple of dismissals, I have to say. Ingram, I thought, was very unlucky. The ball kept so low, and Carlson had an absolute jaffer of a delivery.
Yes.
It bounced and left him.
You couldn't blame Carlson
No.
for his dismissal, or Ingram for that matter. But I'm afraid that Sean Dixon was very definitely complicit in his own downfall. Well, he's taken 2 in 2, Pretorius. That possibility will no doubt be, or the possibility of repeating it will be running through his head. He's in and bowls to Cook, who reaches for that but gets it away out into the offside. Lammonby will pull it in just inside the deep extra cover boundary. He will think about a second run but decide against it. Alfie Ogborne is out there.
There was a third run there, actually.
There was, yeah. Ogborne taking the return. I guess he is on. I can't see Josh Thomas at the moment. It may be that Josh Thomas has gone off the field to put the fielding pads on. Unless he's down at third, which is also a possibility. Yep, there he is, down at third man, so I'm not sure who it is who's off. This is driven back nicely by Cook. That'll be 4 runs. Over pitch from Pretorius. He has been pitching it up and driven twice down the ground by Ben Callaway. But, it's a good fault, but just overdoing it on that occasion. I think it's not sure who it is who's gone off. Jake Ball, that's who it is. It's Pretorius in, bowls to Cook, tucks this into the onside and goes through for a well-judged single as Archie Vaughan leaves it to Alfie Ogborne. And the 100 is on the board for Glamorgan. 100 for 5. Generous applause from the Somerset contingent down below us. It's been a bit of a mixed bag, this, from Miguel Pretorius. He's it's picked up 3 wickets, but some of the rest has been a little bit ragged. He's bowling to Callaway, who turns this into the onside.
Yes,
Archie Vaughan fields.
Surprising, he's gone at nearly 7 and over. But he is picking up wickets, which is the most important.
We haven't seen Craig Overton since lunch.
And I don't think we'll see much of Jack Leach.
Well,
No
I
point in it,
didn't
is there?
really understand why Glamorgan bowled quite as much spin yesterday, particularly Callaway's off
Callaway,
spin.
I didn't work it out.
Pretorius in and bowls. This one bounces on Callaway. He plays it well out into the onside. End of that over, 100 for 5. I mean, I could see the logic of bowling Mason Crane, because leg spinner is always a possibility of taking wickets. But Callaway wasn't turning his off breaks
And he
at
hadn't,
all.
hadn't
just took
bowled
the
for a
pressure
couple of
off.
weeks,
Yeah.
which was very odd.
And he was bowling 1 bad ball and over, 1 short ball and over.
And this morning I couldn't understand. I walked in and I said, well, Leach to the left, to the tail enders, and Crane to the left. Tail enders are in the muddle against leg spinners.
Yeah.
As it proved, but they were quite happy against the seamers. So Cook takes guard at this end. 105. Cook has moved very quickly on to 7. And he waits now as Lewis Gregory has bowled unchanged since lunch, comes in, bowls, and Cook comes forward, plays it firmly. And a diving stop there.
Tom Lammonby's got strapping on his right elbow. And Jason Kerr, the Somerset head coach, I asked him about Tom Lammonby's form or lack of it. And he said, yeah, he has been struggling. And he's also got a niggle. That's obviously what the niggle is. Something to do with his right elbow. He's a left-hander, so it shouldn't inhibit his bowling. If he's given the chance, that is.
Gregory turns, comes in and bowls, and that ducked into the batsman. And Cook had to just the last moment and push it away on the leg side and scampers through for a single. That was the in-swinger coming from Gregory.
Yeah, he can get it to go both ways. Lewis Gregory, a very skillful, experienced operator.
Reminds me a lot of Michael Hogan, who would bowl 3 out swingers, and they'd leave, or push it, and all of a sudden they leave again, and it was the end swinger which hit the middle stump. As you say, very skillful, these people who can do this. Here's Gregory, comes in and bowls. This time Callaway leaves outside the off stump, goes through to Roon. Tribe out for 4. Ul Hassan was out for 16. Carlson 21. Ingram first ball dismissal for Norton. Dixon, who's just left us for 6. And Callaway has played very watchful innings. He's on 24, and Chris Cook is on 6. 101 for 5. Still a big deficit of 253. Excellent scoreboard, that. Everything you really want to know.
Very clear, easy to read, isn't it?
Yes. Gregory bowls, and that's played down to third man. Slightly angled bat, and it's fielded on a rather wide third man, and fine leg, conversely, is also rather wide. Where they used to be fine in the old days, well, not the old days, recently.
I think Pretorius is there, for the top-edged hook shot, maybe.
Big gap, inviting the batsman to drive between mid-off and cover. But you drive at your peril if the ball is going away from you. Down goes the wicket-keeper, and the 3 slips as in comes Gregory. Bowls and beats.
No ball.
Another no ball.
It's his 4th, I think. It's either his 4th or his 5th.
I think it's more than that. Pretorius has bowled a couple. So how many no balls have been? 11.
That's his 5th. No, there's 6 now.
6 no ball.
5 to Gregory and 1 by Pretorius.
Two balls left, hopefully. As Gregory comes in and bowls, and Cook, well, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. He thought of playing and then pulled his bat back. You remember Mark Benson, don't you? Former Kent England opener, the best lever you'd ever see. And he'd go and then he'd play the shot a millimetre of a second afterwards, and everybody, what's beaten him? It hadn't.
Trescotty used to do that.
He did, yeah.
Must drive the bowlers mad. Whistle.
Some spectators. Oh, you've beaten him again.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over is Gregory. Comes in and bowls, and bowls another absolute beauty. Yeah, so where do you play that from the other end? 104 for 5. Callaway is on 25. Cook is on 8. Anthony Gibson is going to take a well-earned rest, and Nick Webb will come in alongside me. Are you yearning for Mach and Seconds, whom you would be performing for today? There was no game.
Yeah, I'm telling you, they're 82 for 4 at halfway against Pontypridd thirds. You really didn't want to know that, but I get little alerts on my phone every few minutes.
Yes, I've had a new phone. I'm not.
How are you doing with it, Edward?
I'm doing 30% okay. I haven't dared going into pictures and all that.
Not being informed of the progress of any members of the family today?
Yes, one of the sons is playing. I can't get through to them.
As first ball of a new overseas, Callaway driving and missing at Pretorius.
Yeah, so just saying, nice for cricketers all around the country to get into things, having been washed out halfway last week, first game.
Well, if they explain WhatsApp to you, they can message you updated scores every few minutes, you see.
Oh, no, Nick.
And it didn't cost anything.
I've only had it a week. The daughters are tearing their hair out, trying to educate me.
I'll send you an emoji, see if it gets through. as Pretorius bowls and Callaway drives up to mid-on, no run.
We were criticising, Auntie and I, the shot that Dixon played. When he would, instead of just watching a Yorker onto the bat, when he played one nice shot for 4. But this is, apart from the no balls, top-class seam bowling.
In real time, I got the impression he was just beaten for pace.
No, played well over it.
As Callaway comes down the ground and drives, and it's beaten the despairing dive of mid-off. It hasn't got the legs to reach the boundary. They might get 3. Oh, there's a misfield there, close to the boundary, and ball almost chucked it over the ropes as he went to pick up, and the ball went further towards the boundary, but it's a very easy 3 for Ben Callaway, who moves on to 28, and the total to 107 for 5.
Which means that they've passed the halfway stage of the follow-on of 205.
Modest ambitions for Glamorgan at the moment. I can report that Michael Vaughan has been spotted in the ground, chatting with Matthew Maynard, somewhere in front of the pavilion, apparently.
I'll have a chat with the old boy.
As Cook defends that one back to Pretorius. Does Michael Vaughan come and watch Archie often? Yeah. So not that unusual. An email from Phil and Helen Batt in Cheddar. When the joys of watching Instow at Instow, North Devon CC, is that during the match one can gather cockles at low tide. We have done so while our grandson was playing there for Hatherley. As Cook defends that one to point, and there's no run.
Well, you could do that at Penclawdd, which produces cockles for most places in Wales, if you're playing rugby for the local side across the estuary.
That's from Phil and Helen Batt, appropriately for cricket lovers in Cheddar. Jeff Cox in Southampton. Welsh Exile says Glamorgan's top order bats seem to be an inch wider for Somerset's, as Cook defends in the wrong sort of way, he means, catching the edges. So thank you for your emails. glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. And the over, 107 for 5.
2 batsmen confer, and they realise that a lot depends on them if they're to get some sort of a substantial score. They trail by 247. And, on a pitch like this, you've got to be so watchful. Play your shots when the ball is in the right spot and not go fishing outside the off stump, which is done many times in this game. As Gregory starts in the over, and this is a nice shot off the back foot by Callaway. He'll get a single as is fielded by Lammonby on extra cover. Well, if Michael Vaughan has come down to see Archie, he's missed him taking the catch this morning and missed him playing yesterday for his 17. Although there were some lovely shots there reminiscent of his dad before he nicked off to young Norton.
Freddie Jones and Mumbles playing Ponteberem, worried about scattered showers. I haven't seen that in anything in the
down west,
for
yes.
This part of the world. Right, further west.
Gregory in and bowls to Cook, and Cook appealed for LBW, not out, says the umpire. And he walks nonchalantly away. That's the umpire.
Leg by.
Leg by signal. 109 for 5. Seen Gregory, who's bowling now, ball Overton and Pretorius. Gregory's taken 1 wicket, Pretorius 2, 3 rather, and ball just the 1. In comes Gregory and bowls again, and that's played with an open face down towards third man, and they'll amble through for a single. And Ben Callaway, the highest scorer, in this Glamorgan side, moves on to 30.
Yes, that's not saying much. You'd like to have at least a 50 on the board for a post-match interview.
Yeah. Cook waits as in comes Gregory and bowls to him. Plays a lovely shot, and might have gone all the way that, and middled it. He just hit the ball a long way, and it is in fact half a dozen of the best. It was a lovely shot by Cook. That does hit the ball very, very hard. And he picked it up so well, and that's rather a shock to the system, Nick Webb.
Yes, that was helped on its way, really.
Yeah.
There's a man in the deep at wideish fine leg,
yeah.
so it was fairly safe, to be honest.
Cook's come in and played attacking shots from the start. He's on 14 as in comes the next ball. And that beats him completely as he went through to the wicket-keeper. I think it was slightly slower delivery, but having been struck for a big 6 over mid-wicket, he got an absolute beauty the following delivery. 1 ball to go for his 11 overs, 1 for 44. Really reflect the way he's bowled, because he is bowling better than his figures.
It's the no balls that cost him, which is
Exactly.
self-inflicted, really.
Gregory then in and bowls to Cook. Cook beaten again, and
It's another one.
another no ball. Yeah, he's got to try and work this out, surely. Because if this was, although Anthony said he doesn't bowl so many balls in one-day cricket, I was going to say, you bowl this in one-day cricket, it could be fatal. Because every run counts so much. So we have another ball, and the score has moved on to 118. But he has beaten him with 2 successive deliveries after that 6. Gregory in, down the leg side, and controlled there by Cook as he works on his way down to fine leg. He'll get a single, and Glamorgan move on to 119 for 5. And this little partnership, and they all count, is worth 26. The 2 batsmen confer, and perhaps Gregory might just take himself off now. Anthony would know, I'm sure, but he has bowled, what did he bowl? 11 overs, 1 for 47.
Had an email wondering if we can give a quick mention to our little boy. It says Thomas M. of Ebbw Vale and Cricket Wales East under 12s has been undergoing radiotherapy and chemotherapy after brain surgery.
Bless him.
Watched the game in hospital yesterday and watching at home today. As a new over starts with Cook on the defensive. He had a Ben Callaway shirt signed by the team sent via Tom Norton in January, and has also had well-wishing videos from cricketers including Asa Tribe, Billy Root, Colin Ingram, Jack Leach and Joss Butler. Thomas's sister Holly plays for Glamorgan under 18s, and most of his family still play for Ebbw Vale. And Tom M wishes to say well done to Tom Norton as well. As that is left by Cook going through low outside of stump.
We all second everything that's been done, and the shirts and the good wishes from the 3 of us here. Get well soon, and get those runs, and get some wickets, and just get better. We're all with you all the way.
So Thomas M of Ebbw Vale. Hope
Yes.
you're enjoying our coverage still.
Good luck.
Good luck. Pretorius is in to bowl, and Cook plays it through the offside for a single. 120 for 5. Robert Williams has emailed, since another listener mentioned being cold on a cricket field, I used to play visually impaired cricket for Lancashire. Several years ago, we played Warwickshire in early April at Leamington Spa. At start of play, it was 1 degree. He came into bat at 10 for 4 in freezing cold. Good luck. He hit a 6 straight away when he went in and was caught behind second ball. All out 60 on the bus by 3. As Callaway drives nicely through the covers, that one may run away. No, just a couple of runs on that occasion as it's retrieved.
There's the famous picture, of course, on the famous game up at Buxton in Derbyshire. And that was in June, where the whole place on the second day was covered in snow, not just a smattering. And they played somehow on the final day, and I think Lancashire were all out for under 60 or 70.
As Pretorius is on his way to bowl to Callaway, who gets a thickish edge, safe enough, down to third man for a single. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that score on the board? Glamorgan would be glad if it weren't. So Robert says it's the only time he's reasonably glad to lose since he couldn't feel his fingers or indeed much of his frozen body at Leamington Spa in April. Thank you for that.
Can you imagine
Robert?
Feeling at second slip and the top edge shot comes flying at you. I think I just wave it away.
Cook on strike on 16. Is anyone really in on this pitch though, as Pretorius bowls? That sat up rather nicely, and Cook pulls it round towards mid-wicket. We'll pick up a couple of runs, played that in very controlled fashion. 1, 2, 5 for 5. If you could, had a couple through on my personal email, which I don't always check during play, so if you could send them to the BBC one, that would be great. And that address is glamorgan@bbc.co.uk.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral end is Jake Ball.
And it was Gareth who sent that message about his son Tom. So
yeah, good luck Gareth and Tom and all the family.
Bowling change, more of Ball.
In his second season with Somerset, signed of course from Nottinghamshire, and got the wicket early on today of his Tribe, who was caught. Nice catch there by Archie Vaughan in the gully. Just lifted a little on him. And he'll be bowling to Ben Callaway, who is only 33. He's worked hard for his 33. His ball turns and will bowl at the Glamorgan right-hander. Bowls to him now and clipped it away on the onside. There'll only be a single as the ball is fielded and returned. You were talking about the homegrown players, 9 in the Somerset side and 3 in the Glamorgan side. The pathway doing well down there in Somerset. Here's Ball, this time bowling to the right-handed Cook. In he comes, bowls. Cook this time watches it go well wide of the off stump, bounces into Rue's hands.
It's gone a bit off the pitch.
We got 57.5 overs left today, so I think it'll be a bit of overtime.
Might be a bit more Welsh presence in the T20 side if Smale and Horton potentially come into it.
In comes Ball. Bowls. Again, that's very wide of the off stump, and he looks down as if he didn't really land where he wanted to. Jake Ball, tall figure.
I don't think we gave the score of that other Glamorgan seconds game against Oxford University in T20 yesterday, but basically Glamorgan was struggling and Dan Douthwaite won it for them. They won the second game by 4 wickets. Douthwaite got 40 odd off 20 odd, including 4 sixes.
There's Ball, comes in again and bowls. Oh, that's evaded everybody and is going down for 4 runs. It was very low, nowhere near a chance. Much better delivery. And a despairing dive there at third slip.
Yeah, false shot, but
Abel having it.
Just about got on top of it.
Yeah.
So Abel is hauled up off the turf by his teammates.
130 for 5, and Callaway moves on to 34. And something I didn't realise that the run rate is 4.38, and Glamorgan are struggling at 130 for 5, but with the close fielders, there's plenty of gaps in the field. Ball bowls again, and Cook an exaggerated leave with his bat right held up periscope high as it goes through. Who was well, Hussain a couple of weeks ago held his bat up like that and it caught the top of it and was caught, wasn't he?
Was he caught or played on? He was out trying to leave anyway. Yeah.
In comes ball, bowls again. Oh, and he nips back into him this time and hits him on the thigh pad, but unfortunately on the left, on the right leg, which doesn't have a thigh pad. End of the over, Glamorgan 130 for 5, and this partnership now has yielded 37 runs.
He might be wearing thigh pads on both thighs.
Think so?
From that close-up we had a moment ago.
Inhibits his
There's
running.
a change of bowling as well at the river end, because returning to bowl is Craig Overton.
So Somerset just rotating their seamers merrily at the moment, and if you've got
As
four
Glamorgan
seamers
did,
all
yeah.
threatening, yes. Glamorgan had 19 overs of spin they sent down.
Talking to Anthony when you were out, and we were saying we couldn't understand how Callaway bowled 8 overs returning from injury and Crane was unemployed. Very odd.
Yeah, Crane got on. I think it was a different job that needed doing at the time, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They wanted Callaway to hold an end for a while. As that's driven by Callaway. First ball of the Overton over from the River Taff end, and there's no run. So Somerset quite correctly keeping up the pressure with
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
3 slips. As 4 saving the single and 2 out at fine leg and third man. Overton bowls. That's nicely driven down the ground. Not quite as powerfully as I thought initially by Callaway, and it's just a single with a scrambling stop at mid-on. Callaway's very proficient with those straight drives, isn't he? When he nails them, he certainly nails them.
Graceful, isn't he? You know, he's tall and he gets right to the top of the bounce. Got a nice long reach. Looks a fine player for a young lad.
As Overton bowls, Cook works it away on the leg side down towards fine leg. They'll have a look at a second, but in comes the throw from Jake Ball, whipping it in and deters them from a second run. 1-3-2 for 5. Remember, 205 is the follow-on figure, or potential follow-on. Not sure with so much time left in the match whether Somerset would enforce it anyway.
Doubt it. 2 fine days.
Overton bowls. Callaway drives beautifully down the ground again.
Beautiful.
Straight off mid-off for 4 runs, no doubt about that one. Running away, 1-3-6 for 5.
It's useful partnership. Well, more than useful, really. They put on 43 in no time. I think that was the shot of the Glamorgan innings.
It was certainly elegant, wasn't it?
Yeah. Lot of straight drives. You haven't seen many cuts or
I wonder whether
pullers.
Somerset might need to pull out one of those slips and post an extra man in the offside, because mid-off is very wide to try and cover as well. Overton bowls. Callaway forward defensive.
Yeah, I think they're trying to do, Nick, is you've got a big gap between point and mid-off, asking the batsman to drive, because they'll pitch in the ball up and the batsman might think, yes, there's a gap there, I'll go for it. And you hold out the third slip.
Yeah.
But Callaway especially has timed it beautifully, as has Cook since he came in. So they've been very selective, but you can see what Somerset seems are trying to do.
Overton in bowls. Callaway is forward and defends at end of the over. 1-3-6 for 5 in reply to Somerset's 3-5-4 all out. I knew you could say on any occasion batters need to be selective, but it's particularly applicable in these circumstances, isn't it?
Absolutely. We keep on saying that, okay, the Glamorgan tail enders have really done well this season, but you say that Cook is the last of the recognised batsmen.
Wickets tumbling at Chelmsford. Essex 1-6-3 for 8 in reply to Hampshire's 2-3-5 all out. Mulder hit a half century. 3 wickets for James Fuller early on.
He played for Leicester.
I
Mulder.
think that's the same Mulder. Let's check.
Jake Ball to continue from this end and bowls to Cook. Cook is back in his stumps and played a forcing shot, but to mid-off where there is no run.
You're right, it is the former Fox Vian Mulder. Notts against Surrey. Battle of two hotly tipped sides. Notts made 415 all out. Surrey 41 for 1. Joe Clark 129. Runs from the last 3 as well. O'Neill, Stone and Tongue all chipped in usefully to get Notts up to 4 and 5.
Paul in. Nice looking shot wide of mid-off. They go through for a quick single. And I think he would have been home, but dear old Chris Cook in his 41st year, is it? Or 39?
He is 39, so
yeah, well,
40th year.
He had to scramble a little bit, but he got home, and he's moved quickly on to 24, and that's of 28 balls.
He is quite speedy between the wickets despite his seniority.
Yes. 39 for Callaway, who waits as ball comes up, bowls, and this is a beautiful shot again by Callaway. You know, hold the pause. That really was. Yes, you've had your wish, Nick. A slip is coming out to plug that cover. Every shot that goes down there is a joy to watch by any player, really. But Ben Callaway, a local product, it's good to see.
He's hit at least 3 straight drive boundaries, hasn't he? Straight of mid-off, because mid-off is wide.
Yes, they plugged the gap now, and Callaway moves on to 43. As in comes ball, hits him on the pad, but no appeal. Partnership now is worth 48. And resistance coming after Glamorgan had suffered a collapse of 59 for 2, 59 for 3, 59 for 4, and then 93 for 5, and now it's 141 for 5. Callaway waits, in comes ball. Again, it's well pitched up, and his runs here, there'll be a couple wide of mid-on, and it's a chase and a pick-up, but another 2 runs. Glamorgan move on to 143 for 5. Callaway's on 45, and that is the 50 partnership between Ben Callaway and Chris Cook. And it's come pretty quickly.
Isn't it nice to have healthy applause for everything, really?
Remarked on that, yes. Good. People who are knowledgeable, who know their cricket, because this is proper cricket. Take that as I say it. You know what I mean, Nick. In comes the next ball. Down the leg side, hits him on the pad. Think about a run. No. Good old-fashioned county cricket. And that's the end of the over. 143 for 5. Glamorgan still trail. Big deficit of 211. And another reason they could keep those slips in, Nick, I think, because of the deficit. You know, it wasn't as if the deficit was 80 or 90 or less, but when it's over a couple of hundred, then
yeah, they've got a few to play with.
You've got a few, as you say.
Haven't seen Leach yet, have we?
No.
No.
Hence,
well, we've seen him, but not
finish.
Not bowling.
Yeah. Although they overrate his level.
Yeah, they haven't changed that since luncheon. So it might have slipped a little bit with non-stop seam as Overton bowls. Cook drives back Tim, does well to field in his follow-through. No run. A couple of other Division 1 scores at Hove. Sussex 182 for 2. The Australian opener Dan Hughes is on 116 not out after a couple of cheap wickets fell early on. That's in reply to Leicestershire's 328 all out. Overton is in. Bowls. Cook plays that one nicely on the leg side, but a tumbling stop at mid-wicket and there's no run. At Edgbaston, low-scoring first innings. Yorkshire led by 5 on first innings. 147 plays 152. Warwickshire in their second innings are belying that trend, though. They're 70 without loss, so 65 ahead in what's effectively a one innings match over 2.5 days. Overton bowls, and Cook plays this one into a little more of a gap on the leg side and gets the single this time. 144 for 5. At Derbyshire, 556 for 5. Brooke Guest at 7 is 118 not out.
Still batting?
Still batting.
Draw game.
Martin Anderson is 89 not out, and the lowest score in that innings is 39. Overton bowls, and Callaway wisely leaves a well-directed bouncing delivery outside off stump.
I say that because Northants have got a very good batting side. They've topped 400 or 500 this season.
Kent, a bit of a revival against Gloucestershire, moved on to 141 for 3 with half centuries from Ben Dawkins and Tawanda Mayeye. Overton bowls, Callaway drives, this time he's drilled it straight to mid-on, no run. Kent 141 for 3 in reply to Gloucester's 325 all out. At Old Trafford, Middlesex 116 for 5. Delay for rain at Old Trafford in reply to Lancashire's 201.
What a surprise, raining at Old Trafford. They say it rains more in Wales.
Overton in. Bowls on the legs of Callaway. I think that'll be a leg by as it's retrieved by James Orue. And a little tap of the knee from umpire Pollard to signal the leg by. 145 for 5 Glamorgan, and one final score for you. Worcestershire made 308 all out, Durham won without loss. That game a little bit of a delay because of rain yesterday, and Worcestershire's top scorer was the number 10 Jack Home, who made 63. There's 5 wickets for Ben Rain there for Durham.
Do you remember when we went up to Old Trafford for, I think it was the quarter-final or the semi-final?
Quarters, I think, of the T20.
Yes, and we were there on day 1, and day 2, and day 3.
Yes, rained quite a lot.
And Glamorgan were winning the game easily. And Clark went, what's his first name, went to Surrey.
Jordan
Clark came in, took 2 or 3 wickets and over. Lancashire won the game.
Yeah, by 1 or 2.
Yeah. Jake Balls to continue from this end, and he's bowling to Ben Callaway. And he comes, bowls to Callaway, plays half forward and just pushes it back gently. He is on 45. And 25 to Cook, 145 for 5. I think I'll make way for Anthony after this over.
Yes, it's about an hour after lunch, so it's probably about the right time.
Ball in again. Bowls. Oh, that's a beauty. Yeah. Now and again you get the unplayable. Glamorgan have got a few. I think Carlson more or less got the unplayable where he played it perfectly well and it just bounced on him and seamed away, caught the edge of the bat. And Ingram got one that hardly rose off the ground. Nice run up and action from Ball as he comes in and bowls. This is played up to mid-off. He's got the advantage, hasn't he, Ben Callaway? What do you reckon he is, 6 for 2?
Yeah, he's about 6'2", he's about
6'2", yeah. And he gets right forward. He's very correct. Injured his hip in the first game up at Trent Bridge. Was out for 1 game. Would have been out for another, but Glamorgan had a bye. Ball bowls half volley, 4 runs. So it really is a joy to watch him. As he gets anything that's over pitched, he's driven that for another boundary. And Glamorgan walk on to 149 for 5, and Callaway is on 49. Yes, it is over pitched and driven straight past the bowler. Ball looks a bit weary, puts his hands to his hips and
That's his 6th boundary. Most of them, as you say, have been straight
I think
drives.
they all have. I can't remember anybody cutting or hooking or whatever. 2 balls to go in this over. This ball comes in, bowls to Callaway. Callaway leaves the ball that seams away and is taken low down by wicketkeeper Rue. Run rate 4.40. Ball to end the over. 1 needed for 50 for Callaway in bowls, and he doesn't get it from this ball. Is it just a nudge up towards mid-on? That's my stint done for the moment. Glamorgan are 149 for 5. Long way to go. 205 runs adrift. Callaway on 49. Cook is on 25. As Nick comes into my spot, and he'll be joined by Anthony.
There we are. Well, Somerset could do with a wicket. These two batting nicely. And the Somerset attack just losing a little bit of its edge at the moment. Craig Overton not quite at his best. Jake Ball showing his age.
Overton in, bowls, and that's through Cook.
Nearly did the trick there, didn't it?
Oh, not at his best, and he produces a Jaffa to go right through Chris Cook. It was that sort of delivery that Josh Thomas, to his credit, managed to miss most of yesterday.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's a skill, isn't it? 1 for 9 for 5. As Cook does not miss that one. Plays it defensively back down the pitch. So Glamorgan making something of a fight back, and they needed it really. When Dixon had his stumps rearranged, they were deep in the mire. In comes Overton. A bit cloudy this afternoon. Cook needles it away on the offside, no run.
Still very pleasant conditions for playing and watching cricket though.
Yeah.
Just a breeze coming across the ground from the east.
Yes, it's several degrees warmer, I think, than yesterday. As Phil Collins would say, no jacket required. Cook waits 2 slips now for Overton, and that's driven for 4 as Overton goes sprawling on the pitch in his effort to stop it. He was slightly too late in getting that hulking frame down to the ground. And Glamorgan are prospering in straight drives, it seems. Cook to 29, 153 for 5. Long way from prospering overall, still 52 needed to avoid the threat of the follow-on. Overton bowls again. Cook flicks it through mid-wicket. He'll get a couple here at least. It's being chased up to the pavilion boundary. Hauled in just inside, and Cook puts on the afterburners and gets home comfortably for a 3rd. In fact, the throw came to the keeper at the Callaway's end anyway. So rain at Old Trafford, everywhere else is playing. We had a bit of rain at Worcester yesterday.
Looks like a nice afternoon at Craig Overton's home club, North Devon, Instow. Andy Cameron has sent me a photograph of the pitch there, which looks more than decent.
Next delivery is knocked down to backward point by Callaway. So that is the only ball that he'll face in the over. Remains on 49. 32 to Cook, 156 for 5. Yeah, as the forecast yesterday showed that Cricketers in West Wales might get an interruption or two. A few showers down west.
Well, there's no sign of any rain here.
In the land of places that are UK national broadcasters were struggling to pronounce yesterday. With Welsh results being high up the news agenda.
Absolutely. Right, Jake Ball's going to bowl another over. It will be his 9th. He's taking 1 for 34. He's in and bowls, and Cook comes down quickly and hard on a good ball on off stump. There's a cormorant flying across the far side of the ground above the River Taff, heading away towards the city. Don't often see cormorants at cricket grounds. His ball in bowls, and this is driven by
well stopped.
Cook, and a very good stop by Tom Lammonby. My money was on the ball there, I have to say, and if Lammonby hadn't managed to get his left hand down to make the stop, that would have run away to the boundary for 4. As it is, it was just a single, 157 for 5. Cook on to 33. Ben Callaway on the verge of a 50.
Good shot, good fielding.
Ball to Callaway, who's beaten by a really good ball, which pitched just outside off stump, and he felt he had to play at it just in case it nipped back, and it went away off the pitch past the outside edge.
Callaway started the season with 52 and 28 not out here against Yorkshire. Got injured in the next game, didn't play in the one after that, and then a duck at Hampshire.
He waits now, bat raised as ball is in and bowls, and this is not timed as he goes for an on drive up to Jack Leach at mid-on. Yes. And he's averaging 40, Ben Callaway, so having a decent season. Just the 2 slips now as ball bowls to Callaway, who will bring up his 50 with a single down to long leg where Pretorius fields, and you can tell by the applause how much that 50 has been appreciated by this good crowd here at Sophia Gardens, many of them from Somerset, but generous in their applause, and quite right too. 50 from 88 deliveries with 6 fours. And it is his 6th 50 in first-class cricket. Ball in and bowls this time to Cook, who plays that back to the bowler. It's the end of the Jake Ball over. Just the 2 runs from it. 9 overs, 1 for 36.
Yes, big century down in Canterbury last season, 181. And very mature on that occasion, having got to a maiden century. He just reset and carried on. He didn't go wild and think his job was done. Good afternoon to Neil Thornycroft, who suggests, are you the new Doctor Who with all your companions this game? Yes, a little bit of a changing cast apart from Anthony and myself. As Overton bowls to Callaway, who drives to mid-off, no run. With Rob Phillips on duty yesterday, Edward Bevan on the microphone today, and Kenneth Davis will be joining us for most of tomorrow, and such cricket as there may be on Monday.
I think we'll see plenty of cricket on Monday. I think this pitch is calming down.
Glamorgan with still a long way to go to make any sort of respectability as Callaway drives through the covers. Square drive for 4 this time, racing away towards the grandstand. Maybe didn't quite get to the pitch of it, but timed it beautifully, and it raced away, not in the air, and No, I take back that remark. He was the pitch fitter, having seen the replay. Callaway goes to 54, and the total to 162 for 5, and the stand up to 69. As Callaway leaves that one. As we keep saying, it's the art of selection on this pitch.
Jack Leach is warming up.
Good.
So we're going to see some spin, presumably from our end, the Cathedral Road end.
Still moving a bit off the pitch as that replay for video stream viewers demonstrated. Overton in bowls, that one's come back in. Bat and pad together for Callaway. Ball trickles out on the offside, fielded by Smead. 162 for 5. The men are out. Tribe for 4. Ul Hassan for 16. Carlson 21. Ingram first ball. Dixon for 6. 3 for Pretorius after Ball and Gregory had accounted for the first 2. Overton strikes Callaway on the pad. Appeal dies away quite quickly.
Umpire showed no interest in it at all. Probably too high, I would guess.
Overton looking to join in the wicket-taking party before maybe he gets...
I don't know. Overton's just signalling with his right hand and it may have been going down. Haven't seen the replay.
Before one of these two gets the shepherd's hook. Overton bowls. Callaway runs it down into the gully, but there's a good diving stop in that area by Smead, and there is no run. 162 for 5. Callaway 54. Cook 33. All this in reply to Somerset's 3-5-4 all out.
And we are indeed going to see some Jack Leach.
There's a change of bowling at the Cathedral Road end. Coming on to bowl for Somerset is Jack Leach.
Yep.
A product of the Cardiff MCCU system.
He's taken just 4 wickets so far this season, Jack Leach. Pitches haven't really suited him at all.
Made his first-class debut for the Universities against Somerset.
When was that? Was that the game when Compton and Hildreth scored a mammoth stand, which
I'll take your word for it.
Which is now Somerset's highest partnership in all first-class cricket. Should never have been called first class in the first place. They've stopped that nonsense of selecting, apparently at random, some of the MCCU.
Yeah, it was the first
games.
2 games of the season, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
Which was
ridiculous
odd.
nonsense. Right, Jack Leach to Chris Cook, and gives that one plenty of air, and Cook stretches forward. Just having a bit of a look, see what Leach can do.
It was in 2012, that game to which you refer, the partnership of 450.
Leach in bowls, and this is driven, but there's a long off in position, who is Tom Lammonby, who's put his... No, it's not, it's Josh Thomas.
And Cardiff students didn't play Glamorgan this year, they played Northants, I think, instead.
I mean, all for the universities to play the counties, but it's the first class status that's the anomaly.
They did beat Glamorgan once. Oops.
Leach in bowls, and Callaway watchfully plays that to Tom Abel, who's at short mid-wicket. We've got a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover. Catching. At least the short extra cover is catching, and this is driven. Won't go for 4 as Jake Ball is patrolling the cover boundary. Somerset just looking to slow the flow of runs, build a bit of pressure. Leach to Cook. Just a hint that possibly of a little bit of turn away from the right-hander. Mason Crane got his googly to turn this morning. Leach bowls, and this again driven up to a long off for a single. So respectable over, just 3 runs from it, but no obvious sign of threat from Jack Leach. He's probably been brought into the attack as much to give the quicker bowlers a bit of a break as anything. He'll wheel away from this end while the seamers alternate from the River Taff end.
Tim van der Hoogten waiting on the balcony will be quite happy to wait for as long as possible. Out of this current Glamorgan squad, Tribe and Callaway both played for the Cardiff University's side, as did Gorvin, and as did Dan Douthwaite, who's likely to be in the T20 squad. Overton is in to bowl. Cook plays no shot. Still a bit of movement around, taken by Rue.
What about Will Smale? Is he on the radar for?
Smale will probably be in the T20 side, I would imagine. Hasn't got a huge amount of runs in the seconds this
Another King's
season.
College boy. And his sister, of course, plays for Somerset.
As that's down leg side, well claimed by Root, tumbling across to his left. Oh, she's with Somerset now. She had missed that move, to be honest. She was with Essex previously.
I think she is anyway. Well, she certainly was last year.
Okay. Sorry for confusing anything. James Denslow, good afternoon to you. Says, great commentary. We're coming up from Wivliscombe. Tomorrow for day's cricket should be a good day, hopefully dry. Yeah, it should be all right with the weather. As Cook pushes that one out into the offside. John Salmon says, he says kind things as well. Would be useful if the commentators could be identified during commentary. Well, you should know Anthony by now. I'm Nick Webb, and Edward Bevan is our other voice for today. Lovely Welsh voice, he says.
You're right, Sophia Smale is playing for Essex.
As that's through outside off stump, Cook playing no shot.
She was with Western Storm. And she also plays for the Oval Invincibles.
Come on, Somerset, could this be our year, says John Salmon. Thank you, John.
Well, they need to convert positions like this into wins. They were in a strong position a couple of times in the game against Yorkshire and ended up losing. And they can't afford to do that again.
As that is driven beautifully by Cook through cover point for 4 runs. Once it had beaten Smead, then it raced away over this fast outfield. Cook to 35, total to 165 for 5.
Batting getting easier as the ball gets softer.
Yes, it's getting on towards middle age. We're still only the 39th over, run rate 4.35.
I say softer, it should be less hard. It's still pretty hard a cricket ball.
Yes. There's very excited appeal from Craig Overton, which receives a distinct lack of backing vocals from the token sotto voce from Slip, and nothing really from the keeper. And
It would have been a foot over the stumps, I reckon.
Yes, I mean that wrapped him somewhere around the mid stomach area. Yeah, Smale was based at Taunton, wasn't she, when she was playing for Western Storm?
Right, yeah.
Played most of their matches down there. And Glamorgan only need now a further 36 to avoid the possible concern of the follow-on.
Doesn't look as if it's going to be an issue. Not unless Somerset can break this partnership sooner rather than later. Jack Leach is going to try and do precisely that. from this Cathedral Road end. He's bowling to Callaway, who goes for the sweep, misses it. It's an appeal for LBW, but I suspect he got his pad outside the line of off stump, which is a very popular, yep, indeed he does. And he certainly was playing a shot. It's a very popular way of playing the sweep these days. Sweep from outside the off stump, get your pad outside the off stump, and takes LBW out of the equation, but not, of course, the top edge or the bat pad. This time, Callaway stretches forward in an orthodox defensive shot. Somerset contingent here, willing a wicket for Somerset. Leach tosses this one up, driven out into the offside, but Tom Lammonby will field at extra cover. Tom Abel is doing the honours at shortish catching extra cover, with Will Smead on the other side of the pitch. This is swung away into the deep and will go for 4 as Archie Vaughan tries to cut it off from long leg, but it's well struck by Ben Callaway. Brings him 4 runs, takes him on to 59, takes the score on to 173 for 5. Jack Leach just straying onto leg stump and giving Callaway the opportunity to play that slog sweep. Leach to Callaway, who he bowled! Comes back, it didn't bounce very much, and came back between bat and pad as Callaway looked to cut. And that wicket rather out of the blue for Somerset and Jack Leach. Callaway has gone clean bowled by Leach for 59 from 101 deliveries. It's 173 for 6.
Well, it seemed to happen in slow motion, didn't it?
Bit of a bottom edge, I think.
Bottom edge, might have possibly flicked the pad as well. Bounced all over the place. And Callaway can't believe his luck.
Ben Callaway was bowled by Jack Leach.
Turned that appreciably, maybe keeping a little bit low, as you say.
And I think that was the problem. It kept a little bit low. He went for the cut and it took the bottom edge and cannoned into the stumps. And Callaway just looking slightly ruefully at the bottom edge of his bat as he was walking back to the pavilion. But that's an important wicket for Somerset because Callaway was batting well, looking good.
He had looked in good touch, hadn't he? Struck 8 fours and seemed to be leading Glamorgan back to some sort of respectability, but there's still 181 runs in arrears.
Good partnership of 80 between the two of them.
6 wickets down, and you would have thought that Somerset are big favourites to have a first innings lead of some significance. Glamorgan 6 down in just the 40th over, albeit they have been scoring quickly. So Van der Hoogten in at 8, averaging 27 so far this season. He's not regularly unfilled much in the way of attacking shots, although he can strike the ball very hard on occasion. He has 1 half-century here against Leicestershire and an innings of 40 here against Yorkshire. So in some sort of touch, and Glamorgan could really do with a few from him, with Crane, Norton and number 11 Hadley to come.
No change in the field for the... oh yes, there is. Archie Vaughan's is coming in from the deep square leg boundary. No, he's not. He's being sent back by Jack Leach.
Just come in to say hello. Come in for the team huddle between wickets.
So we've still got the catching short extra cover, catching short mid wicket, and a tall figure of Craig Overton. That slip as Leach bowls to Van der Hoogten. That comes off his outside edge. Bring him a single as Pretorius has to go from backward point to short third man to do the fielding. 174 for 6. Applause for the Jack Leach over. 2 overs now, 1 for 8. Jack Leach and the wicket in that over of Ben Callaway.
So So we have a further 15 overs to go until the tea interval. Be a late one today because of the clatter of wickets to some extent.
The over rate is level, which again seems strange, doesn't it?
Yes.
How many overs would you say? 15 overs, so we're not going to get tea much before 4:10. Half an hour late.
Yeah, they I think allow 2.5 minutes for each wicket or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
And there's a bit of latitude here because of the long trip. Overton in, bowls. Van der Hoogten gets one off thick edge again, perfectly safely, down to third man for another single. It's not as long as it is if we're playing on the grandstand side of the square, when it is one of the longest walks, I think, in first class cricket, from the dressing room out to the middle, with the stairs inside and the stairs outside. As Overton in, bowls to Cook, hits on the pad, out.
Yeah. Not much doubt about that.
7-5 for 7. Cook playing across the line, and Glamorgan back in deep trouble.
Yeah, Craig Overton got one to nip back into Chris Cook, and again maybe didn't bounce quite as much as Cook was expecting, and maybe he was a little bit late on the shot as well, undone by a little bit of extra pace and movement from Craig Overton. I'll just watch the replay. Yeah, the finger went up pretty promptly. Chris Cook wasn't over impressed with it, maybe thinking it had done too much, but no, it hit him in front of the leg side of middle stump.
Yeah, Cook may be thinking it would have gone down low, but it didn't look a complete surprise in real time when the finger went up.
He's very decisive, Paul Pollard, isn't he? Well, in the sense that you can tell immediately after an appeal whether he's going to give it or not. He doesn't sort of ponder. If it's not out, he's showing absolutely no sign, no movement at all, completely impassive. And if it's out, up goes the finger.
So Mason Crane in at 9. Still to come the debutant Tom Norton and Ryan Hadley. I think these will be quite testing conditions for Tom Norton on debut. Expect him, if he does make a first-class career out of it, to rise 2 or 3 places in the batting order in time. But Glamorgan have been fairly set with this sort of middle to lower order. 1-7-5 for 7 as Somerset look to press home their advantage and give themselves the luxury of making a decision on the follow-on. Still 30 runs that Glamorgan need to take that one out of the equation, but it is going to be a substantial first innings lead, I think we can safely say, unless Van der Hoogten and Crane provide some very unexpected scores. Crane edges his first ball down into the slip area, fielded by a sprawling Abel. No run.
Just take him on the inside of the thigh, that.
Is it the thigh rather than the edge of the bat?
Yeah, it just seems to be. May have been a bit of bat involved as well, but he's rubbing the inside of his thigh.
Crane 99 in his last innings on this ground. As Overton bowls, Crane drives into the covers, and they will take a single, as Vaughan did well to stop it going from 4, but palmed it up to mid-off. Got a good firm hand on it.
Good aggressive, decisive start from Mason Crane, who's got a bat, a make of which I don't recognise. It's got orange and black stickers on it.
Overton to Van der Hoogten. Is forward watchfully pushing towards mid-on. Yes, it's interesting colours, those. I don't, like you, I don't recognise the make, and there's no big name emblazoned on that we could see from that brief glimpse on camera. As Overton sets off the last ball of his over to Van der Hoogten, who defends it out on the offside. No run. Successful over from Craig Overton. 1 for 34 for him after 10. So all the Somerset bowlers have contributed, at least 1 wicket. Pretorius has contributed 3.
And several occasions, just as I was about to produce a Steve Bittard stat, the player concerned has got himself out, and
you'll have to get him out.
The last
more
case it was
quickly,
Chris Cook, who is the he and Colin Ingram are the 2 oldest players currently playing in the first division of the county championship. And the last time the Glamorgan championship side featured 2 40-year-olds, Chris Cook isn't actually 40 yet, was in 1983 when Ivy Jones played his last game alongside Alan Jones, 41 and 44 respectively. Remember them both very well. Jack Leach is in and bowls and gives this one plenty of air to Mason Crane, who plays it back to Leach. Would-be England spinner versus would-be England spinner. Leach to Crane gives this one even more air, and Crane slightly uncertainly forward, comes off thick inside edge out into the onside. A bit more cloud cover this afternoon, still very pleasant, but conditions slightly more conducive to bowling. This one again, he's not pushing it through, Jack Leach, giving it plenty of air, giving it the chance to turn, putting plenty of revs on the ball, as they say. It's there and bowls is short and doesn't bounce very much, and is not taken cleanly by James Rue. Goes underneath the horizontal bat of Mason Crane, not unlike the delivery that took the wicket of Ben Callaway. But fortunately for Crane, he didn't get a bottom edge. Leach bowls, and a little bit of turn there for Jack Leach. Defensive shot from Mason Crane. Looks as if there might be a little bit in this pitch for Jack Leach as the match goes on, and indeed for Mason Crane if it comes to that. Leach gives this one a lot of air and a little bit of turn, as Crane doesn't have to play it too wide of the off stump to require a shot, and that was, I fancy, a maiden over from Jack Leach. 3 overs, 1 maiden now, 1 for 8, 176 for 7. Yes, going back to Chris Cook, this century only 3 championship wicketkeepers have been older than Chris Cook. Jack Russell, who was 40 years and 248 days. Alex Stewart, 40 years and 95 days. And Steve Rhodes, 40 years and 87 days. So he's, by wicket-keeping standards, Chris Cook is a veteran.
As Craig Overton ball to Van der Hoogten, who defends to cover. Yes, remember him coming into the Glamorgan side as a T20 specialist and a boundary fielder in the shortest form of the game. Good hands on the ropes and quite athletic.
He's always been a very good short form player, hasn't he?
Yeah, form went a bit last season. As Van der Hoogten defends in the T20, he lost his place to Alex Horton partway through the campaign, and didn't feature in the one-day cup. I think he was recovering from a minor injury and they wanted to give others a chance, as they do have Smale, Horton and Henry Hurl as potential future keepers. As Van der Hoogten gets another run down to third man. He's in Steve James mood. 3 singles all down to third man.
Steve James here? I haven't seen him.
I haven't seen him in this game. He does do some coaching with the academy. So
Writes very interestingly in the Times.
He does, on cricket and rugby.
Yeah.
There's Overton in bowls to Crane, who fiddles at that one in rather tail-ender fashion outside off stump. Poor shot for someone who got 99 in his last match here. 177 for 7.
I suspect that pitch was a bit more benign than this one.
Yes, Glamorgan thought it was going to deteriorate, and it didn't do anything really. Overton in bowls. Crane drives that one nicely into the offside, and we'll pick up a single to wide mid off. 178 for 7. As it was difficult to score quickly for large periods of the game against Leicestershire. I think Patel and Weatherald did so for the Foxes for a while, the opening stand, and Carlson scored quickly for Glamorgan, and everyone else plodded along.
Shot.
Van der Hoogten clips that one off his legs through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
In the air, but nicely timed.
Shouts of catch it, as there always are when the ball leaves the bat in the air in any direction. But it was racing past mid-wicket and rather squarer of him. So Van der Hoogten goes to 7. Totals 182 for 7. And 23 further runs needed to avoid that follow on.
Yeah, perfectly safe shot and well executed. Craig Overton thought he was hard done by in the fact that the ball didn't go to hand in the field, but it was a leg stump half volley, so he shouldn't be complaining too much. Another over from Jack Leach, his 4th. He's bowling to Mason Crane, who is forward, playing that respectfully into the onside. Will Smith with his sunglasses perched on his cap does the fielding. Leach gives this one a bit more air again. He's giving the ball every chance to gain some purchase off this grassy surface. Jack Leach in bowls, turned into the onside. Again, there's no run. Game of cat and mouse. You feel that Mason Crane's going to go after Jack Leach at some stage. Leach in and bowls at not this stage. It's played rather more firmly, but only as far as Tom Namanby at extra cover. Leach in bowls. It's a little bit quicker, a little bit shorter. Another defensive shot. Getting through his overs quickly is Jack Leach, which will improve the over rate. Last ball of the over. Leach to Crane, and that one turns. Too wide for Crane to have to play a shot at it, but a little bit of turn and a little bit of bounce. So some hopeful signs from the Somerset perspective as Tom Abel goes jogging off, and not sure who's come on as subfielder, probably Alfie Ogborn. Anyway, it's 182 for 7. That was another maiden over from Jack Leach, who has 1 for 8 from 4 overs now.
So Leach moving the game along nicely, as well as making that breakthrough for Somerset by bowling Callaway. Ball takes over from Overton. One tall right arm quick for another. Likewise Pretorius.
It is indeed Alfie Ogborn who's on for Tom Abel down at long leg.
Yeah, get the kids to do the fielding. Good motto for cricket teams of any standard. 182 for 7. Glamorgan struggling away to get up towards 200. as Van der Hoogten defends the first ball of the over to Smeed at point, and there's no run.
First time that Jake Ball's bowled from that end. Because I think he opened up this morning from our end, the Cathedral Road end.
Probably knows both ends from his time here as a Welsh fireman. Ball in bowls, and Van der Hoogten plays it away on the onside. No run.
Yeah, familiar territory for Tom Abel as well. Not that either Tom Abel nor Welsh Fire had much success.
Not last season of either gender. So,
of course, there's no Welsh and there's no Fire. One of your commentary colleagues said that.
Well, that has been true at times. Callaway is providing the Welsh this year. As that's turned away on the leg side by Van der Hoogten for a single. 1-8-3 for 7.
What are Glamorgan going to do with all the money from the 100 sale?
Well, there are fairly strict
that's what I mean.
things in place. There's talk of some redevelopment. I don't think anything has been thoroughly confirmed as yet. Ball bowls. Crane drives to cover, no run.
Not going to build a hotel.
Well, it seems a
centre.
popular thing. They possibly might. They do hold some smallish conferences and pavilion, which has got a few large and suitable rooms. I've heard that mooted as a possible. Also, development of the River Taff end to some extent. As Crane defends ball back to the bowler. One scheme that has been whispered about involved putting some hospitality facilities above the seating at the River Taff end.
Oh, that'd be a shame.
So we'd see considerably less of the trees.
Yeah, that would be a great shame.
Or possibly some more seating and taking it up to around about the level of where the TV gantry is. As Crane is defending that one to point, and there is no run. As far as I know, there is nothing set in concrete in those plans.
And presumably Glamorgan's reasonably well off as a county club, is it? I mean,
well,
do you get support from the Senedd?
There has been support from the Senedd in the past, but there were loans to pay off about relating to the building of this stadium that I think have only just been paid off this year with some of that money.
You're allowed to pay off long-term debt, aren't you?
So Glamorgan had long-term debts at one point to the Cardiff City Council, to their bank, and at one point to former chairman Paul Russell, who's no longer with us.
Leach in and bowls, and Van der Hoogten turns that into the onside.
But the financial masterstroke of the late Hugh Morris was to get various parties to write off large chunks of that debt if they wanted to see any of it back.
Leach bowls, and this is played up to Captain Lewis Gregory, who is fielding at mid-on, giving the ball a vigorous polish on the back of his left thigh. Leach to Van der Hoogten, who gets a short ball and cuts it away into the offside, but only for a single. 184 for 7. So Glamorgan aren't going to sell their share of the...
Bizarrely, they sold 1% of the franchise so that the Washington Freedom lot could have 50% of it.
All right. Leach in and bowls, and Mason Crane. What was the thinking behind that then?
I presume that was on the request of
of the
Mr. Goville,
purchasers.
yeah, the Washington Freedom chappie.
Leach bowls and Crane watchful. 2 from 21 deliveries, Mason Crane. Having talked about his aggressive intent, so I think the first or second ball that he received, he drove into the offside. But since then, he's been content just to keep the bowlers at bay. That was a single off that Leach over, which means he's bowled his 5 overs for just 9 runs and the 1 wicket.
Yes, I'll do one more. I think it's my turn to give way then. Edward Bevan can come back in and take us through the half hour until the tea interval, which will, as you say, be somewhat after 4, 5 past, 10 past.
5 past now, I should think.
With Leach hurrying things up a little bit.
Well, he's not wasting time bowling his overs, and because the runs aren't being scored off him, that's speeding things up as well.
We had our timer on someone in the last match. As ball bowls, Van der Hoogten works it off his legs and will take a single down to deep square. Who did we have the timer on? Was it Dom Bess, Edward? Sorry? We timed someone in the last match. Was it Dom 128?
28 seconds.
Was it Bess?
Best on best.
Yeah.
Quickest I've done is Johan Myberg, when he
Right.
played for Somerset, which was 1 minute 15 seconds.
Can be done if it's all patted back to him.
Yeah.
185 for 7 as Crane defends on the offside. Glamorgan inching towards avoiding the possibility of following on. A further 20 needed with 3 wickets left.
I'm not sure if listeners can pick up the grunt that Jake Ball emits whenever he bowls. Sounds a bit from as if he's swearing. He's not. It's just a.
As ball
There you are.
bowls down leg side, they're claiming
Oh,
for catch
gone.
the wicket, and it's given. Crane stands long enough to register his disapproval of the decision, but he has been given out, caught behind by James Rew, off Jake Ball, down leg side. It's 185 for 8. Oh dear, that does not look like a great decision on the replay.
I don't know. It might have come off the face of the bat, you know. But
Oh dear.
yeah, I think it probably was. I think it was thigh.
Mason Crane was caught by James.
As he walks off shaking his head, and might get done for a bit of dissent for that, to be honest. But that was a poor decision, because the umpire's simply got it wrong. He cannot have been sure that that hit the bat. Graham Brill had emailed in about Mason Crane's bat. It's an Adidas bat, apparently. It's
Oh,
a
right.
new logo.
Ah, well, there you are.
Thank you. And in comes the bespectacled debutant Tom Norton, who is wearing glasses to bat. I don't think he did to bowl.
Tom Norton.
No, he didn't. No. And getting a good reception. A moment he'll remember for the rest of his life. Walking out to bat at Sapphire Gardens for the first time.
Yes, people of Abergavenny, sit up and take notice.
Has Abergavenny produced any other famous cricketers?
Mark Wallace,
Mark Wallace, yeah.
neck of the woods. Mike Powell played up there for a bit. Geraint Jones, I believe, played for Abergavenny. Anyone else further back, Edward?
Can't think of anybody now.
It's certainly
Beautiful ground.
as well
In
as
the shadow of the Sugarloaf.
former first-class venue, but too small to continue as such, as ball is in bowls, and Norton defends his first ball.
That looked a very proficient defensive shot. Certainly looks as if he knows how to hold a bat.
So Glamorgan still with that 20-run gap to try and make up. I don't think any bonus points are very likely. As he's beaten by that delivery. Pushing forward, didn't quite get in line. Tom Norton. Testing circumstances to make your debut with the bat.
Bit of a bonus wicket that for Somerset. I think Paul Pollard must have thought that it had been glanced off the face of the bat.
As Norton is hit on the pad trying to work on the leg side. Was too leg side for any serious appeal. If the umpire doesn't know, then he shouldn't surely give it.
Well,
anyway, Leach ball. We'll try and finish things off before we get to tea interval, and presumably if these 2 wickets fall now, then we'll get an early tea, and if only one of them falls in the next half hour, we might get a late tea.
indeed.
Edward expresses some disbelief in the ability of the number 11 to last very long. It's not out yet for Glamorgan, Edward.
Leach to Van der Hoogten. No change in the field. Van der Hoogten stretches forward, plays it to Tom Abel. Slightly surprised that they haven't had a go at Jack Leach. Just content to keep him out. He's in, gives this one plenty of air. It's driven up to long off, where Josh Thomas will come sprinting in to do the fielding. Single is taken, 186 for 8.
Well, Van der Hoogten and Crane would have backed their ability to hang around and just accumulate the runs off the occasional scoring opportunity.
But Leach can be attacked. He's in and bowls to Norton, who stretches forward. I often say that his greatest strength, which is his consistency, is also can be on a flat wicket his greatest weakness. He's in and bowls, gives this one a little bit more air, met with a defensive Tom Norton bat. Leach again in, and Norton stretches forward as Nick Webb makes way for Edward Bevan for the spell up to tea. Last ball of the over, Leach bowls, and this comes off the inside edge of Norton's defensive bat. Just the one run from the over, so Jack Leach, the soul of economy, has bowled his 6 overs at the cost of just 10 runs and the wicket of Ben Callaway.
Yes, Callaway got in a bit of a tangle because I was sitting right outside and right behind. It was just a push forward he wanted to do, but he's going to try and cut. And Cook then, of course, the next over, he wasn't too happy. But
I don't see why he...
Well,
I'm not sure the batsman can tell
yeah.
you know, whether it would have hit his stumps or not, or hit the leg stump. It looked a pretty nailed-on decision from here.
He looked at his bat, so he might find himself in a bit of bother. Here's ball, bowls and beats Van der Hoogten outside the off stump and goes through to wicket-keeper Rowe. So 186 for 8. Follow-on is 205. Pretty certain they wouldn't enforce it if they bowl them out.
Yeah.
They'd spend most of tomorrow and tonight batting.
They want to give the quick bowlers a break.
Here's ball again, bowls, and this time Van der Hoogten defends back to the bowler. There were hopes that Glamorgan might recover pretty well, and after that
It was a good partnership, wasn't it,
of
between
80,
Callaway and Cook.
both of them then went one behind the other. Ball his 12th over the wicket, close to the stumps, bowls, and this is pushed up towards mid-on.
Good tight bowling this from both ends.
Yes.
Not offering the batsman any easy
In fact,
runs.
the only one that's leaked is Overton.
Yes, he hasn't been quite at his best.
No.
Gregor, not quite so relentless as he can be.
Yes, and the figures reflected not 2 for 38 off 11 and a half. Here's the next ball. This is a nice looking shot, but very well fielded in the covers there.
His father will be pleased with that.
Who's that?
Archie Vaughan.
Oh, right. Yeah, so I gather I can't see him. They haven't picked him out the cameras yet, so. Tall young man like his father. Ball coming in from the river end. Bowls again. Van der Gooten is forward, plays it up towards mid-off. No run.
I wonder what the batsmen think about the Jake Ball grunt.
Yes, they're used to it.
Must be irritating, I would have thought.
Yes. Habit.
Yeah. It's more noticeable in this game than I've known it before.
There he is, coming in to bowl. Tim Van der Gooten on 11. Bowls to him now. And that's left outside the off stump. Run rate is higher than I thought it would be, 3.80. Nearly 4 and over. But we've had attacking fields, and once you pierce the field, and it's 4.
Well, in the last, since the wicket fell, in the last 10 overs, or 9.1 overs, we've had just 13 runs scored.
I think the reason for that is because you could attack.
Returning to bowl, Lewis
I
Gregory.
was about to say you can attack Jack Leach, but because there are so many wickets down and his mid-off was way back, they thought, no, we better not. Because I haven't seen him turn a ball. It's just good.
He got a couple
length.
to go, but they were very wide of off stump.
Yeah. Anyway, we've got a change of bowling, and
Yep,
the
Lewis
captain's
Gregory
back.
coming back into the attack. He's bowled well with 1 for 47, but he's blotted his copybook, as they say, with 6 no balls. 6 no balls in 66 deliveries. So a no ball every 11 legitimate deliveries. He's in and bowls, and this comes off thick edge. Down to third man, and Tom Norton has his first run in first class cricket.
Yes, I'm sure many more to come.
And I'm sure he'll be feeling much happier with life now, having got off the dreaded mark.
Got the good build for a young fast bowler, broad shoulders. And I'm sure he'll watch his weight because he looks a well-built young man.
Tim van der Hoogten just taking a fresh guard from umpire Newell. 2 slips as Gregory's in and bowls, and this is played defensively back up the pitch, picked up by Tom Lammonby. Not quite as sunny now as it was earlier on, still very pleasant.
It's warm. Yeah, very warm.
Couple of pigeons fly across the ground. A gull away to the east. Gregory into Van der Hoogten there and bowls, and Van der Hoogten gets a straight ball that he meets with a firm defensive push. Leach fields 187 for 8. So Somerset's lead as things stand is 167. Oh, it's on the board. I don't have to do the mental arithmetic. Gregory into Van der Hoogten outside the off stump, goes through very low to James Rew. Just signs of some inconsistent bounce on this pitch, particularly with the bowling from this end. The ball that removed Ben Callaway from Jack Leach didn't bounce as much as Callaway was expecting, taking the bottom edge onto his stumps. And that one rather creeping through to James Rew. Tom Abel clapping his hands at first slip. Gregory in bowls. This is driven, but there won't be a run as it's not timed by Van der Hoogten. And Tom Lammonby with that bandaged right elbow fields at mid-off. Van der Hoogten 11 from 27 deliveries. It's been a restrained innings.
It has, yes.
Hasn't really.
This is the way he plays.
Hasn't gone for any big shots yet. Gregory in bowls the Yorker, attempted Yorker, which is dug out by Van der Hoogten into the onside. Just the one run from the over off the first ball of it. And at the end of it, 187 for 8, Van der Hoogten on 11, and Tom Norton just with the one run to his name.
Yeah, 52 against Leicestershire for Van der Hoogten, 25 against Notts. This is only 50 this season, yeah.
Jake Ball to continue from the river end. 238 off his 12 over.
Here he is, coming in and bowls, and Norton tries to drive ambitiously outside the off stump, but didn't make any connection. 187 for 8.
I think those two slip fielders need to keep their hands warm if he's going to go after balls outside the off stump like that. Might even be a case for reinforcing the slip
cordon, yeah. Here's the next ball. That's played out to mid wicket, and there is no Ryan. Nice sound with that bat of his. 18 runs still needed. What we don't want is a wicket now, so in the next, how many overs? 3 and a bit. And we'll have to play on and wait for our tea. Ball bowls, and Norton comes right forward and pushes it back down the pitch. Still quite a number of people in front of us here. The sun has gone in, as we thought it might with all this cloud, but it's still warm and pleasant. Norton, just a single so far, waits and drives on the bounce there to extra cover, but straight to the fielder.
We middled that one nicely.
Oh, it sounded nice. In comes ball again, bowls, and this is played out into the gully region. A good length ball, but a confident little push from the batsman.
Game just seems to have ground to a bit of a halt at the moment. Not many runs being scored and wickets not being taken.
Glamorgan probably thinking, well, they don't know what the position is going to be, so if they don't get the follow on, so they're trying to make sure, I think, to accumulate and try and get there. As ball comes in to complete the over and bowls, and that's edged down to third man, and they go through for a single. 188 for 8, and Norton moves on to 2 runs in his career of first-class cricket so far.
Elsewhere, Essex are frustrating Hampshire. Simon Harmer 40 not out. Essex 234 for 9, replying to Hampshire's 235 all out. So that's a pretty even game. Surrey replying to Notts 415 are 106 for 1, with Sibley on 49, making his case to open the innings for England. Sussex 266 for 5 against Leicestershire, who made 328. And Warwickshire, after being bowled out for 147 in their first innings, are 140 for 1 in their second against Yorkshire with Rob Yates. 79 not out. Here we got Lewis Gregory bowling to Tom Norton outside the off stump. No shot from Norton. And in the second division, Derbyshire 604 for 7 declared, Northants 16 for 1. Kent replied to Gloucestershire's 325, 206 for 5. Middlesex 116 for 5 against Lancashire, who made 201. It's raining at Old Trafford. And finally, Durham 57 for 2, replying to Worcestershire's 308. As Gregory's in and bowls outside the off stump. And,
did Emilio Gay?
He is not out 16. Ben McKinney is out though.
I think Gay is the man in, will be the man in possession.
Interesting to see if Ben Stokes gets any runs. He opened the bowling, Ben Stokes, for
he did, yeah.
Durham yesterday. Michael Atherton writing about the game at length in the Times this morning. 188 for 8, saying that Ben Stokes is looking very fit after his long layoff because of the facial injury. Gregory in bowls, and this is nicely played by Norton, and will get a single as it's not fielded cleanly in the covers by Will Smead. Not sure it would have run away to the boundary in any case, but Smead's stop has saved him a long chase out to the boundary in front of the pavilion. 189 for 8. 3 overs after this before the tea interval.
Hopefully.
Well, yes, if a wicket falls, then
you have to play on.
Yeah. Gregory in and bowls to Van der Hoogten. That one takes off, but too wide. This wicket is still not the easiest to bat on, although the ball does, for the most part, come onto the bat quite nicely. But there's also plenty of lateral movement and slightly more inconsistency of bounce. Pretorius is just warming up down at long leg, so I think he may come on to replace Jake Ball. Gregory in bowls, and this is played from the crease by Van der Hoogten. Plenty of encouragement from the fielders. Tom Abel there clapping his hands. Crowd haven't had much to cheer just recently. No landmarks, no big shots.
If there was a much bigger lead, or possibly around the 250 mark, because they've only bowled 50 odd overs, haven't they? 52, so that's they might have another crack, but I don't think they will.
Short from Gregory, and Van der Hoogten goes for the pull shot, gets nowhere near it, and is taken by James Rue. Good surprise weapon in theory. In practice, it wasn't particularly well executed by Lewis Gregory. That concludes his over. It's 189 for 8, which means that Somerset have a lead as things stand of 165.
Yes, and we approach the tea interval, hopefully. The over rate is level. They haven't changed it, of course. We'll see after tea what the up-to-date figure is. As
it's going to be Ball to continue.
Jake Ball to continue. 2 for 39 are his figures as he bowls to Norton, who comes forward and plays it up to short extra cover where there's no run. The 4 slips have gone to 2. Would you play next week?
Sussex.
Down there or Taunton?
Yeah, Taunton.
Oh.
Taunton. Not a bad team, Sussex.
Comes the next. Ooh, that's a bouncer. We put a lot of effort into that, did Ball.
Why isn't that a wide? There's no way on earth that the batsman could have reached that.
Mr. Pollard. Yeah. Remember, Paul Pollard up at Derby a few seasons ago. Nick will remember this. Just break off. David Lloyd, who left Glamorgan to join Derbyshire, he was playing with Glamorgan at that time, and he was given out by umpire Pollard, and he wasn't at all happy and got back to the dressing room. But unfortunately, the dressing room was not. It was in hearing. If you remember, Nick, and Pollard wasn't happy. He could hear everything he was saying.
Oh dear.
So he reported him, and I don't know what happened, but there's a little bit of history there. He's busy talking now to Tim van der Gooten.
Yeah, having a good chat up there.
Left-handed batsman who went to Worcester to play after starting somewhere else. I think
Notts,
that's right. And Glamorgan had driven down from, where did we come from? Leicester the day before, one-day match, play a 4-day match, and it was a thundery morning. It was more or less black, not raining, playable, and everybody thought whoever wins the toss here is going to go everywhere. Mark Wallace was captain, won the toss and said we'll have a bowl. Pollard got a double 100. Then comes bowls, and this is played out gently up to mid-on. So the game is very quiet at the moment as we come up to the tea interval. Oh, we're only 20 minutes.
Tom Norton 3 from 23, Van der Hoogten 11 from 31.
We're only 20 minutes after the tea interval, which is not too bad, is it? With the seamers bowling most of the time.
Yeah. Well, Somerset are usually quite expeditious in bowling their overs.
That's good to hear.
You'll see the wicketkeeper and slips jogging between the overs.
So they should be. Test match is appalling.
Yeah.
Absolutely appalling. 12 overs, 13 overs.
Right, the anti-penultimate over of the afternoon session is going to be bowled by Lewis Gregory in and bowls. An appeal for LBW, but not sustained. I think it may have been an inside edge, or there was something fundamentally wrong with it in any case. Yeah, I think the inside edge.
The only thing, it looked pretty straight.
Yeah. And Gregory with a broad grin on his face as he walks back past the umpire. Yes, Gregory he started the appeal, but he didn't finish it. And he, of course, was in the best position to judge whether that had taken the inside edge.
I think he's bowled more overs than anybody, I would have thought. Ball might have bowled more.
Yeah. And tries again into Van der Hoogten. This is down the leg side, and a very good take by James Roos.
Very wide, isn't it?
4 byes there. Take a bow. James Rue, he gets a low 5 from big Craig Overton from second slip by way of appreciation.
It's not beyond the realm of possibility that if he gets picked for England, Anthony, and they think Smith is not up to it or he wants more time and concentrate on his batting.
Is Gregory in bowls outside the off stump again?
He could keep for England.
I think it's unlikely.
I think so too.
I think Jamie Smith has pretty much got that for the duration, especially as he has been getting runs for Surrey.
But up to this last game, he hasn't been keeping wicket, has he?
No, he hasn't. No.
As Alex Stewart, the best keeper in the world, has been doing it. Ben Foakes.
Ben Foakes, yeah. Well, he's certainly a very good wicketkeeper, Ben Foakes.
Those days are gone. You don't play your best keeper, do you?
Gregory in and bowls. That's turned up to mid-on, but you could have said that in the Alan Knott, Bob Taylor era.
Bob Taylor for me.
Yeah, you see. But it was Alan Knott who got to play for England because he was a much better batsman.
That's right.
So there's nothing new under the sun.
No. There've been so many good. Jack was a superb wicket-keeper, of course, Jack Russell.
Ivan Jones wasn't a bad keeper, was he?
Jack was a good keeper.
Yeah.
Fine keeper.
It's Gregory in and bowls, and this is played back to him on the bounce by Van der Hoogten.
I've said the story many times. Glamorgan in '97 won the championship, and they started with Colin Metson, who was one of the best keepers in the country. Beautiful hands he had. But Matthew Maynard, the captain, wanted more runs from number 7, 8. So Adrian Shaw came in, did get runs, and he stayed there. And Metson never came back.
Gregory in bowls beats that shot from Van der Hoogten. Well, the same thing happened to Neil Burns.
Rob Turner,
and Rob Turner came in because Rob Turner was better batsman, and Neil Burns was sort of peremptorily dropped and relegated to captaining the second 11, which he did very, very well.
Yeah.
But he understandably felt a bit hard done by him. I mean, Rob Turner, top-class wicketkeeper, but it was hard on.
Tall man, wasn't he? Big man.
Yeah, for a wicketkeeper,
Turner.
but very good keeper.
Yeah, he was.
Western-Supermare boy.
Tom Lambie's going to have a bowl.
Well, Tom Lammonby is right at the top of near the top of the bowling averages, because he's picked up 2 wickets.
There he is, bowling left arm seam over the wicket, and he's bowling to Norton and bowls to him. Good length ball, which is pushed away. Now, Tom, you're a very good bowler and a good batsman, but would you mind for the next 5 balls not taking a wicket? As we don't really want half an hour of pushing and prodding, because we're rather thirsty and could do with a cake if they're there.
2 for 18 he took down at Hampshire, so his wickets are costing an average of 9 runs at the moment.
There he is then, and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump. It scuttles through. Well, he didn't scuttle, it bounced through.
Quite a lot of swing after that bounced. He's got a nice easy action,
Yes,
Tom Lammonby. Fine athlete.
Trevor Guard, remember, keeping for
He was at the Somerset Former Players.
Was he?
Last weekend, yeah.
There he is, bowls again, and this is driven confidently up to mid-on.
Yep, still living in Somerset, not very far away from where I live, at Langport.
He played in that side of Viv and Alan Mosley, and didn't he?
Well, that was more Taylor, who was the
twin.
Yeah.
Here comes Lammonby, bowls outside the off stump and is left by Norton. Yes, the old memories are not too bad. He had a twin who kept, was it 4 knots?
Yes. Yeah.
Who was DJS? Was Somerset, or was he DJS Taylor?
Derek Taylor. He was the... I can't remember now. I should know.
Yes.
Someone will tell us.
Lammonby in and bowls, and that's left outside the off stump. And we have 1 ball before tea. Here comes that final delivery to Lammonby, and he's bowling Tom Norton and bowls, and Norton plays it down to third man for a single. The score moves on to 190 for 8. And Somerset in complete control here. Glamorgan trail by 164 with just 2 wickets in hand. Van der Hoogten is not out 11. Norton in his first championship innings is not out 4. We will have our cup of tea now, and in 20 minutes time Anthony and myself will be back, or it could be Nick and myself, or whatever the boss says. We'll be back.
Tea is now being taken, and during the interval you are very welcome to go out to look at the pitch. If you are venturing into the middle though, please do not take any food or drink with you, and also please don't walk on the used pitches. Many thanks for adhering to this request. I've got some tea time scores from the other matches around the country today in the Rothesay County Championship. First of all, with Edgbaston, where Warwickshire faring much better in their second innings against Yorkshire. Warwickshire are 142 for 1, so they're leading Yorkshire by 137 runs. At Hove, Sussex in their first innings at 275 for 5, still trailing Leicestershire by 53 runs. At Chelmsford, Essex, well, it's not actually quite tea because 9 wickets are down. Essex are 249 for 9, leading Hampshire by just 14 runs. It's tea time at New Road in Worcester, where Worcestershire were dismissed for 308 by Durham, and in reply Durham was 75 for 2. Tea time at Bristol with Kent on 206 for 6, still trailing Gloucestershire by 119 runs. At Derby, Derbyshire have declared on 604 for 7. Northants have lost an early wicket. They're 16 for 1, still 588 runs in arrears. At Trent Bridge, Surrey are 118 for 1, trailing Nottinghamshire by 297 runs. And at Old Trafford, Middlesex are 117 for 5, still trailing Lancashire by 84 runs. A reminder that if you haven't done so already, you can obtain free of charge a score sheet for this match from reception. Reception is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2026 Glamorgan yearbook. As far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Cafe, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and there is, don't forget, a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Hot drinks and cold drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine at the rear of the indoor school. Don't forget also to use the free of charge water refill points at various locations around the stadium. Finally, a reminder, the Museum of Welsh Cricket will be closing at the end of the tea interval today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. That's where you can purchase a special brochure called Hugh Morris, A Life in Cricket. It's available also for purchase from reception. It costs just £10, with all proceeds going to Velindre Cancer Hospital. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, plus a range of other items and souvenirs which are on sale to raise funds for the running of this popular facility.
point in the next couple of days, we'll lose. Like this, I think that's good.
Yeah, he didn't respect the spinner, did he? No. Went after that stupid reserve street ball. So he just got out. Well, I think they were expecting big times after that.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, that's it. But when I went to Norton, they were too good for us. Somerset are too good for us. So I think when we played a lot weaker side, we might have a chance. We've got too many games against sides like this. And there's only going to be one outcome.
Yeah, but it's a bit. Well, it was nice half time, after you come in, yeah, I thought it was yeah, but it's not really. No, it's so boring. So boring, isn't it? You know, it would have been the same substance. It would have been the same
Alright, mate, you're alright. Good.
Good, isn't it?
Yeah, Somerset's on top. Second innings. Yeah, you didn't know. You never know. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can go through the week. Yeah, but I mean,
was there. Yeah, can I hear you? That's why, yeah. And I just look like that's me. I just wonder why you didn't stick together. You know what? I was looking like what am I doing about Jim? But I don't get catch rabbits even if we beat them today. There is this about 2 days in the one because it doesn't really in there. I was going to go and then both teams play Wednesday night and both teams play next Saturday and that's it finished then. Well, it should have always been because we got rained off in the winter. I had a floating box I had a few last week. But they want to finish the two good game. Is it on?
To resume Glamorgan's first innings after tea, Tim van der Gooten and Tom Norton. And to resume the bowling for Somerset at the Cathedral Road end, Lewis Gregory.
Good evening and welcome back to Sophia Gardens here on BBC Sport Online website and app, and the Glamorgan and Somerset County streams as well. Wherever you're following us and however you're listening or watching, welcome along for the last 32 overs of today's play, with Somerset firmly on top, Glamorgan 190 for 8, needing a further 15 to avoid the possibility of following on. And it'll be Lewis Gregory, the Somerset captain, to bowl the first ball after tea to Tom Norton, who plays it down on the offside. There's no run. Van der Hoogten is on 11, Norton is on 4. The main contributors so far in this innings, Ben Callaway 59 and Chris Cook 39. They put together a stand of
80.
80, thank you, for the 6th wicket. But that was as good as it got for Glamorgan. They seem to be recovering well. Then 3 further wickets have gone since, as Gregory is in to bowl and Norton plays no shot outside off stump.
I don't know what the tactics here, I suppose, is to try and avoid the follow on, because you never know. Somerset could spring a surprise, and even if it was avoided by a couple of runs, then if Glamorgan were a couple of runs short, you never know. I think that's the main thing, because otherwise you might as well try and score some runs, because it's slow going at the moment.
As Gregory is in to Norton, who plays no shot. Ball still moving around.
One day wide, that Nick.
Indeed, Norton has faced 32 deliveries for his 4 on first-class debut, and Van der Hoogten is not particularly in attacking mode either, 11 off 37. Main bowlers so far, Pretorius 3 for 37, Jake Ball's taken 2 for 39, 1 apiece for Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton, and 1 for Jack Leach as well. Just the one over bowled by Tom Lammonby. Otherwise everyone has chipped in with the wickets column as Gregory is in and bowls, and that's down leg side and not taken cleanly by Roux. Poor delivery, not really the keeper's fault, but it is registered as a bye.
He'd been diving around, has he?
Yeah, there were 2 lots of 4 byes down leg side.
Yeah.
So Somerset's bowlers have not been entirely consistent, with bowling 7 no balls and adding 14 to the Glamorgan total that way. 6 of them sent down by Gregory, who's in to bowl to Van der Hoogten, who drives gently to mid-off. No run.
Yeah, and Glamorgan's bowlers haven't had much rest. 56 overs they've been batting, having fielded for quite a long time, all day yesterday and for about half an hour this morning. So they won't relish going back into the field again.
No, the shorter the bat, the shorter rest the bowlers have. Only in the 56th over. Last ball of it is bowled by Gregory, and that's moved off the pitch and gone through to Roux as Norton played at it. Van der Hoogten played at it rather tentatively and goes down the wicket, having a chat with Norton, who may even be an inch or so taller than Van der Hoogten. Both men of burly build.
And he can hold a bat, can't he, Tom Norton?
To bowl at the river end.
Yeah, for his performances in the seconds, he's been batting around 6, 7 or so, seen as an all-rounder at second 11 level. Speaking of which, Andy Gorvin's taken 5 for 9 for St Fagans, but they still look like losing to Ammanford today.
Okay. Tom Lammonby is about to have his second over, bowling from the river end, and he is bowling to Norton, and he comes and bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-on. Ammanford in a good position, are they?
Yeah, St Fagans were bowled out for 85 and Ammanford 50 odd for 5.
Not a great
Gorvin's
pitch.
efforts. And in the South Wales Premier League this afternoon.
Yes, Lammonby this time will be bowling to Norton. He's on 4. And he comes and bowls and plays it, thinks about it. It might have just been the one there because ball had to move to his right and he had to get up, but they decide not to.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why Lammonby's been brought on, given that they have 4 seamers and Leach.
Isn't if they bowl 30 overs each, is it?
No.
Anyway, he is bowling and he's coming in now to the right-handed Horton, and Horton drives nicely but straight to cover, and there's no run.
Horton looks as though he's concentrating very hard, doesn't he? He's a little bit tentative, little bit reluctant to really go for his shots at the moment.
I think when Hadley comes in, both batsmen will be having a crack, surely. Lammonby over the wicket, bowls to Horton, who gets on the lifts on him, but he gets right forward and plays it down into the gully. No run. Any other interesting scores? Are they?
I haven't had the whole range of scores, to be honest. It's just media man Bavia was telling me about that one, given that he's usually plays for St Fagans.
Lammonby continues, still 2 balls of the over to go. He comes in and bowls, and this is driven nicely. Flamboyant drive out towards mid-off, where it is fielded and there's no run. So, whatever, Armour for 55 for 5.
Yeah, something like that. Chasing 85.
Oh, never know. Last ball of the over, he bowls, and again, it's a good length ball, a good defensive prod. And, the scoring has come to a standstill, 191 for 8. Last time I looked, it was nearly 4.3, yes, 3.9, it's now 3.3. They have a chat, what about? I have no idea. Two batsmen.
It's raining in the west at Pontedillice.
That was the forecast.
Bridgend 235 for 4. Cardiff knocked up 280 for 6 against Carmarthen Wanderers, just up the road in
They're playing there.
Church Ground. Well, that's just...
Oh, them, I see.
Yeah. As Gregory's first ball is defended by Van der Hoogten, and there's...
Because Pontedillice is only about 20 minutes away from Carmarthen.
No, that one's here in the capital.
Yeah. The gentleman I met in the nets, I wasn't in the nets obviously, the other night, wished to be remembered to you and wishes you well.
Oh yeah, who's that?
G.G. Wag.
Oh! Very good. As that is driven off a thick outside edge by Van der Hoogten, down to wide third man. It's just a single, 192 for 8. I last saw him a couple of summers ago when I was keeping wicket behind one of his sons, who was playing for Rothesay.
Well,
friendly.
that son now is 6 for 2 and a very good bowler. See, he's also joined the Cleric Cricket Club down in the west. Had a chat to Waggy afterwards. He couldn't get a word in edgeways as usual.
There's Gregory in bowls and Norton on the defensive. Will Smale is playing for Usk, who are 25 for 1, chasing 203 to beat Penarth. No Billy Root, so I presume he's still here rather than playing for Usk, his club side.
Doing 12thers.
Not what you want to do at his stage of the career. As Gregory is in to bowl to Norton, who defends carefully to point. No run. All very sedate at the moment. The game really has slowed to a crawl. Around the tea interval, Glamorgan 13 short of avoiding the possibility of following on, which is at 205. Gregory in, bowls to Norton, who defends up to mid-on. Well, he's certainly got a defensive technique, Tom Norton.
Has, yes.
4 of 42 deliveries.
And his size, well-built young man, you'd think that he could hit the ball hard and long. I wonder if I don't suppose he'll play in the T20s.
No, it's probably too similar to Douthwaite, who's got runs in the T20 warm-ups this year and got a lot of wickets fairly consistently in the T20s.
Yes.
Gregory bowls and he's hit Norton, who ducked into that one rather. Whereabouts did it strike him? Will the umpires insist on a concussion check? Doesn't look like it. 192 for 8 at the end of a maiden over.
Nick, looking at the possible composition of the T20 side, I would suppose Van der Hoogten will have a prolonged rest because you've got 2 overseas bowlers. Now, if you play the 2 overseas bowlers, you're not going to play Colin Ingram, who Glamorgan's most successful T20 player over the years, and Chris Cook. I can't remember if Chris played last year.
He lost his place midway through the campaign to Horton. Smale played in the other one, the one-day cup.
In comes Lamon B to bowl his 3rd over. It's Tim Van der Hoogten on the pad. There's no appeal as he's drifting down the leg side. I thought Smale played quite a lot. Was it the one that he didn't play a lot of T20s? I thought he did.
I'll check that. we'll check back on that.
I thought he played quite a lot.
One Day Cup, Smale played all 7 games and Horton played 3.
There's Lammonby. Bowles. Oh, that was close. He let it go outside the off stump and it came back.
You could almost watch that one banana-ing, couldn't you?
Yeah.
T20, Cook played 8 games, Horton played 6. Smale played all of the T20 but didn't keep wicket in that.
He was fielding and Horton keeping wicket.
Yeah.
Concentrating on the young. In comes this next ball. Again, he's defended. It's possible that once Glamorgan weren't in contention, they might have said to Cook, well, okay, have a rest down, brought Horton in for the last 3 or 4.
Cook wasn't getting many runs, to be honest.
It's never been their strong point. Only reached finals day twice. And about time they made their mark. Lammonby bowls, and he got that ball through and plays a lovely shot for 4 runs through cover. Hit it on the up and bisected cover and extra cover, and a good looking shot goes for 4 and takes Norton to 8, his first boundary in championship cricket, and Glamorgan 196 for 8. It wasn't, I beg Van der Gooten's pardon, it was Van der Gooten who struck that. It had gone so slow, it lost concentration. Here's the next ball. Yes, I thought, well, Norton, that's a beautiful shot for number 10, but it was Van der Gooten. Anyway, the score is 196 for 8.
Yeah, 250 for the first batting bonus point, so that seems highly unlikely.
Never know.
Is cricket a funny game by any chance?
At least you put on 11. Lammonby to Van der Gooten, who's on 16. Bowls outside the off stump. That completes the over. So, if they stick with last year, they'll have Smale probably opening.
Carlson.
With Carlson, possibly Ingram. Yeah, they've got to get some batting in there.
Tribe will miss probably some games
Lions.
with the England Lions, who are playing a couple of
It's a shame.
4-dayers as the Pigeons tuck into a late tee on one of the used wickets. I think the wicket that was used for the first championship match. So yeah, they'll have to juggle things with and without Smale, without Tribe rather. As that's steered away by Norton. That could be his first boundary in championship cricket. It is. Down to third man, but steered away on the inside of Jake Ball. Got on top of it, deflected it down wide of second slip. And the 200 comes up for Glamorgan, as well as Norton's first boundary in the first team.
Which was a long way away, went 93 for 5.
Yeah, it's a slight recovery, but not enough of one.
You wanted either Callaway or Cook to stay there and go and get a big score, really, but that did not materialise.
As Gregory is into bowl, and full-length ball is driven by Norton gently to mid-on. No run. So Glamorgan grinding along. We saw plenty of slow batting in the last match here, and that tempo has returned temporarily after a clatter of wickets and some quick scoring at the top of the innings. Gregory in bowls, inside edge from Norton. He had no idea where that one had gone. And square leg was the answer as Van der Hoogten called him through for a single. 201 for 8, 4 runs away from that follow-on figure.
Thanks to Jack Leach's few overs, the over 8 plus 2. I'm sure that helped.
Well done to Somerset. Yeah, Leach has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 10.
Big wicket he got, Callaway.
Crucial breakthrough to get rid of Callaway after that only real stand in the Glamorgan innings. Gregorian bowls, Van der Hochten defends, no run.
No ball again.
Well, he's gifted Glamorgan a few runs, Lewis Gregory.
Must be
That's
7 or 8.
his 7th no ball, so 14 runs.
You think there'd be a huge cheer if they get another 2 runs to get up past the follow-on?
I'm sure someone will notice. There's Gregorian bowls to Van der Hochten, who runs it down to third man. Well, that's one of them. Trailed by 150, but they do need one more.
Great excitement.
Morgan were 8 wickets down in the 47th over. We're now in the 60th, so these two have added 19 in 13 overs, give or take. There's an emergency vehicle passes somewhere near the ground, and Gregory is in to bowl to Norton, who plays no shot.
He's judging length and line well, so I suspect he probably bats about number 5 for Abergavenny, club cricket. Gorman, of course, bats 10 for Glamorgan and bats 5 or 6 for his club.
Yes, I suppose if you can hold the bat at all in professional cricket, you're probably reasonably proficient at club level. As Gregory is on his way to bowl to Norton, who's got an edge there. It's run down to third man for a single, and there is the total of 205, which means it's gone for 4, is it? I thought. No.
2, 1 or 2. I think.
It's 205. Yeah, they
He had a bang in the hand, as Tim.
Single. So Norton's into double figures. It's 205 for 8, and there will be
Doesn't look good.
There's be no
That's all Glamorgan.
follow on. But Van der Hochten wrapped on the hand.
He is in pain. Umpire Pollard immediately calls for the physio. He doesn't. If it's his right hand, there goes Glamorgan's opening bowler. Sympathy from the fielders who crowd round him and see what's the matter.
He's trying to shake it off, but it's in some difficulty. Now, how did that happen? Because that was a single to Norton, wasn't it, off the last ball of the over, I think?
Yeah, he went on to 10.
So where did Van der Hochten get struck? Was it by the return throw?
I don't know.
Perhaps.
I was looking down towards the boundary.
Yes. I was looking to the scoreboard for the
funny bone, perhaps, on the elbow. Ooh.
Could be. There's a hold up as Van der Hochten gets some treatment, still shaking his right arm vigorously. What's he having?
Pill. Tablet.
Pain-killing pill.
He's going to bat on bravely.
Any magic freezy spray being applied?
He'll be bounced now, probably.
Might have been on the elbow because
that's what I'm saying, the funny bone.
His sleeve rolled well up.
Yeah, it isn't fingers or anything like that. I know.
Shaking the arm out. And now at last he's got a smile on his face as he sticks his helmet back on and
might struggle to bowl, getting the arm over.
Presumes to. Yeah. They'll be struggling to manage without him, or possibly, of course, you can substitute players these days.
Oh, don't. Yeah. To quote Jimmy Anderson, nonsense and utter nonsense.
Seems to be happening rather more frequently than the authorities expected.
Here's Lammonby's to start a new over, and he's bowling to Norton, who plays forward and plays it into the covers. And a quick return from the fielder there.
And Glamorgan will be happy to some extent just to take some time out of the match, because it might prove crucial on Monday if they're battling away for a draw. The longer they bat here.
Lammonby comes in and bowls, and this is driven, and they go in for a single. It bisects mid-off and mid-on, and Tom Norton has looked quite comfortable as he moves on to 11. 206 for 8. A couple of years ago that would have been a bonus point. I still think it's quite ridiculous to go to 250 before you get a bonus point, and to get 450. Yeah,
not many sides are going to get that in 110.
Yeah, got to change things with the ACB, don't forget, Nick, every year. Lammonby bowls, and Van der Gooten with the injured arm plays it out into the covers, but didn't look out. Any problem there?
Yes, having a chairman of selectors might help. Meant to be Marcus North, but that I don't think has been officially confirmed.
It is basically, I think.
Well, it's being widespread reported, but they haven't had an official announcement, and it's.
If it's
I think 4 months since Luke Wright.
Yes, they haven't had much time, have they?
No.
Lammonby's gone round the wicket. This time it's driven by Van der Gooten, and there's no run. Yeah, good man. Marcus here was here for a couple of years. Very pleasant man. He's been criticised on social media. I think, Lieutenant Anthony, that Ben Stokes might have helped, because he's Durham, of course. Lammonby is bowling to Van der Gooten. He's in and bowls, and Rue, who's been tumbling around everywhere today, takes it in front of first slip.
Yeah, the ball has been moving and sometimes late. Tough times for wicket keepers, you see, Edward.
Absolutely, grovelling in the dirt. Lammonby in bowls. That's played out into the offside. A semi-stop there by the fielder, Smead. Passes it on to Vaughan. That again is the end of another over. Don't quite know why Lammonby's bowling, because the other bowlers haven't bowled a huge amount, but
no, 15 is the most of, or 16,
Gregory,
17 now of Gregory.
Bowled more than anybody.
The captain flogging himself.
Yeah, 1 for 59 off 17 overs. Just over threes.
Here he comes for his 18th over, Lewis Gregory, from the Cathedral Road end, and bowls, and Norton is playing it watchfully down into the gully, and there is no run.
You always know when play goes like this, and you hear the chattering start, don't you? As if to say, where are you off to tonight? Going out?
Talking about Abergavenny earlier, and John Williams reminds us that Malcolm Nash was born in that town, went to school in Wells, Somerset.
Yes, he did.
As that's a full-length ball from Gregory. Norton tries to drive it through the offside, but finds the point fielder.
Whether it's the ball or not, it appears to be. It doesn't quite have the venom of a new one, and the pitch has gone a little browner.
Yes, the green has faded, hasn't it, this afternoon?
Still, I don't think it's going to do much turn, as Glamorgan might have wanted, but we shall see.
Gregory bowls, and that's caught at mid-on. Norton chips the ball to Leach at mid-on, and Glamorgan have lost their 9th wicket, and Somerset, as expected, have maximum bowling points, 206 for 9. A little bit of a tame way to go, looking to play an aggressive shot for once after a lot of defensive ones, and just got underneath it, and Leach took it chest high without having to move too far.
Well, he showed he can hold a bat, in fairness.
Tom Norton was caught by
53 deliveries he's survived, 1 boundary.
Yes, he did all.
for 11.
Looked disappointed when he was out, but get some good applause. So just the 1 wicket to go, and then we will be seeing Somerset bat for the second time with a healthy lead.
Yes, the lead is currently 148, so they just edged it past that follow-on figure of 150 as the tall, mustachioed figure of Ryan Hadley walks rather gingerly down the steps from the pavilion. There are a lot of them.
Can he survive 3 balls of this over?
And so far, he has garnered a total of 19 runs for Glamorgan across 4 innings without being dismissed. So Van der Hoogten may well open his shoulders and have a little dip at the other end now. 3 balls of the Gregory over to come. Van der Hoogten goes out and provides suitable instruction. Hadley rehearses a defensive shot just to prove that he's got one. It's all right, Ryan, we have seen it before.
Bonus points, 6 to Somerset and 3 to Glamorgan. It's quite feasible, quite possible that they'll end up with just 3 after picking up 23 in the last game.
Yeah, Glamorgan with a long way to go to save this match. A lead of 148 as things stand should prove significant as Gregory runs away from us. Right arm, medium fast, and Hadley is off the mark. First ball with a thick inside edge down to backward square leg as he tried to play the ball straight.
Yes.
207 for 9. Will Van der Hoogten open his shoulders?
Well, the 2 balls to go on, probably Gregory will try and get them in to stop the single. Yes, they're 2, 3 on the offside, 2 on the leg side. If you can get a single here, he'll take it. Trust Hadley for the last ball.
Gregory pounding in. Balls to Van der Hoogten, who jabs it away on the leg side.
Hadley wants to go.
Last ball of the over. Can Van der Hoogten nick a single from somewhere and get back on strike, or can Somerset have a hole over to bowl at the number 11 and try and dismiss him for the first time in county cricket? 207 for 9. Glamorgan in reply to Somerset's 354 here on BBC Sport Online. Remember, if you want to email us, it's glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, and if you could use that one rather than my personal one, that would be great. Gregory in, balls down leg side. Van der Hoogten makes no contact, so Hadley, the number 11, will remain on strike at the start of a new over. Will they bring one of the quicks back on, or stick with Lammonby, who's bowled his 4 overs, 0 for 6. The only bowler not to take a wicket, but he's conceded few runs as well.
Deep conversation are Messrs Hadley and his partner Van der Hoogten. What do you think I should do, Timmy? Just keep it out.
Returning to bowl at the river end, Miguel Pretorius.
As you probably heard, Pretorius is coming back. Who had 2 wickets and 2 balls earlier on. After Lammonby has bowled 4 overs, 0 for 6. And Pretorius so far 3 for 37, so looking for a 4 for. Now then, Ryan, how are you going to play? Here's Pretorius then, coming in and bowls the first ball to Hadley. And he tries to whip it away to mid-wicket, hits him on the pad, and there is no run. Deficit of 147. And if a wicket falls the next what, 10 minutes, say 140. How many overs? 20, 30.
Yeah, it's going to be a late start, late finish.
200 on, but until lunch and accelerate tomorrow and give a day and a half to bowl Glamorgan out. In comes the next ball. It's defended by the batsman and no run.
I would suspect that Somerset would bat on longer than that.
Possibly, yes, of course. I forget in the last day, and also, yeah.
Day and a half's probably 4 sessions realistically you'd aim to give yourself.
All depends what that pitch does. If it goes down,
400 lead.
Yeah.
Not going to be accumulated in the 4th innings.
Next ball, the Hadley looking to get a run, but he can't because the ball is struck out to the onside, where it's fielded by Vaughan. I don't know if his dad is still here. Probably is, because he's probably seen batting tonight or tomorrow morning. In comes the next ball, and that's left by Hadley outside the off stump.
And it may be tempting fate, but Hadley doesn't look as bad a batsman as an average of 3.5 arriving into the season suggests. Yeah, he'd probably do something ridiculous now. Having said that,
Here's Pretorius again, bowls outside the off stump, through to the keeper. All very sedate here. Crowds in front of us, they haven't bothered. Well, some have to go over the other side as the sun is not shining and there's no wind to bother them. Here comes the next ball. Pretorius bowls, played out into the onside, and there's no run, and he has defended 5 balls, 6 balls. End of the over, 207 for 9. And the main scorers for Glamorgan, if you've just tuned in, Ben Callaway 59 and Chris Cook 39. They put on 80 for this 6th wicket before they were dismissed. And how often do you see that in successive overs? Callaway bowled by Leach for 59, got in rather a tangle, and Chris Cook adjudged LBW to Overton for 39.
yeah, since that, Crane for 2 and Norton for 11, the men out. 207 for 9, Van der Hoogten on strike, 2 slips.
Let's see what
being offered the single mostly on the leg side. There's Gregory in to bowl. Is that full pitch?
Yeah.
Full toss that Van der Hoogten misses out on because he hit it straight to mid-off.
Anything pitched up, mid-off and mid-on up, so I think he might just have a crack and hit it over the top. They're going to get many half volleys from Gregory. He's into his 19th over, 2 for 60.
Morgan just holding on, nothing more at the moment, as Van der Hoogten plays no shot. The pigeons are alarmed by something and go for a little circuit before they reattach themselves to the used wickets to our right on the square. It's the 3rd championship match that's been played by Glamorgan. So
they're redundant, I think, for the rest of the season, the looks of them.
there's precious little grass on them.
Oof.
Even if they have tried to sow it. The pigeons have got some of the seeds. Gregory bowls, Van der Hoogten drives to backward point, no run. There's been 1 pitch used by the women for 250 over games, which has recovered rather better. There's already a fair bit of grass on that, just a couple of strips to the left of the wicket that we're using.
Did you watch Glasgow and Cardiff last night?
I watched most of it. Yeah.
Wonderful play by Glasgow. Best game I've seen all season, I think.
As that is
No
a no
ball.
ball from Gregory.
Is he in double figures, we ask?
8, I think, possibly. So that's 16 runs added to the Glamorgan total. I'm afraid that might have to be mentioned in the match report. I don't like singling players out for negative reasons, but that is the 8th he's bowled. 209 for 9.
Oh yes, he was well over too.
And rugby tonight, Ospreys Scarlets is on S4C.
What time is that?
Is that 5:30 kick-off? Not sure. Gregory bowls and driven by Van Dochten off the thick edge, down to third man. Single taken.
Oh, how are the ladies getting on?
Starting
Wales,
yet.
Ireland. Haven't they?
What time's that one kick off?
Oh, all sorts of times they kick
England women duly won their games.
off. Again.
To no one's surprise. Let's
What was the score then?
check. Hang on, I'll tell you during your over. Better concentrate on what's happening here. Gregory is rearranging his field slightly. For number 11, Hadley, 210 for 9. Gregory bowls and whacks Hadley on the thigh pad. And there is no run. All very sedate after tea. England women won 61-33. Italy scored 5 tries. I think England scoring a lot, but they're actually conceding a couple because Wales got 4 tries against them for the first time.
Probably take pity on the opposition.
The Wales game is a 6:30 kick-off coverage on BBC television and radio. As that is defended by Hadley. So Somerset are being slightly frustrated in winkling out these last couple of Glamorgan batters, but Glamorgan are not scoring at any rate at all.
No, it's just occupation of the crease. They probably don't want to bowl, but they will before long. I would be tempted to bring Jack Leach on. Tempt them into indiscretion.
Ospreys Scarlets is a 5:30 kick-off.
Okay.
Wales Island Women is a 6:30 kick-off, and the Dragons play Edinburgh at 7:45. I was vaguely tempted to try and get there, but might be a bit too much of a long day for me.
For agenda.
The Dragons over in Newport. I won't get to the
Oh,
Ospreys
Dragons.
because that's kicking off in half an hour.
No. Pretorius, 3 for 37 off 10 is continuing, and he's bowling to Van der Gooten. Bowls to him, and Van der Gooten defends, plays it back down the track to the bowler. 210 for 9. They're looking to get the next 40 runs as slowly as possible.
Yeah. Very unlikely.
Pretorius in, bowls up, it's an uppish drive, and no ball from Pretorius now.
Don't think it carried back to him anyway.
No, and even if it caught, it wouldn't have been out. So. No, it wasn't. He just went like that. If you get all these signs, they always put a couple of fingers out to say there's 2 balls left every game, every umpire. But in this case, it's only.
No, it was.
It was a no ball, no?
Yeah, it just went up a bit. Like.
Yes. So we got it right at first. Pretorius bowls, short, cut away, down to deep extra cover on the fence, and they amble through for a single. Van der Gooten moves on to 19, the score 213 for 9.
Well, he's taken the single off the second legitimate ball of the over, so he's obviously not going to bother to protect Ryan Hadley anymore. And they've got past that. They got past the follow-on just before the 9th wicket fell.
Yes, Pretorius over the wicket, bowls to Hadley, plays it perfectly well back down the pitch. And the pitch has lost some of its venom anyhow.
Yeah, it's lost some
well,
of its green tinge, hasn't it? But it's still probably greener than average at this stage of the game, nearly halfway through.
Yes, and 64.5 overs have been bowled, so obviously it's gone a little bit softer. Here comes the next ball from Pretorius. Hadley watches go outside the off stump. No, Hadley hasn't looked a 3.5 career average batsman, has he? Expect a short ball here because ordinary short mid wicket has gone right on the boundary. It couldn't be a double bluff. Missed around about 40 yards. As Pretorius comes in and bowls, and it's not a short ball at all, but it's guided away for a single to the very man who was sent back 40 yards. And they
should have stayed in.
That would have been over, but of course we had a no ball. 4 runs so far off the over, 214 for 9. And these have put on a valuable 8 runs.
They've taken some time out of the game, and they've got Somerset's bowlers a few more yards in the legs.
Here's Pretorius, last ball of the over, and bowled, and that was mistimed by Van der Gooten, and that to me gave the impression that he played far too early, and perhaps it hasn't got the pace it had. But the new ball will tell us.
I doubt very much we'll get that far in this innings.
And Craig Overton's coming back to have a bowl. Hasn't been at his best in this innings. And I'm not saying that. It's Anthony who watches him every day this season saying, no, he hasn't been at his best. 1 for 40 in 11. But he's very experienced, skillful bowler, and he's going to try and end this innings as quickly as he can.
Yeah, so that means that Somerset will not bat for more than 19 overs as the first ball goes through outside off stump. Hadley plays a strange sort of non-shot.
And he signals to Van der Gooten as if it had done something. I can tell you from here, it did nothing at all. Just a straight ball went out through the off stump.
214 for 9. The deficit is 140. As Overton pounds in balls, and that's through to the keeper. Thought for a moment it might have feathered it on the way through, but no appeal. Just a rather groping lunge by number 11 Ryan Hadley on 2 not out.
21 overs left. Well, you can take a few off at the end of the innings, but it'll be a 6:30 finish or thereabouts.
It will.
Which is not too bad.
Overton bowls a short pitched ball that Hadley ducks his lanky
slow
frame
bouncer, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, I mean, Hadley will be glad as a batter not to see too much venom on that, but on the other hand, as a bowler, you'll think, maybe this pitch is not really what it was. Somerset have outperformed Glamorgan with bat and ball generally, as Hadley blocks that one on the leg side. Leach has to jog in from mid-on because it stops halfway up the pitch.
I wonder if he struck a boundary this season, Hadley.
He got 11 not out here and 8 not out up at Notts.
Yeah, he hasn't hit one here, has he?
As that is pushed down into the gully, no run. Well, he's got the old long levers if he ever chooses to open them. But he's hanging on, doing as good a job as he can manage for his side. With the ball, took 2 for 69.
Yeah.
Went at 3 and over, bowled reasonably
Given
well.
him 1, everybody's gone back.
Overton bowls a short ball down leg side. We're not going to give him a single. Bowling a short pitch ball down leg side, which he ducked inside. End of the over. 214 for 9. Still 140 behind. Someone in the crowd is getting excited, possibly
that
for
time
reasons due to the consumption of beverages rather than the cricket. We were assuming that Edward and I would pack up this innings, but Anthony's been waiting there for a long time. Do you want to come in, Anthony, or do you want to
Go on.
I think it's Edward's turn for a rest, I believe.
Who knows?
Pretorius will bowl the first ball of the over, which I'll describe before handing over, as he bowls to Van der Hoogten, who plays it away on the leg side and takes a single out to mid-wicket. 215 for 9, first run for several minutes. Edward can go and enjoy the late evening sunshine, and Anthony will come in and wrap things up for the Somerset bowlers.
Well, I hope so, because the game isn't going anywhere very much at the moment, which is a shame from the point of view of the spectators here. Here's Pretorius in and bowls to Hadley. This is edged. It'll bring him a single, though, as it eludes Archie Vaughan at third slip.
Yeah, Hadley batting sometimes looks slightly like a man trying to converse in a foreign language that he hasn't been studying for very long.
Yes. 216 for 9. Van der Hoogten on strike. He's on 20. Pretorius bowls and he whips this away through the onside. Jake Ball is in rather laboured pursuit. And the ball wins, not entirely unexpectedly.
That was all in slow motion. You had a fast bowler running after it rather slowly and two batters running rather slowly. Van der Hoogten then slipped at the far end.
Well, 4 runs go on the Glamorgan total, 220 for 9, so the lead now 134. Frustrating last wicket partnership this for Somerset. Pretorius bowls, Van der Hoogten gets this off the thick edge.
Couple of runs down to backward point.
And lots of applause. Not quite sure why.
It's possibly ironic after the long periods of nothing much happening.
Partnership's worth 16. 222 for 9. Double Nelson. Perhaps it'll bring Somerset some luck. Van der Hoogten's on to 26 as Pretorius bowls to him. It takes the edge but lands well short of Craig Overton at second slip. Pitch has certainly lost quite a lot of its life as the day has worn on. Still the odd ball misbehaving.
Glamorgan were 8 down in the 47th over. Then it took another 15 overs for the 9th wicket to fall.
Pretorius bowls. Van der Hoogten turns this into the onside for a single and will keep the strike. And that was an expensive over for Pretorius. 9 runs from it. The most productive over for a long time. 223 for 9. 27 to Van der Hoogten and 3 to Hadley.
So Glamorgan batting longer than looked likely when they were 59 for 4 in the 17th over, and then 8 down in the 47th over, but still not making that much of an impression in Somerset's 3-5-4 all out, which we have been proved correct that it was a good significantly good score. So they should have around about an hour or so to bat tonight, but if they can dispose this last wicket. Overton in bowls. Hadley turns it away on the leg side. Will humble through for a single to wide mid on.
Yes, Somerset quite happy to give
Van der Hoogten rather taking a single that.
so that they can bowl at Hadley, but he hasn't looked in any real trouble so far.
No, he's prodded rather myopically once or twice, but nothing more than you'd expect from some reasonably proficient seamers bowling to a number 11. Overton on his way. Ball is down leg side, and Hadley gets a leading edge onto it, and the ball, luckily for him, trickles back down the pitch rather than lobbing back up to the bowler. Pigeons at full force on a used wicket or thereabouts.
I was looking up the origin of Sophia Gardens during the tea interval.
Ah, yes. Mrs. Bute, as was. As that is all
The Marchioness
away.
of Bute.
Yes.
Sophia Crichton Stewart. The wife of the Marquis of Bute, who owned large chunks of Cardiff.
Made a lot of money out of the people of South Wales, the Bute family.
Did they? Mining?
Various industrial interests, I think. As forward comes Hadley, defending, and the family responsible for Cardiff Castle.
Yes. Well, I think that they, according to Wikipedia, they closed the grounds of Cardiff Castle to the public, and by way of compensation gave Sophia Gardens, or opened up Sophia Gardens as it became, for public access, and eventually gifted it several generations later to Cardiff City Council.
Overton bowls down leg side. Hadley, I think, is struck on the pad. They've gone through for 1 run, and it is a leg by. 225 for 9.
You sound as if you don't approve of the Marquis of Bute, the Crichton Stewart family.
Well, the Bute family, as I say, did very well for themselves out of hard labour put in by others in this neck of the woods. Not unique. Overton bowls. Again, that looked like something of an edge squirting away.
So there hasn't been a move to rename Sophia Gardens something
No.
less controversial?
No, I don't think
there's been no Sophia must fall movement.
No. I think it's far enough in the past to make it non-controversial. These days it's not
Archie Vaughan.
Not I think slavery involved in terms of Colston and Bristol and all that. So Michael Vaughan, if he's still here, we'll get to see his lad bowl.
Yep. He hasn't done much bowling so far this season, young Archie. Wickets haven't really suited him. He's taken 6 wickets at an average of about 20. He's going to be bowling to tall figure of Ryan Hadley. He's in bowls, and this is just short of a length and played to backward point. Crowd just getting a little bit restive, at least the Somerset contingent. Vaughan in bowls. Hadley forward.
Well, it is, apart from that expensive Pretoria snow, for a case of nothing much continuing to happen.
Yes, Pretoria's just given a short burst, but wasn't causing the batsman any real trouble. Vaughan to Hadley. This is tucked away down to long leg. Josh Thomas goes enthusiastically after it, and they're going to come back for second run. 225, 227 for 9. Hadley on to 5. Surprised they haven't got a forward short leg in, just to put a bit of extra pressure on Ryan Hadley. As that's turned again into the onside.
Yes, he's of the height where the bat looks slightly too small for him, doesn't it?
Yes, he's a tall bowler bowling to a tall batsman. Vaughan in and bowls, and this comes off the edge of Hadley's bat, but all along the ground, out through third slip, where it's picked up by Jack Leach from backward point, short third man almost. Tom Abel just coming in a little bit closer at mid-wicket to a catching short mid-wicket. Vaughan bowls, and good solid looking defensive shot from Ryan Hadley. Survives that over from Archie Vaughan. 2 runs from it, 227 for 9, 5 to Hadley, 28 to Van der Hoogten.
And I've been on commentary for about an hour since the tea interval now, and there's very little to add to my written report as it stood at tea. Norton's out, and that's about it.
It's rather a tame dismissal.
The
as well,
follow-on has been averted. As Overton bowls, and Van der Hoogten gets on top of it, plays it into the gully, no run. Ball isn't coming through with anything like the same sort of pace that it was earlier in the match.
I think Somerset are going to struggle to bowl Glamorgan out a second time when they, unless the pitch starts to take spin, in which case Jack Leach could come into the equation.
Overton in bowls, Van der Hoogten pulls it round to fine leg and will take a single. It's all very gentle at the moment, isn't it? Cricket by consent almost. But Somerset aren't really consenting to this continuing, and they will try their utmost to get Hadley out in particular. 2 slips and a gully, 4 saving the single. Fine leg and third man out. As that's turned on the leg side by Hadley. Wanted a single, but it was well intercepted, and there wasn't one there.
Elsewhere, Hampshire 14 for 1, still 24 runs behind Essex, who made 273 in the end. A very good recovery.
Struggling badly at one point.
Surrey 150 for 3. Sibley not out.
As that is past the outside edge, again one that might on another day have taken a feather and seen the players heading for the pavilion, but Overton out of luck.
Sussex have a first innings lead of 15 over Leicestershire with 3 wickets standing, 343 for 7. And Warwickshire going well in their second innings against Yorkshire, 192 for 2. Yates out for 81, but Mosley 43 not out.
Overton bowls, Hadley defends to mid-wicket, no run.
So that's a game that's changed its character, no end. Warwickshire all out in their first innings for 147, replying to Yorkshire's 152, and now 192 for 2. So the Edgbaston wicket must be flattening out.
Lots of pigeons on the move. Hadley holds up proceedings for a moment, and Overton now bowls to him, and he defends it to mid-off. There is no run, and Glamorgan are 228 for 9, trail by 126 runs.
Northants in trouble against Derbyshire, who made 604 for 7. Northants 75 for 4. Kent 255 for 8, replying to Gloucestershire's 325. Middlesex 169 all out, so Lancashire have taken the first innings lead there of 32. And finally Durham 131 for 4, replying to Worcestershire's 308, and Emilio Gay is out for 28. So both the Durham England
curse of the England prospects.
Yeah, McKinney made 14 and Gay 28, and James Rue and Asa Tribe haven't done their causes much good here today, as this is turned into the onside by Van der Hoogten for a single, which means that Archie Vaughan will have Ryan Hadley to bowl at.
We saw a moment ago a shot of Ned Leonard on the Glamorgan balcony, which is good to see. He was back in action in the twos yesterday, but didn't do much across the course of 2 matches. Didn't bat or bowl in the first. Bowled a couple of rather expensive overs and hit a couple of quick runs at the end. But no doubt he will have further fitness tests before the T20. Not missing anything because a helmet is being brought on.
Yeah, forward short leg coming in. Josh Thomas under the helmet. I think that's a good move. Just put a bit of extra pressure on Ryan Hadley. Vaughan bowls and Hadley plays around his front pad, but perfectly safely. Back up the pitch, Tom Abel trots in to do the fielding. Vaughan bowls. He's bowled! No, he's not. I thought that had gone onto the stumps, I beg your pardon.
It's very nearly bowled.
Very nearly bowled. It was very nearly bowled. It was tossed right up and almost got under the bat of Ryan Hadley, but he comes down safely on that one. Crowd getting a bit restive, understandably. He's going around the wicket.
There's some very interesting grass growing over there.
There's Vaughan in bowls down the leg side. Looking to bowl Hadley around his legs, I think. That was the plan there, but didn't quite work out. Hands in the air for a time from James Rue.
Yes.
And Craig Overton.
Overton had forgotten that you can't be out when the ball pitches outside leg. LBW, that is.
Vaughan bowls. And this is taken on the pad by Hadley perfectly safely. Just lobs out into the onside. End of another uneventful over. 2-9 for 9. Van der Hoogten 30 from 74 deliveries, and Ryan Hadley 5 from 38 deliveries.
Well, what this is doing is making sure that these two won't have too much work to do with the ball tonight, because we're now down to 16 on the board, 2 for the changeover, and 13 the maximum that Glamorgan will send down in a Somerset second innings, even if a wicket falls immediately, which Craig Overton will attempt to make happen. A little bit of breeze blowing the back of his shirt as he sets off, runs away from us, bowls a short ball. There's a bail for caught behind, and he's gone. Van der Hoogten goes, caught Rue, bowled Overton, and Glamorgan are all out for 229. And the first innings advantage for the visitors is 125 runs.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten, as soon as the umpire's finger went up, turned and walked smartly back to the pavilion, so no doubt that it did indeed take a thin edge as he went for that pull shot to a short ball from Craig Overton, but well batted, Tim Van der Hoogten. Very useful runs for his side, 30 of them. But last man out, caught Rue, bowled Overton, 430. Glamorgan 229. It means that Somerset have a lead of 125.
And Anthony and I will see what they do with it when we return in just under 10 minutes' time.
For those of you who like to keep your score sheets up to date, I'll give you the Somerset bowling figures in just a moment. So Glamorgan 229 all out, with Ryan Hadley and Beacon on 5. In that total there were 36 extras, comprising 9 byes, 7 leg byes, and 20 no balls. Here are Somerset bowling figures. Lewis Gregory, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 63. Jake Ball, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 39. Craig Overton, 14.1 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 42. Miguel Pretorius, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 50. Jack Leach, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 10. Tom Allenby, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 6. And Archie Vaughan bowled 2 overs and conceded 3 runs. A reminder that tomorrow lunchtime in the Museum of Welsh Cricket, the members advisory group will be giving a feedback session. So that's tomorrow lunchtime in the Museum of Welsh Cricket, a feedback session from the members advisory group.
local train station anywhere near them. So you look at it about an hour's walk, and every year. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, 8 miles. Oh, I've seen him go down the drive. It's totally beautiful. I know, well, I've had this chest. Yeah, that's right, because we said it the last night, we both got it, yeah. I can't check it. I've had it 5 weeks. Do you know the Yorkshire match, the first match? Yeah. I came down with it tonight, on the Saturday night. It was all shitty. Didn't think I'd be able to come back on a Sunday, but I did a rabbit off that. But anyway, by the Monday I was feeling better. But then I started coughing. And the cough just got worse and worse and worse. The last week, down at Somerset, I'm feeling a lot better. The cough was in. This week, I'm feeling ill again. Last night I came out from here, I was shivering at the beat, you know, I was like this. I took paracetamol, I was like this. I hope that doesn't happen again tonight. It's like a boomerang, I can't shift it, so. Do you know what? I thought I was going to throw it last night. That's what I thought. I thought, is it good? Well, my senses now haven't gone. I just wonder, do you know when I did have COVID 2 years after the day week? Either MSE said whenever I get ill, I can't sleep at home. This is not the first time, it's on 3 years in a row. Or it was jabs. Ever since jabs. And when I did the jabs, I don't have to jab anymore, I stopped going. Even though I got the new compromise, I said no. I'll take I have the flu jab, yeah, I do. Well, I do think that's made a difference since I hit 50, not getting really ill with the flu every day.
To open the batting in Somerset's second innings, Josh Thomas and James Rew. To open the bowling for Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road end is Tom Norton. And the substitute fielder wearing shirt number 17 is Callum Nichols.
Welcome back to Sophia Gardens on BBC Sport Online, with Somerset beginning their second innings 125 ahead, and Tom Norton bowling the first ball. It's flicked off his legs by Josh Thomas, and that may well go for 4 to square leg. Beats the dash round the ropes of Zainul Hassan, and Tim van der Hoogten, having apparently been struck on the elbow, doesn't appear to be on the field at the moment, because there's a substitute fielder in the shape of the young second team batter Callum Nichols. So Somerset 3-5-4, Glamorgan 2-2-9. Norton is in bowls and Thomas defence. 13 overs for Somerset to face tonight.
Slightly perplexing that, because when he was out, Tim van der Hoogten turned straight away towards the pavilion and was actually jogging back towards the pavilion as if he was going to get his bowling boots on and get ready to come out and open the bowling. But obviously alternative counsels have prevailed.
Norton is in to bowl, and that's outside off stump and going further away. Difficult one for Cook to take. But block it he does.
It's going to be interesting this to see if this wicket will be any more responsive to the new ball than it was to the old ball towards the tail end of the Glamorgan innings, when it didn't seem to be doing very much at all.
Yeah, Glamorgan batted 71.1 overs, so there's no second new ball. As Norton is in to bowl, and that's a fine delivery, beating Thomas. It's going through to Chris Cook. So Norton did open the bowling in the first innings alongside Van der Hoogten. This time he's bowling the first over.
Yes, the last two Glamorgan wickets occupied the best part of 25 overs.
Norton in bowls, and Thomas defends. Not with high entertainment value at times.
No, I mean, that's a bit the modern way, isn't it? You know, in the old days, the tailenders would come in and have a bit of a whack.
Merry thrash, hit a couple of boundaries, get their stumps splayed, and get off to do the proper job.
Yeah.
4 for Norton, Somerset, lead by 129. Norton in bowls to Thomas, who defends. No run.
Another chance for James Rew to establish his credentials as an opening bat. Steve Barry on Twitter's made a very good point. He says 36 extras, for goodness sake, in that Glamorgan innings, and there were 20 no balls. That's 10 no balls in 71 overs. 9 byes, and they were down to some fairly wild bowling, and 7 leg byes. You can't really blame the fielding side for leg byes, but certainly no balls and byes are very much down to the fielding side.
Yes.
So something for Somerset to address. I think I'll talk to Steve Kirby, the bowling coach, who's always good value, and I can ask him about Lewis Gregory's no balls, because Gregory it was who was responsible for 8 of the 10. The other 2, Miggy Pretorius. We've got Zain Ul Hassan rather than Tim van der Hoogten to open up from the River Taff end. He's going to be bowling to James Rew with just the 2 slips. He's in and bowls, and Rew plays around his front pad into the onside. Again, the fact that there are only 2 slips is a reflection, A, of the fact that Somerset already have a very useful lead of 129, and Glamorgan won't want to see it grow too quickly. And B, I think of the fact this pitch is certainly quietened down. Premium for Somerset on scoring the runs reasonably quickly. This is a defensive shot from Ul Hassan, because I think they're going to need quite a number of overs, at least a day's worth of overs, to bowl Glamorgan out a second time.
Yeah, I think there would be a declaration somewhere between tea and an hour before the close.
I think that's probably the game plan. But there's many a slip twixt cup and lip, as is often said, as Rew just plays this into the offsides, hoping to pick up a single, but can't do so, as Kieran Carlson quickly onto the ball from extra cover. Colin Ingram at first slip, Ace of Tribe at second. We've got backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. Ul Hassan bowls, and Rew gets another good ball. It's right on the money is Zain Ul Hassan. Bowled well in the first innings.
Yeah, he's opened the bowling occasionally before, but it's usually been a second change.
Quite gentle medium pace to be opening the bowling, but it's not really a pitch that's going to suit out and out pace. That finds the middle of James Rew's bat, but again there's no run. But credit to Ul Hassan, he's made James Rew play every ball of this over so far, and that's one of the keys to success with a new ball. If you've got a new ball, there's no point in wasting it by bowling too far outside the off stump, so that the batsman can just watch it sail through to the wicketkeeper. Last ball of the over. Ul Hassan in and bowls outside the off stump, and that one does sail through to the wicketkeeper, but it was the only ball in the over that James Rew could afford to leave, and it was a maiden, so Somerset remain on 4 without loss. And there's a heron, I think, way in the sky over there, flying across the park. In fact, I'm sure it's a heron. Great big bird.
I wonder if it's our Roth heron. We have a heron that wanders up and down the brook in our neck of the woods.
There you are.
Might be the same one. Who knows? As Norton is in, and that one flicks out on the offside off a leading edge. Dixon went sprawling, couldn't get to it, and they've gone through for a single.
Ooh, heart in mouth time for Josh Thomas.
Yes.
I wonder if that he probably just played too soon. That may just have stopped in the pitch, or he may be finding that the pitch is just a little bit slower than it was in the first innings, and mistiming in consequence.
5 for naught. Norton to Rew and beats him. Outside off stump.
It was a good ball.
To Cook.
Good ball drawing Rew forward.
This pitch starting to alter in character. Having been lively and fairly bouncy for a day and a half. Somerset outperforming Glamorgan with use of it. Down leg side from Norton. Cook blocks it.
Misses out there, James Rew. Because long leg, Ul Hassan is relatively square, so if you can get anything fine down the leg side, run away for 4 runs.
We have a historical contention from Caroline Morris. Thank you, Caroline, for emailing us. As Norton is in to bowl, outside off. Rew plays no shot, following my being.
Oh, is she going to come to the defence of the Marchioness of Bute? Good.
Yeah, the Marquess of Bute and his wife gifted Cardiff Castle and its contents to the city of Cardiff, who promptly chucked out the contents, which consisted of exquisite Art Nouveau furniture, designed by William Burgess, and is worth many thousands of pounds. Don't knock Bute, it's Cardiff who are the villains, says Caroline. Thank you for that.
Well done, very good.
Vigorous contention. As Norton bowls, that's hit the pad. Cook couldn't take it cleanly. It's bounced away. Did it hit the pad? No, it's just
a bye.
I sort of flicked the pad. It came rather low. And Chris Cook appears in slight difficulty at times at the moment. I wonder if he's had a bang at some point. Because he put down a few that he didn't take clean in the first innings.
He's not looking happy, is he?
On his way in with a full delivery that Thomas clips out on the leg side.
Wasn't where he meant to clip it, though.
Single taken down to fine leg. 7 without loss.
He was looking through straight mid-wicket, Josh Thomas, and ended up at long leg.
So thank you to Caroline Morris for your defence of the Bute family, about whom I was being rather sniffy, as I say, but there we are. They may have gifted the castle, but...
they could well afford to.
Whose labours was the money made that built the castle in the first place, eh?
Well...
7 without loss, and we've got 10 overs to come tonight.
Well, Sophia Gardens is a very nice memorial
Yes.
to the Butte family. And long may it be called Sophia Gardens. Here's Ul Hassan in and bowls to Josh Thomas, who does his best to get an edge on that. He's played and missed a couple of times already, Josh Thomas. If Somerset want quick runs, then these two can probably contribute them. They both like feeling bat on ball.
Don't particularly need to make them quick runs, do they? I suppose.
Well, I
give
just
themselves a bit more time to bowl.
The more time they've got, the better from Somerset's point of view. This time Thomas gets a ball on middle and leg turned into the onside and won't get a run as it's picked up by, is that the subfielder?
Nichols is 17.
Callum Nichols, yeah. Dashing in from mid-wicket. The epitome of keenness. There's 3 pigeons circle the ground. Ul Hassan bowls and Thomas gets one just short of a length, plays it from the crease back to the bowler. The clock's saying 17:50. We've got 9.5 overs remaining in the day's play, so we'll be finishing around about 6:30, which by modern standards is not too bad. As Ul Hassan is in and bowls, and again as Thomas groping at a ball outside his off stump.
I think we had a 7 somewhere earlier this season with an extra 8 overs from previously.
Well, in the game against Yorkshire down at Taunton last week, they had to finish at 7 o'clock because the floodlights were turned off, because Somerset are only allowed so many evenings with the floodlights on, and if they'd kept them on after 7 o'clock, that would have counted as an evening, and that would have stymied a 20 over game as that goes past the outside edge again. So midway through an over, off went the lights and off went the players.
Yeah, Glamorgan were without use of the lights for championship games for quite a few years. I'm pleased to say that's now not the case. I presume these are more efficient and focus the light more on the stadium.
Are they LED lights? Probably are if they're modern.
They changed this year.
Ul Hassan in a bowls. Oh goodness me! And that, I think that's the 4th time in the over he went past Josh Thomas's outside edge. He's bowling well, using the angle well, bowling from wide on the crease and slanting it across the left-hander.
There was a bit of that on the first morning, didn't he? Beat Thomas several times.
He did.
On the outside edge. So pattern resuming. James Rew is on strike, yet to get off the mark, having scored just 4 in this first innings in this relatively new opening role. Tom Norton, new role for him of championship cricketer, into bowl, and Rew defends it out on the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, Ul Hassan got a nice round of applause as he took up his fielding position down at long leg from the crowd over in that area of the ground.
So similar numbers turn up with similar enthusiasm tomorrow in the crowd as Norton is in bowls, and Rew launches himself into a drive and drives at fresh air.
Well, we'd have been purring, well, he'd have been purring with delight if he'd made proper contact with that, and it raced away through the offside.
It was a beautiful shot, it just didn't hit the ball.
Exactly.
All the right notes, just in the wrong order.
It is his signature shot, the cover drive.
Norton in to Rew, and that one is caught, is it? Yes, it is. Waited for it as he's entitled to do, but Rew goes without scoring. Tom Norton takes the first wicket of the Somerset second innings. They're 7 for 1, leading by 132.
Well, that hasn't been a success, that particular experiment. James Rew made 4 in the first innings and failed to trouble the scorers.
Lobbing to try, but second slip.
Off the glove.
Yeah.
Off the glove, yeah.
Looking to play on the leg side, got rather squared up. And Tribe took the simplest of catches, 7 for 1.
Yeah, just shaking his head as he walks off, James Rew, but...
can I go back to number 4, please?
So, not the start that Somerset were looking for from any point of view. It'll be Tom Lammonby coming in next. There's no sign of him just yet. We've just got Alfie Ogborn coming out onto the field with a drink for Josh Thomas. Josh Thomas has only been out there 20 minutes or so. He can't be that thirsty. Here comes Lammonby, jogging down the steps and jogging his way out to the middle, playing a few practice cover drives en route. Tom Lammonby's got his right elbow well strapped up. It's obviously the niggle that Jason Kerr was talking about. Made 45 with 6 fours in the first innings.
Right elbow, so not his bowling arm then.
No.
So he sent down a few overs. Here comes Norton again as Lammonby rehearses a few more shadow shots. Norton is in and balls edged, caught, gone. 7 for 2. Norton on a hat-trick.
Goodness me. Well, it's a good ball. Good ball. It bounced on Tom Lammonby and he was drawn towards it and just clipped the edge. And that is the end of Lammonby. Golden duck.
Well, Tom Norton getting some life out of the pitch. And Lammonby probably had to play it. Just didn't play it hugely well.
Nasty ball to get first up. But,
7 for 2, lead 132. And, well, are we going to get a 3-day finish?
Well, could do. Tom, it's Archie Vaughan. Well, Archie Vaughan, who was put down to number 4 to take him out of the firing line, to use Jason Kerr's expression, finds himself very much in the firing line, coming in on 7 for 2 in the 5th over.
Indeed, he is facing a debutant and a medium pacer, but a debutant very much with his tail up. So exciting times for young Tom Norton. 3 wickets in the first innings. Hung around, did a job at number 10, helping Glamorgan avoid the possibility of the follow-on. Made 11. Lasted 53 balls, and now he's got a couple of wickets opening the bowling.
And I think we can say that with a hard new ball, there's still plenty in this pitch for the bowlers.
Here we go then with the hat-trick ball. 3 slips.
What a start to a first-class career it would be.
Dixon wonders whether he ought to be in at short leg, but retreats to mid-wicket. Here comes Norton then, in to Archie Vaughan. Balls, big appeal for Alfie Ogborn. He's given! Tom Norton has a hat-trick on debut. Sensational introduction to the first-class game from 18-year-old Tom Norton. He is engulfed by his teammates. What a moment for the Welsh teenager.
What a moment indeed, and what a disaster for Somerset. 7 for 3. With Lammonby and Vaughan both gone first ball. It looked pretty close.
Congratulations to Tom Norton.
Thudded in, shin height.
Can't blame him.
Sensational stuff. One to get Dr. Hignell diving back through the record books, whether he might be the youngest player to take a hat-trick, or can't be many with hat-tricks on debut.
Andrew Hignell will be in his element.
So we'll have to check that one out with the Glamorgan statistician. Any hat-tricks on debut? Or hat-tricks from teenagers that you can recall, Edward? As that one thudded into the pads. Norton taking off. What a fabulous moment.
The incoming
Upraised
batsman for
finger.
Somerset is Tom Abel.
Pollard, and Tom Abel gets to the crease very much sooner than he was expecting to. 132 for 3 effectively Somerset, which is still an advantageous position, but not nearly as superior as it was 10 minutes ago. Abel possibly had to get himself prepared in a hurry, because usually you might have 2 batters padded up, but in the first class game, rarely 3.
Gary Butcher took 4 in 4, but not for Glamorgan. Don't think. Chocolate.
Umpire Pollard's having a little chat with Kieran Carlson for some reason. Whether the celebration was over vigorous in any way, I'm not sure. Norton went charging off down to third man. 7 for 3. Final ball of the Norton over. In he comes. Ball's driven on the leg side. Straight to Nichols. No run. A treble wicket maiden on debut for Tom Norton. What a smile he'll have on his face tonight. He did an interview last night. I think he might be doing another one tonight. As
you see what that is on my mobile phone? That is the hat.
Yes.
That was awarded to Cecil Fines of Isingari.
Right.
For it wasn't actually the first hat trick, but it was one of the first hat tricks.
Okay.
And that is the hat which is owned by my friend Michael Fines.
Marvellous. I thought for a moment it was a hat given away by the Butte family. 7 for 3 Somerset, lead by 1-3-2. Edward will join Anthony.
1859. Cecil Fines was awarded the hat. This is played into the offside. It's believed to be the second time a top hat was awarded for the feat. Well, Tom Norton isn't going to get a hat, but he jolly well deserves one. Remarkable piece of bowling. 18 years old, a hat-trick on debut in first-class cricket. Quite remarkable, as David Coleman might have said. Here's Ul Hassan in and bowls to Josh Thomas, who was standing at the other end while carnage ensued. And, well, Somerset 7 for 3. They're 132 ahead. But Glamorgan have come roaring right back into this game. Thanks to Tom Norton. 3 good wickets they were too. Ul Hassan in and bowls to Thomas, who comes down quickly on a ball that didn't bounce as much as some. Heard the exclamations from the wicketkeeper and slips.
Michael Vaughan, was your journey really necessary?
Dear, yes. Oh, dear.
He saw his boy bowled 2 overs.
It is an extraordinary game, this cricket, isn't it?
It is.
2 hours ago, nothing was happening at all.
Nick got to the immortal words, isn't he? It's a funny game.
And now it's been completely galvanised by that 1 over. This comes, I think, off the pad down to short fine leg. Yep, it's a leg by, but it's a run. 8 for 3. And, well, Tom Abel yet again having to shoulder the responsibility of anchoring this Somerset innings.
I must take my hat off to Somerset supporters. I was out on the balcony and there was a row of them there, and when he took his third wicket, they all leapt up and must have clapped for about a minute or so, which you don't see everywhere.
No. Rothesay and bowls to Abel.
Chelmsford, are you listening?
Yes, I don't think
No, it was a
Glamorgan
terrific
hat-trick would be much appreciated at Chelmsford.
No, but it was wonderful to see, really.
Yes.
Wonderful to see the hat-trick, and wonderful to see the support from the opposition.
It's the third hat-trick I've seen, I think. Saw them on successive days at Trent Bridge a few years ago. All the sound in it. Bowls! Goes past the outside edge of Tom Abel's bat. He didn't really need to play at that, Tom Abel. It was a nervous push at the ball outside his off stump, which could so easily have taken the outside edge. That's exactly how he was out in the first innings. For 86 he'd made then. But Somerset will be desperate for Tom Abel to get runs in this second innings. 8 for 3, Somerset.
Norton starts another over, and this is played gently to mid-on by Thomas, who surveyed all the carnage from the other end. He is on 6. And, well, Norton's figures, 3 overs and 1 ball, 1 maiden, 3 for 6. It's quite extraordinary. And he is bowling now, or about to bowl to Thomas. He's bowling round the wicket to the left-hander. Gathers pace, up he comes and bowls to Thomas. Thomas is beaten outside the off stump with an absolute beauty.
He's living a bit of a charmed life, is Josh Thomas. Yeah. That's about the 5th or 6th time he's played and missed outside the off stump, either to Tom Norton or to Zain ul Hassan.
Yeah, and I was thinking, why have you taken this slip out? But he's swiftly put back in position. As Norton, broad shoulders, comes in, bowls short and pulled away up towards mid-wicket. That might just run away for 4, but bisects the man at fine leg and mid-wicket. So there you go. Take it over.
Edward's mobile. His new mobile phone is going off. It's going to be another delivery from Tom Norton. Oh, it's welcome to listeners to Sports Extra. And you come to us on a very dramatic day. I'll let Edward Bevan, in a moment, describe to you what has happened, because we have had an historic event. Edward, would you like to...
We certainly have, because Somerset, who had a lead of 138, started their second innings. And Tom Norton, an 18-year-old from Abergavenny, who is bowling from this end, as we had a great look at him, took a hat-trick. First of all, here James Rew, caught by Tribe, and I'll just break off, he bowls again, and there's no run. Caught by Tribe at second slip for naught. From the next ball, Tom Lammonby, caught by wicketkeeper Chris Cook for naught. The next ball, that was the 5th ball of the over, Archie Vaughan, was LBW, yes, to Norton for naught. Now, this young man is making his debut in first-class cricket, and everybody will be looking up the records, but he's bowled superbly in this second innings, as he bowls to Abel, who plays a lovely shot and gets 4 runs. Be really a momentous over, and it's a momentous day. The position here is that there is a lead of 142, still in a good position, Somerset, but they're 17 for 3.
I wonder if anyone else in the entire history of cricket has taken a hat-trick on their first-class debut.
I wonder.
There you are, Steve Pittard, down there in Hewish Episcopi, if you're listening. But I would be surprised. It would be unusual, to put it mildly.
Unusual. Especially on debut, as you say, Anthony.
Yeah. So, Ul Hassan is going to bowl another over, and he's been miserly. He has conceded not a single run in his 3 overs so far. He's bowling to Josh Thomas. He's in bowls and goes past Josh Thomas's outside edge. That one bounced and left Thomas, who's looking a little bit perplexed out there at the moment, finding it very difficult to get bat on ball. In fact, he played quite deliberately inside the line of that one. He didn't play and miss on that occasion. Yes, the Somerset scorecard at the moment looks Thomas not out 11. Rue caught drive, bowled Norton, naught. Lammonby caught Cook, bowled Norton, naught. Vaughan, LBW, bowled Norton, naught. Ul Hassan in and bowls, and again is outside the off stump, and Josh Thomas shaped to play it. Whether he did actually play at the ball or not, I don't think he probably did. It goes down and gives the pitch a prod. Just the 2 slips, so Kieran Carlson not over-attacking. He's not allowing this situation to go to his head. The Somerset lead is 142. Here's Ul Hassan in and bowls to Thomas, who swats this away into the onside.
He's playing his shots as Thomas, no doubt about that. If it's there, if it's on offer, he'll go for it.
He will. He's a pragmatic batsman, is Josh Thomas. Takes each delivery as it comes. If it's a good one, he'll keep it out, do his best to keep it out. If it's not so good and there's a scoring opportunity, he will try and take it. Tom Abel on strike. And so this is helped on his way down to the fine leg boundary, and Radio Wales will be coming across, Edward, in the next minute or so for a report on this remarkable feat.
There will be a report. Yes, certainly.
We'll listen out in our earphones. I will shut up at the appropriate moment. It's very much a Glamorgan event. Ul Hassan to Tom Abel. It's 22 for 3. He's in and bowls. Abel down the leg side, taken by Chris Cook. .22 for 3 in the 8th over.
It's been an extraordinary evening here at Sapphire Gardens. Just to start, Glamorgan trailed at first innings by 125. Somerset then started their second innings, and in his second over, a young Tom Norton, an 18-year-old from Abergavenny, making his debut in first-class cricket, took a hat-trick. He had James Rue caught at second slip without scoring. The very next ball, Tom Lammonby went, LBW without caught by the wicket-keeper Cook without scoring. And then Archie Vaughan was LBW. Now, we don't know if this is a record, not only for Glamorgan, but also in first-class cricket. An 18-year-old making his debut has taken the hat-trick. The up-to-date position here, then, 147 is the lead, because Somerset are 22 for 3. Top scorer in Glamorgan's innings was Ben Callaway with 59. Cook made 39. So the lead is 147, but it's all very interesting here at Sapphire Gardens.
And that has hurt Josh Thomas, that last delivery. Take him on the shoulder. It really took off from Tom Norton. It's taken Josh Thomas on the shoulder. He's taken his gloves and his helmet off. He's obviously in some considerable pain. the left shoulder up right on the point of the shoulder. That's obviously why it's hurt him. Ooh, very nasty. Really took off that one from Norton.
Just to interrupt, Anthony, I read something on the Twitter account last night. Somebody from Abergavenny said, "Well done, Tom." This was yesterday, of course. "We knew that you'd reach the top, etc., etc." And then named the coach at Abergavenny, and I should have taken his name, who had coached him. And he went on to say, "Surely this man deserves a chance to coach first-class cricket. We must find out his name." Nick will find out, I'm sure, in the next. I think you're right. Geraint Leach. Well, Mr. Leach, if you're listening, I doubt if you are, because you're probably involved in cricket. But ironically, that went on social media last night. Meanwhile,
Laura Holmes is out there, the Somerset physio, just ministering to Josh Thomas, who reckons he's okay. We could do without an injury substitution. I'm not sure who Somerset would have. There's only really got one spare batsman, Finn Hill, and whether he's here or not, I don't know. 12th man is Alfie Ogborn. So Somerset would probably have to summon someone from.
It's not too far, though, is it?
No, it's not too far.
Norton then coming in and bowls, and this time it's edged down to third man. Third man is there in position. He wasn't in the first innings, and the score goes on to 23 for 3. Norton 3 for 16, but Ul Hassan very mean. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 5.
Andy Cleve on Twitter says, "When was the last debutant in county cricket to take a hat-trick?" Well,
that's
good
what we're all looking
question.
for.
Yeah, we would love to know.
Love you to tell us. Here is Norton coming in. Tonable bowls to him, and he's wide outside the off stump, and it goes through to Chris Cook.
Absolutely critical from the Somerset perspective that they don't lose another wicket tonight.
Yes, we've got how many overs? 4.5 overs left.
Lead is 148, so Somerset still in a strong position with 7 wickets in hand, but it's been a real shock to the system.
In comes Norton bowls again. An appeal for LBW, not out this time.
A bit high, I think.
Yeah, I thought it might have been drifting as well, but
yeah, I think
sure he's not going to 5-4 now before we go in. Yeah, we'll just have another look at that.
Yes, it was high and probably going down.
Yeah, good decision.
Flicking the top of above the roll.
Having a chat with the man at mid-on, Ben Callaway, and huge grin on his face there, as we saw on the television screen, as Norton comes in and bowls again. That's a full toss, and that's chipped away out towards mid-wicket, and that's going to run away for 4. So he slaps his side as Norton, saying it's obviously in a funny sort of way affected him. I would have thought, you know, he's walking back to his mark. What have I just done? But he bowled a full toss there, and now he's conceded 20 runs. But it sort of brightened the evening up.
Well, he's just galvanised the whole game, which for a time later on this afternoon was going nowhere fast. And all of a sudden, Glamorgan back in it. Somerset backs to the wall.
In comes the next ball. That's an absolute beauty. The pitch left it, held its line, and went through to Cook. Yes, this pitch is still giving the bowlers every opportunity if you pitch it in the right place.
When the ball is hard and new, it's when the ball is not quite so hard that it doesn't seem to do so much.
Yeah.
Somerset had to work really hard to take those last 2 Glamorgan wickets.
I thought at that stage, but the pitch was Hadley's coming out to bowl on the far end, which I find that a little bit surprising, because Ul Hassan has hardly conceded a run, and he's beaten the bat. No, I was thinking, well, is this pitch going down in that last pair? I did it, but then, of course, the ball was, how many overs did Glamorgan? 71 overs over.
Yeah.
So, well, this new ball, but having said that, then you've got to pitch it there and get reward. If you pitch it a loose delivery, you get punished. But young Norton has pitched it in the right spot. 3 successive deliveries.
Here we are. Steve Pittard has come up trumps.
Is he?
From the Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi. He's the retired joint landlord as Hadley is in and bowls, and this is driven handsomely through the offside by Josh Thomas, which will not quite go for 4. There's a slide in and they settle in fact for 2 runs, 29 for 3. Yeah, he says happy birthday Anthony. Worcester for Northants took a hat-trick in his only first-class match against Dublin University in 1925.
Excellent.
So he was on debut.
If you go on Google, yes.
So it's not a unique feat, but we don't know how old R. Worcester was, so he might be the youngest to have taken a hat-trick.
Did he play for?
He played for Northants.
Right. Oh, Mr. Rod would probably have told us that.
29 for 3. As Hadley is into Thomas. Thomas just drops this into the offside. Clouds are melting away overhead. The sun is coming out. It's a very pleasant evening.
From Glamorgan's point of view, of course, if they could nip either of these out tonight, then it would make it very interesting. But
well, we don't want it too interesting from a Somerset point of view. Thank you very much.
Those who we got next, Smeed, then Overton, Gregory. Yeah, there's plenty to come.
Well, yeah, but the heart has been ripped out of the Somerset middle order, he says rather over dramatically. Hadley bowls. Thomas lets that go through to Chris Cook. A little bit of, quite a lot of away movement, but starting too wide to trouble Josh Thomas.
Tomorrow morning will be very interesting. Start again.
Yep. What do you think Glamorgan would reckon they'd have a reasonable chance of chasing?
Well, they played poorly today and get 220. I think 250 inning over. Yeah, 250, 260. But you just don't know. We just don't know what this pitch is going to do. I think it'll probably stay like this for the 3rd day.
Yes, Hadley in bowls to Thomas outside the off stump. Not quite got his line right.
Well, I really can't fathom this out because Ul Hassan, as I say, has hardly conceded a run, beat the bat on numerous occasions, and now I'll probably be proved wrong, Hadley taking a wicket, but it's not the same threat there.
Well, not so far. But
not so far, but I just didn't quite understand the reasoning.
He was bowling so accurately, Ul Hassan. Hadley in bowls to Thomas and hits this up in the air. There could be a catch. There should be a catch. It is taken in the deep by Sean Dixon. That's the 4th Somerset wicket to go down. 29 for 4. Short ball, the undoing of Josh Thomas. He went for the pull shot, got a top edge, and a very well judged by catch by Sean Dixon down at long leg. And as soon as I saw that it was Sean Dixon closing in on the ball, I feared the worst for Josh Thomas and for Somerset, and another heavy blow, 29 for 4.
Josh Thomas was caught by Sean Dixon.
So much for me for saying why is Hadley coming on the bowl. Oh, another one tonight. Half the side will have gone, but I'm being a bit optimistic now. I don't know. What do I know about this game? It's
will Somerset send in a night? If it is a night watchman, it will be Jack Leach. But Josh Thomas, well, he made 15 from 31 balls. He does like to play that pull shot.
Yeah, made 2 out. Two back waiting for it.
And it is indeed Jack Leach.
Smeed was due in, but as you say, it's Leach.
The incoming batter for
3 overs left.
Jack Leach.
with a mission to stay there until the close and then score some runs tomorrow. He's got 3 overs and 1 ball to keep his former captain company. 2 Taunton boys together. They've grown up together in this Somerset side. Great friends.
1 ball of this over left, and Leach might look for the single to try and protect. What do you think?
Well, that would be the correct
the
thing
logic
to do.
of it. But
that is the night watchman's role. But
yes.
very often they do everything they possibly can to avoid getting the strike, so that they don't get out. But that rather defeats the object of the exercise. The slip cordon has been reinforced. Kieran Carlson coming in at 3rd slip, as Leach plays that solidly into the offside. It's the end of the Ryan Hadley over, which included the wicket of Josh Thomas and cost just 2 runs. So 1 over, no maiden, 2 runs, 1 wicket, 29 for 4.
And Norton will have 2 overs to bowl this evening, and just the 1 over, you presume, will be for Hadley. But everything that the changes, we all expected Tim Vandergooten to open the bowling. That didn't happen. And some good decisions. Well, the man of the moment, Tom Norton, is to bowl, and he's bowling to Abel, who's on 12. In he comes, bowls, short. Oh, I thought he might have nipped that. He went for the pull off a bouncer, and it's a dangerous shot, that. He could easily get a glove. That happened to Vandergooten, and he was the last man out, getting a bouncer from Overton, who he nicked to the keeper. But it's a nervy 17 balls left here. Here's Norton running away from us, past umpire, bowled, and brings him forward, and they will take a single. Jack Leach wanted a second. No, Jack, it's your job to stay there and protect your senior partner. 30 for 4. This after Somerset had made 354 in the first innings. Glamorgan replied by 229, and we thought, well, Somerset will just pile on the runs tonight, but it's worked out rather differently. The lead is still very useful, 155. As Glamorgan look for a 5th wicket. 3 slips for Leach. As round the wicket now goes Norton and bowls, and Leach watches that go through. The advantage, of course, that Glamorgan's bowlers, especially Norton, will have, that he will only have bowled 6 or 7 overs. Hadley will have bowled 2, and Hussain 2 or 3, so they will be fresh tomorrow morning. So that again is an advantage. Here is Norton again, comes in, bowls to Leach. Leach is forward, well, half forward, pushes it away onto the offside. There is no run.
I've found the details of Worcester. He's Reginald Worcester. He was born in 1903, died in 1968.
Bertie's brother?
Well, interestingly, both of the main characters, Jeeves and Worcester, have their equivalents in first-class cricket, because Jeeves was based on Percy Jeeves, who played for Warwickshire.
That's right, yeah. Here's Norton in, bowls again. That's edged away, top of the bat. He didn't know quite where that had gone, Leach.
He played just one game for Northants against Dublin University, and took 6 for 77 in the match and 5 for 54 in the innings, which obviously included the hat-trick.
Last ball of the over. In comes Norton, bowls, and that's jabbed away into the gully. That is the end of the over, and we have just the 2 overs left this evening. One presumably will be bowled by Ryan Hadley, and the other will be bowled by Glamorgan's hero, of of course, who is Tom Norton. If you've just come in, if you've come in from the beach or shopping or whatever you've been, let me just remind you all that Tom Norton, an 18-year-old from Abergavenny, has taken a hat-trick in this Somerset second innings. We will know tomorrow if it's the first one. I think it probably is for Glamorgan.
Here we've got Ryan Hadley in from the River Taff end, and that's played defensively by Tom Abel. Yeah, it was in the second innings of Dublin University that he took his hat-trick when he bowled 13 overs, 5 for 54. They're not exactly household names that he removed in the course of his hat-trick, unlike Tom Norton's victims, all of whom
were very good players.
Very distinguished players. So there we are. Thank you, Steve Pittard, for that.
Absolutely.
Here's Hadley in and bowls. Oh, and it's edged! And I don't think that carried to Colin Ingram. I'm not absolutely certain because he's facing away from us, so we can't really see. But it was certainly an authentic edge. Just watch the replay. No, well in front. So credit Tom Abel with playing that with relatively soft hands.
So Hadley has 4 balls to bowl at Leach. Wasn't exactly played like a night watchman. He's been looking for runs, even though as if he wants to subject the better player to the bowling.
Well, it's a role with which he is. I mean, he got his 93, I think it was, for England against Ireland as a night watchman. So it's a role to which he is well accustomed. Oh, and this is edged and caught, and Leach is gone. He's caught by Asa Tribe at second slip. That one taking the shoulder of the bat and flying shoulder high to Tribe at second slip. And that is the 5th Somerset wicket to go down, and they are in all sorts of a pickle. 31 for 5. Jack Leach, the latest man, dismissed.
4 noughts now.
Good catch. Was caught by Asa Tribe from the bowling of Ryan Hadley.
Not just troubling there. This is extraordinary. 31 for 5. Yes, I'll repeat that. 31 for 5. And we have had just 11 and a half overs. And, well, Mr. Smead will have to come in, I fancy.
Well, I don't know. No? I doubt it.
Great. Overton, Gregory, Leach.
I don't know who they'll send in.
If you look
Jake Ball, possibly. Pretorius is the least likely night watchman you've ever seen in your life. It's Will Smead, if I'm any judge.
Who have we got as he comes down?
I think that's Smead. In fact, I know it is.
The incoming batter for Somerset is Will Smead.
Well.
And as you said in the first innings, Smead's not a distinguished 4-day player because he tries to play properly, doesn't he? Instead of playing his attacking role, he's having a word, possibly a lecture from the senior partner here.
Chris Payne on Twitter says Norton is the 4th Englishman to take a hat-trick on debut. So Al Worcester was not on his own. There have been numerous Indians to manage the feat. Thank you, Chris, for that.
Not English.
No. That was
Welsh.
That was addition.
He must be the first
Welshman. Yeah, absolutely. Right, back to the serious stuff. 31 for 5. We've got 9 balls remaining on the day. Hadley to Smead, who pushes defensively. I'll say drives. It wasn't really a drive. Came forward fairly decisively at that delivery.
That was me questioning why Hadley replaced Al Hassan. He's now taken 2 for 3 in 10 balls. I don't know. Scorecard 15-0-0-0-0.
Well, we ain't going to be here on Monday, that's for sure. Well, it's not completely certain. I suppose
No,
Somerset
it's only
could-
get 100 each year now.
Yeah, but I think
it's not that sort of game.
unlikely. Hadley in and bowls to Smeed, who plays that calmly enough up to mid-on. Who'd have thought it?
It's a strange old game.
And when you think of how little was going on this afternoon at around tea time,
Yeah.
when wickets were like gold dust, and then absolute clatter of them when Somerset went in again. 15 0 0 0 and another 0 to go with it. Hadley to Smeed, who plays very uncertainly, gets an inside edge onto his front pad, survives, 1 over remains, and Tom Abel will be on the receiving end of it. 31 for 5, the lead 156.
And I suspect you're rather glad it's Tom Abel Smeed facing the last over.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad at the moment. I won't be very glad if he gets out.
Well, only one wicket can fall this evening because it's the last over of the day. And what a day it has been. That's
Indeed.
the hero of Glamorgan today is about to bowl this last over. He has taken 3 for 21 in 6 overs. And he will now be bowling to Tom Abel with 3 slips and a short leg has been put in. And he comes and bowls to Abel. Abel is forward and he's going to take the single, which will subject Smeed now. Well, it was a good move, really, to have him up there, I think. And he's probably going to tell him, well, yeah, don't attempt a run.
Well, Smeed is a frontline batsman. He's taken a middle stump guard.
Should be able to cope. There's a leg slip gone in, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 round the bat, including the wicket keeper. As Norton comes in, and that's dug in. And
Played that well.
he did play it well. He played it down. It's a short delivery. 4 balls to go.
He's a strong man, is young Tom Norton. Hits the pitch hard. And gets the response. It was that response that accounted for James Rue taking on the glove, and Tom Lammonby getting an outside edge to one that leapt at him.
Here is Norton, comes in, bowls to Smeed. Smeed tries to play it round the corner, but I think he might have just hit the pad. Nick Webb pacing around. I suspect he has to do a little rewrite. I know all about that, Nick. I mean, ripped up copies in my lifetime and thrown them in the bin when wickets fall. 3 balls left this day as Norton bowls. Beats him, you got him, caught behind, has he?
No. Yes.
Yes, he has. Well, my word.
And that's it.
That's it for the day. And what a day it has been. 32 for 6. And the last batsman to go, Smeed. And yet another one for Norton, and yet another. It's worth.
Was caught by Chris Cook off the
That's
goal
5
from
ducks.
Norton.
Well, I better.
Words fail me.
Well, I was going to think, what am I going to say now? Yes, this is what has happened today.
And
I'll
that's
try.
the end of play. But firstly, congratulations to Tom Norton.
Right. Just wait for the doctor to finish his rambling.
The record was previously held by Jeff Jones, who in 1962 achieved a feat against Yorkshire at the age of 20.
It's the
Jeff Jones.
youngest bowler to take a hat-trick in first-class cricket.
Since
Previous.
1906,
Jeff Jones, Simon Jones' father.
on first-class debut.
Well, the story of the day, Glamorgan didn't bat particularly well. They were indebted to Callaway and Cook for putting on a partnership for the 6th wicket of 80. And Glamorgan made 229, and Somerset must have felt very confident walking out for their second innings with a lead of 125. But then it all happened. Ryu was caught try but slipped without scoring the next ball. Tom Lallenby was caught by Cook of Norton for naught. Archie Vaughan was the hat-trick man. LBW to Norton for naught, and it didn't finish there. And in the last over or so, Jack Leach was caught by Tribe of Hadley without scoring. Smead, now the last man out, caught by Cook of Norton without scoring. The lead is 157, so it's 157 for 6, and a rather shocked Anthony Gibson will have a word.
Well, the glorious uncertainty of cricket. And 1 minute, Somerset were absolutely on top, a lead of 125, looking to score quick runs. And Nick Webb and I were talking about a declaration sometime in the final session tomorrow to give Somerset 100 overs or so to bowl Glamorgan out, and then crash bang wallop. Down came the wickets, and well, it's anybody's game now. Well, Somerset are going to need to put some significant runs on the board tomorrow. They've got to get the lead up above 200, and then they're going to have to bowl their socks off, even on a pitch that's still offering the bowlers plenty of help. Yeah. You know, their morale will be poor if they get bowled out for less than 100. Then they're going to feel that they're really up against it, Somerset, and Glamorgan will be cock-a-hoop.
Batsmen to come: Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory, Pretorius and Ball. So I shall be watching on at home tomorrow with great interest from 11 o'clock on, and you will be listening, of course, to these two gentlemen. We've had a wonderful day's cricket, and from Anthony Gibson, Nick Webb, myself, Edward Bevan, a very good night to you all. No star.